more of a sense of control than wrangling proposals, and control is what she needs right now. It cuts through the last of that lidocaine numbness handily. It'll be another experiment. Prime looks around them, to the notes, the power tools, the samples laid out on the table for eventual analysis. Tamsin has the immediate impulse to hide it all, to get in between Prime and her work. Does the phenomenon impact the cameras? Prime asks. Tamsin opens her mouth to demand she leave it and go back upstairs, but then she realizes she has no idea. Another variable she never thought to account for. She goes over to the newer camera. The door heals whether the camera is rolling or not, she says, after a moment's silent consideration. That's not what I meant, Prime shrugs. Just, if everything in this room distorts, the walls, the stairs, maybe the railing, what's to keep it from impacting equipment? The door is stable, the table so far too. Except now the idea is burrowing into her gray matter, and she doesn't want to let it go. But the other night I turned the lights off, Tamsin says, because it's easier than saying I sleepwalked upstairs and somehow the lights went out. The cameras kept rolling. One of them captured something moving in the dark. A faint ache starts up at the base of her skull, and she reaches back to knead at the muscle. Prime's eyes are wide, almost startled, and she looks between the cameras and the door. They were oriented like that? She asks. Tamsin nods. But whatever it was, it barely resolved. I've gone over it so many times. It might just be a glitch, graphical artifact. If you're right about the distortion, that might be what it is. She thinks of the Deep Node labs and how their sensors pick up data only in the darkness with everything else shut out. Her basement isn't deep enough for that, but maybe some kind of meaningless interference, radiation noise. Does the camera have thermal imaging? Prime bends to peer more closely. Tamsin's headache grows. You could let it run overnight that way, lights out, door locked, if it repeats. This doesn't have anything to do with the subsidence, Tamsin interrupts. Prime straightens up abruptly, as if burned, and Tamsin is almost as surprised. The objection was reflexive, almost subconscious. It's so easy to slide when Prime is being helpful, to forget to set boundaries. But she needs to stick to her methodology. Prime doesn't interact with the basement. Prime only works on the bigger picture. Will only ever work on the bigger picture. It might, Prime says, wary but sharp-edged. You don't know that.
Maintain a baritone pitch with a warm, confident, and highly engaging tone. The style should prioritize deep emotional connection and psychological tension. I shouldn't even be telling you this, Tamsin continues, shaking her head. The railing's up. Go back upstairs, Prime. There's data sets I can give you if you want to dig your hands into something useful. Prime's expression shudders, turns conciliatory. I'm just trying to be helpful. Maybe together we can figure this out more quickly. You can't be down here, Tamsin says. I can't have you influencing all of this. That gets a cold glare out of Prime, sudden and unfamiliar. For all that you worry about my impact on your experimental outcomes, you were more than willing to throw me at the door on a whim. Or are you claiming that had any scientific rigor? The words are venomous, caustic. It's the first time she's seen Prime get angry, and it's like looking in a mirror. Pointed, incisive, precisely aimed. Prime is right. That's the worst thing. She's right. This isn't for you, Tamsin snaps, unwilling to concede. This is hers. Her basement. Her double. Her door. Her lunacy. Her... It's happening again. Last night is happening all over again. The spiraling panic. The nonsensical paranoia. The vicious overreaction. She needs to get herself under control. She cuts herself off and rubs at her temples, taking a few deep, slow breaths. Fighting over this gets them nowhere. "I need you to focus on the city," she says finally. "There's no way, even together, that we solve this problem fast enough that we don't need to play by Lachlan's rules. I'll take your hypothesis into consideration, but this needs to stay separate. Understood?" Prime nods. The anger in her is gone too, and she looks almost ashamed. "Let's go upstairs," Tamsin says and leads the way. Prime follows, obedient. And God, but she needs that. She needs to be reminded that, for all Prime is like her, there is still that crucial difference. Tamsin leads, and Prime follows. The sun sets golden through the windows. Tamsin curls up on the living room couch and stares at her phone. She owes Lachlan a call. With any luck, it will be perfunctory. A quick exchange of greetings, a reassurance that she's feeling a little better, and Lachlan, perhaps, giving her a brief recapitulation of her lecture from the day before. She's been good, after all, bolted to her laptop for most of the afternoon after the argument with Prime, working away and only taking one more basement break, even though she would have preferred to take shelter down there all day long. But Lachlan's contact info glows up at her accusingly. The last 2 times she found herself here, she'd been at a crossroads. She could have told Lachlan about the door, could have told her about Prime right from the very beginning. If she just told her back then, how differently would this have turned out? She would have taken you away, Tamsin tells herself, the exact reason why she didn't make those calls. She wouldn't have helped you. Unless, of course, being taken away was exactly what she'd needed. Her thumb ghosts over the touchscreen, her breathing speeding up, growing ragged and audible. She fights down the response, even as she teeters on a knife's edge. On the one hand, a rejection of being minded, carefully monitored, treated like a child. On the other, the tantalizing opportunity to no longer be responsible for any of this. She feels both, wants both. It makes no sense. She simultaneously wants to be rescued and to be left alone to keep digging. She stabs the call button. It rings twice. "Dr. Rivers," Lachlan greets. "Mix Woodfield." Her voice is admirably even. "This is my daily check-in. Timely, I appreciate it." There's no hint of a smile in Lachlan's tone. "How was your day?" It's an oddly domestic question, out of place for them. She can't tell if it's genuine fondness or proprietary derision. Both options make her want to hang up. Both options make it impossible to tell the truth. "I split time between the research you know about and the thing I've been lying about." "Productive," she settles on instead. "Dr. Chaudhary found our modeling candidate, and preliminary mock-ups look promising. Mr. Valdez has suggested a resin injection method of shoring up any more spongiform sections like the one Dr. Olson discovered, though I'm not sure the mechanics are entirely feasible." Lachlan hums in approval. It's forward momentum, even if it all feels clumsy and haphazard. "Have you had any more symptoms?" Her throat closes up. Say something. Anything. Tell Lachlan about the breakdown last night, about the basement, about Prime. But the impulse dries up as quickly as it sprang forth. Those are hers. Lachlan won't understand any of them, will only drag her out and hurt her and take from her. She's already taken the deep nodes. "Would I remember them if I did?" Tamsin says instead, voice brittle. Lachlan doesn't dignify that with a direct response. "As you apparently haven't had the time yet, I've taken the liberty of scheduling those initial appointments for you," she says instead. "One less thing for you to worry about. The first is on Friday, full physical examination. Psychiatrist is on Monday. I'll send you the calendar invites." Tamsin bristles. "You wanted this," she reminds herself. "You wanted to not have a choice." But it's one thing to idly daydream, and another for Lachlan to once more ignore her autonomy. Sure, she still hasn't so much as opened the email with Lachlan's list of doctors, but she would have, in the morning. "Of course," Tamsin says, after too long of a pause. "Will you be escorting me?" "Not unless you think I need to." "Do you need to escort you, Dr. Rivers?" "That won't be necessary." She can manage. She doesn't know what she'd do if Lachlan was standing in that exam room, watching over how they poked and prodded her. God, what would Lachlan do if she found out that Tamsin's anatomy is wrong? What will the doctor do? Normal variation. Prime had been emphatic that it was normal variation, and Tamsin trusts her. There has been a small incident, however, Lachlan adds, as if it's an afterthought. Tamsin stiffens, clutching her phone a little tighter. Your warning about the water department proved prescient, though they spotted a drop in water pressure first, not the dilation of the supply pipes that's causing it. Tamsin closes her eyes, swearing softly. Dr. Torrance hasn't popped back up, has he? No. I told you that he was handled. Lachlan's voice grows chilled. I know, she reassures Lachlan hastily. Not a memory lapse. Just, they don't have any reason to think that we lied, do they? The mayor has certainly raised the possibility. That's bad. They need the mayor's trust and buy-in, and they absolutely need her to not go sniffing around for anything else Myreka Dynamics might be hiding. Shouldn't Klein's team have gotten in front of this? She asks. Yes, and they're working overtime on a correction as we speak. This isn't a failure of your team, Dr. Rivers. A brief flare of relief sweeps through her, then evaporates, as Lachlan adds. But I do need your participation. There's a luncheon tomorrow. Mr. Thomas, the mayor, a few other department heads. You're going to attend. If I ask you to meet me elsewhere, you do so without complaint. Me? She asks all the same, hoping she misheard. It's far from the first time she's had to wine and dine people for the company's sake, although it's usually investors. It's just with how she's been lately, with how busy she is, with how much issue Lachlan's taken with her comportment. Yes. Is that going to be a problem, Dr. Rivers? No problem, Tamsin says, and it won't be. A luncheon isn't hard. A waste of time, perhaps. Just a song and dance to smooth some ruffled feathers. But if she plays it right, she'll be the woman who can deliver the hard news and make it into an opportunity. Besides, it won't be just her on the sacrificial altar. The other department heads will soak up some of the blame, and Mr. Thomas will be careful not to throw her under the bus. She's still an asset, and if Lachlan intended to end her career, this isn't the way she'd do it.
Anyway, a short trip downtown, an overpriced salad, maybe a glass of wine. She could use the break, could stand to get out of the house, remember why she's doing all of this. It's a reasonable ask. That it feels miserable and unappealing doesn't matter. It'll prove to Lachlan that she has this under control. They'll both be happier for it after. The invite should be in your email now, Lachlan says. She checks, putting her phone on speaker. Received, she says, accepting the invite along with the doctor's visits. They overlap with basement work blocks, and she deletes those, reluctantly. Is that everything? No. Thanks to the shake-up with the water department, we've elected to move forward with a go-live date, Lachlan says. A week from today. That makes Tamsin sit bolt upright. A week! Yes, you'll be getting a packet from Klein by tomorrow morning, outlining your responsibilities and deliverables. She'll have to shift focus entirely to prepare. Between the luncheon and the doctor's appointments, which take up large chunks of Friday and Monday, she's not going to have much time. She can feel the basement slipping away through her fingers. They clench tight in reflex, capturing, covetous. She can't let it go. But Prime can't do this for her. There's only Tamsin, worn down and so obviously a mess that Lachlan is forcing her through hoop after hoop. I can't, she says, scratching at the back of one of her hands anxiously. The doctors aren't going to have time to fix me. I'm confident you can present yourself appropriately, Lachlan says. Get yourself cleaned up, back to your usual standards. Is that going to be a problem? She saw herself in the mirror this morning, Bloodshot eyes, dull and tangled hair, unkempt nails, a hunted, haunted look. And she knows what she should look like because she has spent years perfecting her image, and Prime embodies it to the last inch. Tamsin has makeup. She has practice. But no, Lachlan shouldn't be confident because Lachlan, she says softly. And her given name feels as wrong in her mouth as it did the day before. Too intimate, too large. Her gaze darts around the room, trying to find the courage to just confess already, to explain that not only is Lachlan correct, that something is wrong, but that it's so much worse than what Lachlan thinks. Prime stands in the doorway to the dining room, watching her, brow pinched. If you tell, they'll hurt her too. Dr. Rivers? She looks back down at her phone. I can do this, she makes herself say. When have I ever failed you? Lachlan's breath whispers over the line. I'll see you on Tuesday, she says. Not the luncheon, not the doctor's appointments. A little bit of breathing room to get herself back together. Take care of yourself. A rustling as Lachlan shifts, and Tamsin finds herself wondering where the other woman is. At home? What sort of home would somebody like Lachlan even keep? Something as sterile as Tamsin's, or with more life in it? How much does Tamsin intrude upon her comfort? Does Lachlan care about comfort? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. What matters is getting things back on track, making Lachlan care less. I'll call again tomorrow, Tamsin says. She hangs up before Lachlan can respond. What happens on Tuesday? Prime asks as Tamsin pushes herself up off the couch. She's shaking enough that she has to take it slowly. Press conference, Tamsin says. We're finally going to tell the city it's really bad. Prime frowns. Before we have a plan? There's no time anymore. Word is starting to spread. We need to get ahead of it, make sure there isn't a panic. If we act like we've got this handled, it buys us time to actually handle it. Tamsin glances behind Prime and sees the table laid out with dinner and wine. She doesn't remember the sound of Prime cooking and isn't sure if the living room is just far enough away or if she was oblivious. Had Lachlan heard? No. She would have asked about the noise. I have to go out tomorrow, Tamsin says as Prime takes them in for dinner. Around noon. It will be the first time Prime has been left alone in the house, and Tamsin eyes the warm grain salad on her plate as she runs over options. Locking Prime in her room seems pointlessly punitive now, but it would, technically, be safer. How long will you be out? I could go to the store, Prime says, taking a sip of her wine. Tamsin shakes her head. No need. There's a kit delivery scheduled. I'll only be 2, maybe 3 hours at most. Prime sets her glass down. You can just say that I need to spend the time in my room, she says without heat. Tamsin still looks away, guiltily. Does it bother you? Yes and no. I can see why you do it. Prime takes a bite of dinner, still without any obvious rancor. And if you leave work for me to do, it won't make much of a difference if I'm upstairs or in the living room. But it's not necessary. And it's potentially dangerous, Tamsin admits, if there were a fire, or if the basement suddenly gave way. Prime lifts a brow but doesn't say anything. I won't lock you in, Tamsin says into her wine glass, and drinks half of it at once. Prime smiles, like she can't help it, childlike and relieved. Thank you, she says. Then, are you finished with work for the day? Tamsin takes a more moderate sip of wine. I never got around to looking at those samples under the microscope, she says after a moment's thought, and I still have to do today's measurements. But then yes, I think so. Why? Prime shrugs. I want to know more about the lab nodes, she says. I know you've written them off as uninvolved, with no clear mechanism of action for the subsidence, but maybe there's something you've overlooked, since you're buried so deeply in them. It's something they haven't discussed,
but Prime has clearly overheard enough from various calls and meetings to know there's something there. And, she adds, part of me wants to know what you work on when there isn't a crisis. A crisis? Prime's very presence counts as one, no matter how comfortable they get with one another. Tamsin takes a bite of her dinner to keep herself from laughing at the thought, and considers. I can walk you through it, she agrees once she's feeling steady again. It's my best work, honestly. Later, when the dishes are cleared and the wine is finished, and Prime is busy cleaning up in the kitchen, Tamsin peels herself away from the easy conversation. The basement calls to her, and it's so much simpler not having to leave the door locked anymore, or even closed. She makes her way downstairs, gripping the railing, grateful that the builders put one in. The stairs would be murder otherwise. Wednesday morning is a trial. The litter boxes need full emptying, thanks to having to pull double duty. She has 2 meetings, each of which runs long, neither of which she cares about. Prime doesn't make breakfast, and the shake Tamsin chugs down sits leaden in her stomach. She has no time to check the basement, and when Prime asks if she'd like coffee, Tamsin is not kind, telling her to leave her alone. Work fights her. Nobody is happy about the lab closures or the swiftly impending press conference. Everybody seems to want something from her, and by 11 she's only handled half her urgent emails. The work of Olson's team, at least, has helped the main lab identify a new pocket of the spongiform genealogy, this time shallow enough that sampling is reasonable as well as a test run of the resin injection. She checks on the permit requests, all with expedite fees. She makes sure Olson has everything she needs to move her team to the central above-ground lab. A video call request from her assistant intrudes on her screen. Tamsin eyes it, then hits refuse, and gets out of her chair. She dials Kara on her phone instead, and starts to pace. Kara picks up in 2 rings. Good morning, Dr. Rivers. What do you need? Kara is too professional, and too used to Tamsin's moods to comment on her tone. It's been a few days since our last check-in, she says evenly. I wanted to touch base.
Nothing's changed. Tamsin says, the irony makes her pause beside the dining table, biting down a huff of bleak amusement. I'll call if I need something. She's moving to hang up when Kara says, James Dunford wants a private meeting. Tamsin pauses, brings the phone back to her ear. Private as in just you. Tamsin drums her fingers on the tabletop. Penrose, the friendlier version, she thinks, takes it as an invitation, hopping up and nudging against her hand. She pushes him away. I take it the request came to you directly? By phone, from his executive assistant, yes. An interesting approach for the COO of Flex East, Marika Dynamics' main competitor, to set up a clandestine meeting. Any other time, Tamsin would have assumed it was the lead-in to an attempt to poach her, but now she has to assume they've spotted the subsidence as well. They're concerned, she ventures. Not my place to say, Dr. Rivers. No, it isn't. But the refusal to engage is grating, and Tamsin snaps, I'm telling you to say. Bristling silence. Tamsin regrets not having accepted the video call. She wants to see Kara's face. Then I'd say, Kara replies at last, that you're probably right. It's a dodge. Fine. Set up the meeting. Penrose flops down on the table, and she shoves him across the smooth surface. He drops to the ground with an irritated flick of his tail, then saunters off toward the living room. Next Wednesday, she adds, watching him go, or later. I'm busy for the rest of the week. And expect him to cancel or reschedule as soon as the news goes live. Yes, Dr. Rivers, I can see the appointments Miss Woodfield set up on your calendar. Insult piled on insult. Tamsin massages her temples. Is Miss Woodfield causing any problems? Asking questions about the equipment? No, Kara says. Her tone is as brittle as Tamsin's now. Wary. Should I expect that? Maybe. I'll handle it, Tamsin says. She shouldn't have mentioned it. It only draws more attention to how erratic Tamsin's days now appear, how at the whim of Lachlan. But she can't take it back. She can only move forward. The equipment can be returned, she says, recalling her hurried assurances to Lachlan the other day. I'll have it ready for pickup tomorrow. Of course, I'll set it up. The sound of typing. Oh, and you missed your standing appointment with your salon Monday, Kara adds. I've rescheduled it for next Thursday. I need it to be sooner, Tamsin says. Her heart seizes, falls. She's been going to that salon every 8 weeks for years now to keep her curls perfectly managed, and being busy has never made her forget. And now, on the eve of the press conference, she can hear Lachlan's demands echoing in her skull. Get yourself cleaned up. Can you set it for after my lunch? I'm afraid they didn't have any other openings. Call them back, Tamsin snaps, or find another salon. Of course, Kara replies tightly. Have a good rest of your day, Dr. Rivers. Kara hangs up. Tamsin's phone buzzes, a calendar alert glowing on the screen. Lunch, downtown, in 45 minutes. God, but she doesn't want to deal with this right now. It's not hard, though. Schedule the car, freshen up a little before she heads out, make sure she looks pristine. Maybe if she straightens her hair, it will hide the neglect. Her purse is sitting in the entryway, ready to go, as it has been for days. It's just a hoop to jump through, a brief lunch, and then she can come straight back here. She's even under orders to come back here. Lachlan has agreed that nobody should see her until things are stable again. She doesn't have to go to the lab. Out, back, and if it wraps up a bit early, she might even have time to pop downstairs if she plays her cards right. No time for a hair appointment. Grudgingly, she sends Kara a message to just make it happen before Tuesday. She gets a read receipt, but no other acknowledgement. Setting her phone aside, she climbs the stairs. It's like walking against the surf. She applies concealer, lipstick. Her hand trembles as she inks her lash line. But her reflection is fine. She's fine. Some finger combing, some hair oil, a claw clip, and her hair looks acceptable. Acceptable enough. She goes back down. She grabs her phone again. She calls herself a ride. 5 minutes. Her front door stands just as it always has. She's gone through it hundreds of times, probably thousands at this point. But she hasn't left the house now in over a week, and it feels wrong to break that seal. Wrong? The thought makes no sense. She pushes it aside, then realizes she should tell Prime she's going, but she's not sure where Prime is. Eyeing the front door warily, she turns into the kitchen instead. It's empty. Outside the kitchen window, the day is bright, and she can see a wedge of sky, brilliant and cloudless and open. It's a nice day. She can almost feel the sun on her skin, feel the soft purr of the town car beneath her feet. Her stomach twists. Her phone pings. Her ride is a minute out. The app pulls back to show the route, miles into the city, into traffic, away from home. Her stomach flips one final time. She vomits into the sink, praying that once her stomach is empty, her nerves will be gone as well. But when it's all over, she can only sag to the floor, panting for breath. It takes all her effort to splay out instead of curling into a ball, but the cool tile on her cheek helps. Being low to the ground helps. Her fingers are still wrapped tightly around her phone, and she hangs on. The case creaks slightly within her grip. Tamsin? Prime is in the kitchen doorway, staring down at her in horror, and Tamsin can't help her low, helpless moan. A panic attack. She's having a really panic attack at the thought of leaving the house. One of the cats slinks in around Prime's ankles and sprawls on the floor a few feet from Tamsin. Not close enough to touch, but close enough to observe. Are you all right? Prime takes a few steps toward her, then hesitates. You look ill. Need to go out, Tamsin gasps. In her hand, her phone vibrates. Ride's here. But I can't. I can't. There's no rational reason for her to be this worked up, this afraid. There's no specific fear bearing down on her, no consequence of going outside that is eating at her. But the thought of leaving the house fills her with a cold, unrelenting dread. Like the day she'd fired Torrance, how she'd all but cowered in the back of the car on the way into the lab, but amplified 100-fold. "There's something wrong with me," she whispers. Prime crouches beside her. "It's okay," she says. "That's what the doctor is for. Friday, right?" Tamsin nods. "And today is a social performance, putting the mayor at ease?" Another nod. She feels so weak. Her head is spinning. "Then I'll go for you," Prime says. "I'll listen, let the other department heads take the lead. And if attention falls on me, we've been over everything. Last night, and before, I know enough about the sinking and what you want to keep hidden. Don't I?" It's a stunningly simple solution. Prime is all made up already. Was she planning to go out? It doesn't matter. What matters is that Prime could take her place. Except Mr. Thomas knows her. The department heads all know her. Tamsin shakes her head. "You can't go. Somebody will figure out something's wrong." "Who?" "Lachlan couldn't tell the difference," Prime reminds her. Her voice is so soothing, so calm, and Tamsin wants so desperately to believe her. Her phone buzzes in her hand. The car is on a countdown now. "How will you get home?" Tamsin asks, holding the phone to her chest, feeling her resolve give way. Prime's gaze flicks to the phone, but she doesn't ask for it. "How would you?" "I'd order a ride." "Can you schedule one in advance?" Tamsin nods. "Then schedule one for an hour and a half after the lunch starts. If it wraps up early, I'll occupy myself." Prime smiles. "This doesn't have to be hard. Let me make it easier for you." Tamsin hesitates, but only for the length of one shaky, surrendering breath. "It's a good idea," she says softly. "Thank you. But you have to go now."
Prime tucks a strand of hair with a warm, confident, and highly engaging tone. The style should prioritize deep emotional connection and psychological tension. Prime tucks a strand of hair behind Tamsin's ear before standing. Tamsin, still huddled on the kitchen floor, watches her go. When the door closes and the car pulls away, Tamsin schedules the return ride before she can forget. Then she rests her forehead against the cool tile and tries to get her pulse back under control. Tamsin cleans out the sink and stays off her work laptop all afternoon, the better to maintain the illusion that she's out at lunch. Her phone is also powered down, just in case. It's probably paranoia, but Lachlan always seems to know when she leaves the house. It's possible that location tracking is quietly running in the background. All the while, she tries to figure out what really just happened. It's been just over a week since she last went into the lab. That's longer than seems reasonable in hindsight. But 9 days of being inside shouldn't result in a panic attack so intense she throws up and then cowers on the floor at just the idea of going outside. She didn't even make it out the front door. Sure, yes, last Monday the city had felt too big, and she remembers having to distract herself with her phone the entire ride into campus, but that had been explainable. She's felt like that before, a few times, when she's gotten buried in her research. Even Valdez had understood it. This, though? She sits herself down in the kitchen and makes herself look out the window, from the floor, because part of her worries that Lachlan has eyes on the house, might see her inside and become suspicious. Occasionally, the sight of the sky makes her stomach lurch, but for the most part, it's unremarkable. It's only when she thinks about personally going outside that anything even remotely like fear rises up in her, and then it only feels like an echo, a hangover. By the time the front lock disengages, Tamsin has concluded that today must have been a fluke. After effects of her first panic attack the other day.
Oversensitization of neural pathways she's rarely used and has no coping mechanisms developed for. Yet. That can be rectified. Soft thuds from the hall as Prime takes off her heels. A meow from one of the Penroses. Tamsin? In here. She doesn't look away from the slash of sky, hands fussing with her hair idly, picking apart knots and causing even more frizz in the process. Prime's footsteps are soft behind her. Prime? She's spent this whole time agonizing over herself, with barely a thought paid to how Prime was faring out in the world, or what might go wrong, or what she's missing. But what could she have done if she had? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. The helplessness that provokes is unbearable for the moment she allows herself to dwell on it. Her subconscious must have known and accepted that, and turned to the proximal issues. The lunch was uneventful, Prime says from behind and above her by way of greeting. The mayor postured a little, but accepted the timeline we gave her, as well as the argument that leading with everything is stretching and we don't know why would have been a non-starter. That's good. Tamsin tips her head back. Prime looks immaculate, not exhausted, not overwhelmed. Anything else I need to know? Mostly that the other department heads were happy to dominate the conversation, but even happier that you're still the actual lead on the investigation. They get all the career-advancing attention and name-making, none of the actual risk. Prime smiles. Exactly. Her hand brushes against the top of Tamsin's head. It's patronizing, like petting a cat. Penrose slinks around Prime's legs and sits next to Tamsin, purring softly. Tamsin decides not to pull away. It's nice, even, if she lets it be. "How are you feeling?" Prime asks, hand falling back to her side. "Ready to try again," Tamsin says. She gets to her feet, grimacing at how stiff her legs are. A glance at the oven clock shows she's been down there on the floor for at least 2 hours. She moves into the hall, the better to hide that there are 2 of them, just in case. "Try what?" Prime asks, following. "Going outside. Whatever happened today, it's not happening again." She means to sound firm, determined, but it comes out nervous. She eyes the door warily and is rewarded with a warning flutter in her chest. Absolutely not. Penrose follows them from the kitchen, rubbing his cheek along her calf. His teeth scrape against her skin lightly. He hasn't been outside more than 5 times since she bought him. If faced with an open door, he avoids it. It hasn't seemed to harm him any. But Penrose doesn't have to stand up at a press conference in 6 days. Tamsin fires up her phone, checking for missed calls, emails. None of the former, a few of the latter. A new salon appointment ahead of the press conference. Nothing from Lachlan. Good. "What do you need from the store?" she asks. "The trip's short. A good test run." Prime frowns at her. "I can give you a list," she says slowly, "but maybe you should start with something smaller. Proof of concept. Your reaction this morning was intense." "It won't happen again," Tamsin says, pulling up her notes app. "There's no precedent for anything like it. No reason for it to repeat." "You don't know that yet." Prime reaches out, covers Tamsin's wrist with her hand. "Set a timer. 5 minutes. Check the front yard, and if you're feeling good after that, then go to the store. I'll have the list ready when you are." Tamsin clenches her jaw, then nods. It's reasonable. Entirely reasonable. She cues up the timer and is reaching for the door when she hesitates again. Going outside does have real risks, risks she's not being cognizant of. "Can we swap clothing?" Tamsin asks, turning from the door. Prime blinks. "We can," she agrees. "Would that make you feel safer?" Her voice is curious, not empathetic. It's as if she's observing an experiment. She is, isn't she? It's far preferable to concern, and Tamsin nods. It's a reasonable precaution. We don't know if Lachlan is watching, or somebody else who just saw you come in, who will notice you've suddenly done a costume change. Prime doesn't ask if that's really likely,
And it's impossible to tell if it's because she's humoring Tamsin or takes Tamsin at her word about the danger Lachlan poses. Instead, she goes to the guest bathroom, then holds out a hand. Come on, it'll be more efficient this way. Tamsin joins her, though it's a tight fit. Her back to Prime, she strips down, then holds out a hand behind her to take Prime's clothing. She can feel Prime, though they rarely touch, her warmth, the static electricity of her skin. To her surprise, it's more comforting than uncomfortable, though she doesn't relish being half naked in front of anybody, her own mirror image included. When Prime's clothing, her clothing, this is Tamsin's clothing, she shouldn't think of it as Prime's, is in place, Tamsin feels somehow armored. The sweater's collar chafes gently against the front of her throat, and she feels steadier than she did 5 minutes ago. Just the barest guard over the sliver of nerves that touching the front door had given her. It makes no sense. Once Prime pulls on Tamsin's clothing in turn, and they step back into the hall, she looks just as put together as she did before. It isn't like all the past days where Tamsin has never made it out of her loungewear. But it still works, maybe just thanks to a placebo effect, and Prime is watching, expectant. It's enough to get over whatever minor anticipatory hurdle remains. She starts the 5-minute timer on her phone, slips it into her pocket, and opens the front door. Tamsin steps outside. It's just a habit, her hermitage, not pathology. She reminds herself of that as the sun falls unobstructed on her skin. She isn't going to panic. She isn't going to collapse. She is going to be fine. She isn't fine. The terror swells, the world sprawling out around her in its thousands of miles, its vaulted atmosphere, the light pulse of traffic on her residential street.
It's all falling away from itself, or collapsing in, or both. She can't tell. She sways, clutching at the door frame behind her. In her pocket, her phone counts down, too slowly. 5 minutes. She can do 5 minutes. She's not on her knees yet, hasn't vomited on her stoop. She forces herself away from the door, down the step, into the garden. The landscaping company is coming soon. For now, it's scraggly, and all she can see are the tangled weeds, the unkempt rise and fall of native plants she's never cared for, but look good for an audience. Bees hum around her, and the sound drills into her skull. It takes everything in her not to curl in on herself or dash back into the house. She only avoids it by refusing to look up or out. Anything more than 10 feet away is too much. Her gaze fixes instead on the rosemary plant just beside her, ornamental and studded with the filmy evidence of bugs. She flinches when a car passes by. Lab fever. This is just lab fever. Too much time inside, focused on her work, not enough time looking out windows. She's been here before. It's never been this bad before. The human brain acclimates quickly to new circumstances and behaves strangely under stress. Paranoia is common during periods of duress. The solution is exposure. Every justification feels hollow, feels like she's papering over the real problem, a deep and unrelenting wrongness, a blaring alarm screaming that she needs to get back inside, that she needs to take shelter in the basement where there are no windows at all. The timer goes off. She fumbles for her phone with heavy, clumsy fingers, already hurrying back to the house. She's inside by the time she silences it, door slammed shut behind her, shoulders pressed to it as she gasps for air. "We're ordering delivery," Prime says. The anxiety is no better by Friday. She knows what it is now, the vibrato of her nerves that makes every minor inconvenience a calamity, that acidifies her blood and makes her whole self feel precarious. It's simple anticipation of disaster. She's tried the front yard 3 times now, most recently after the courier company had picked up the ultrasound and other equipment yesterday evening.
Each time, the panic crashed over her the moment she stepped outside, regardless of time of day, of weather, of the size of her goals. She made it a little longer each time by sheer force of will, but the last time was still only 15 minutes, and it took her half an hour to recover. The doctor's appointment this afternoon will be hell. She lets herself acknowledge that as she logs out of her laptop and heads upstairs to change. She'd allowed herself the comfort of soft things for the morning, but now it's time to gird herself. Before she can get to the guest bedroom, though, she spots Prime through the open guest bathroom door. Her hair, conditioned and glossy, is tucked into a neat chignon at the nape of her neck, and she's dressed in one of Tamsin's favorite work dresses. "What are you doing?" Tamsin asks, bypassing the bedroom. Prime looks up at her via the mirror, eyes bright, as she fastens on a bracelet. "Getting ready to go out. I don't want us both out at the same time." Prime frowns a little, turning to face her. "I thought you'd be staying in." Tamsin's frown echoes hers. It's not like Prime to forget things. "I have that doctor's appointment." "I know. I'm handling it for you." The blood drains from Tamsin's face, even as her chest eases at the mere idea of not going out. "We didn't discuss that," she says. "Not directly, no," Prime confirms. Tamsin looks away, jaw quivering with unnameable emotion. Relief? Fear? Confusion? No, bigger than all of those, more amorphous, more all-consuming. "It's kind of you to offer, but you can't do this for me. This isn't like a lunch." "No, it isn't," Prime agrees. When Tamsin looks at her again, Prime is still primping, applying lipstick now. Her hand is steady, and when she's done, she adds, "This is more important. So far, it's only the situs inversus that distinguishes us, but we're not medically trained. There could be other differences, and if there are, you're the one who we know diverges from the norm." Tamsin is caught on "we're not medically trained." She isn't, of course, but Prime isn't trained in anything. It's an odd phrase to apply to herself. Technically factual, and yet. And then the rest of Prime's argument settles in. "You said it's a rare but understood condition," she says warily, "with no knock-on effects." "It is. But I thought you'd appreciate the privacy. That's why you never sent my blood out to a lab, right? You were afraid they'd find something strange about me. I'm only returning that care." Prime turns to her and gently cups Tamsin's cheek. Tamsin flinches away, baring her teeth. "If you want to go, I won't stop you, but I thought you would like to keep some of this to yourself." She's only being kind. "If I don't go, they won't be able to figure out what's wrong with me," Tamsin says. "Do you want them to?" Prime asks. Tamsin's frown intensifies. "Yes," she says, "because she's supposed to." "Yes," she thinks, and then, maybe? She wants to be better, but does she want this breakdown in her medical history? The onset has been so sudden, so rapid, and she can't give any details about what has been going on in her life. What if they assume it's a psychiatric crisis? What if they declare she should be in inpatient care? Lachlan won't stop them. She'd be trapped, picked apart to pieces. Her heart clenches, pulse spiking. It's just a physical, she reminds herself, this time. But the psychiatric evaluation is only a few days away. And then, if Prime goes today and Tamsin goes the next time, there might be discrepancies. Which means she needs to go today. She needs to go every time. And she needs to lie. Or, Prime goes every time and doesn't need to lie at all. She's human. She's stable, more stable than Tamsin feels. They can keep up their quiet regimen of exposing Tamsin to the outdoors, and Prime can tell the doctors just enough to get the guidance they'll need to figure out the rest. Prime is watching her with endless patience. She is as clever as Tamsin is. In under 2 weeks, she's caught up to Tamsin not only in knowledge, but in planning, anticipation, drive.
They might as well be indistinguishable. You should go, Tamsin says. I don't want them intruding. She's never wanted anybody intruding, not house guests, not Lachlan, and certainly not doctors. She can feel nitrile-clad hands on her, thermometers, speculums, scalpels. Every tiny indignity combined with the risk of being found out, of the doctor wanting to know more, wanting to dig deeper. Her face burns with disgust and anger, but Prime is right there, smiling at her. Another option, another way out. We'll figure it out together, Prime says, and turns back to the mirror to finish applying her face. Tamsin does not give Prime her phone. It's silly, since Tamsin just turns it off the moment Prime is in the town car, like she did on Wednesday, but too much of her life exists on it. Prime's face can unlock it. The real world is already at Prime's fingertips as she rides to the physician's office, but Tamsin's digital footprint is the one thing beyond the basement Tamsin can still keep for herself. She turns the inert phone over and over again in her hands. Her laptop sits closed on the dining room table. She has no way of tracking Prime's movements, no way of listening in on what she tells the doctors. When Prime comes home, she'll only have Prime's word to rely on. It will be enough. It has to be enough. Either she's right that she can trust Prime, or Tamsin is already screwed. She sets her phone down and gets up, stretching. She still needs to shower, and there's work to be done in the basement. She wants to go over the camera footage again. She hasn't had the opportunity to order a thermal imaging camera, but there's a night mode setting on the newer one that picks up near infrared.
If she can rig an emitter from what she has in the house, it might be able to pick up on something new. The day spools out before her, uninterrupted now by meetings and press conference prep and the certainty that Lachlan is monitoring her activity, ensuring she's jumping high enough. It's almost as if she's a ghost. Nobody will know what she does during this time, and nobody will care, because to all appearances, she's somewhere else. Why didn't she think of this sooner? The relief is absolutely narcotic. She wanders to the living room, trying to remember what she used to do on days off, back when she allowed herself days off. It's been so long that she hardly remembers. Nail appointments and salon visits, of course, and she hasn't gone to either of those in some time. She used to go for runs, too, and read for pleasure, though she feels as if she doesn't recognize half the titles on her carefully curated bookshelves. Did she really just buy these to look nice? A thud and scuffle intrude on her daydreaming. The two Penroses are tussling in the hall. One gives a low growl, and Tamsin frowns, trying to discern if the tussle is actually a fight. When she takes a step toward them, they leap apart. One races for the bedrooms upstairs. The other slinks off toward the kitchen. She's never had more than one cat at a time. She has no idea if this is normal. Luckily, she doesn't need to figure out everything on her own. She retrieves her phone from the dining room table and goes to unlock it. Strange, her phone is off. It must have run out of battery. Did she not plug it in overnight? But when Tamsin takes it into the kitchen and plugs it in, it acts like it's off, not drained. Experimentally, she powers it up. It's at 83% battery. Something itches at the back of her brain, but before she can root it out, her phone begins to buzz. Lachlan Woodfield blooms onto her screen. Her pulse quickens, memories of being in Lachlan's arms washing over her, the way those gloved hands had felt in her hair. She swipes accept. "Dr. Rivers," Lachlan greets. She does not sound pleased. "Lachlan," she replies, "is something wrong? Would you care to tell me why your phone is showing as being at your home, even though your appointment is scheduled to begin in 10 minutes? You suspected it was being tracked," she reminds herself. "You turned it off to avoid this, and then forgot about it," she realizes a moment later, and her throat tightens in sudden panic. "Dr. Rivers?
Lachlan prompts. No answer is more suspicious than a haphazard answer. Lachlan is too attuned to her. Tamsin forces herself to speak around an adrenaline stricture. I'm on my tablet right now, Wi-Fi calling. The tablet is one of the few older model items she still has lying around. She's fairly confident it doesn't have location tracking capabilities, nothing that Lachlan could co-opt. My phone's been having issues. I decided to do a backup and reinstall the OS, and I left it home to complete. Your phone was deactivated until a few minutes ago, then came back online, Lachlan says, unimpressed. Tamsin doesn't flinch. It must have just finished reinstalling. Lachlan is silent. I'm in the waiting room. If you don't believe me, call the doctor's office. I'm sure they'll be happy to confirm. She hopes Prime is on time. She hopes Lachlan doesn't call her bluff. Please stay on the line, Lachlan says, and puts her on hold. Tamsin wanders to the dining room in a daze, sitting down heavily at the table. She runs her hand over her closed laptop. It's the first undeniable memory lapse she's had since... Kaling? No, there was something else, something that happened after Lachlan's house call. But she was so distraught, so overwhelmed. Better to chalk that up to the obliterating effects of the panic attack, whatever it was. She pulls up the Notes app on her phone and jots down the issue with the tracking, though. The quality of sound from her speaker changes. Lachlan is back. The front desk staff confirm that they can see you, she says without preamble. The cold venom in her voice has drained away. Now she just sounds tired. They do say you don't appear to be on a call, however. Prime's hair is in a bun, but not pulled back tight from her face. Bluetooth earbud, she says, this lie slipping much more easily from her lips. Lachlan is unlikely to call the office back, let alone run both simultaneously to ask after mouth movement. Besides, how else would I be talking to you right now? Tamsin checks the time. Still 2 minutes until the appointment, and it will, almost certainly, start late. She can't duck out yet. While I have you, Lachlan says, I want to set up another time for us to meet. Outside of your house, if you would. Tonight, at Perigee. Tonight, unless it's substantially far into the evening, may not give Prime enough time to get home, up to date, and sent back out. It would probably have to be Tamsin, and she... No, she can't go, not even to see Lachlan again. Not even to see... She doesn't want to see Lachlan. What if Lachlan notices something is wrong? Not tonight, Tamsin says. In case they start me on something, or any of the tests run long. Tomorrow? It has been a long time, you're right, and I've been wanting to try the new fall menu. Lachlan is quiet for a few seconds, then agrees. Tomorrow. 4. I'll see you then. Crisis averted. Tamsin eases back in her chair, then checks the time again. Realistically, there's more time to kill, but she's not sure how else to extend this. They're calling me back, Tamsin says. I have to go. Good luck, Dr. Rivers, Lachlan says, and hangs up. Tamsin goes to add the event to her calendar. The app prompts her to copy the details over from their last outing 4 months ago. The appointment is not a short one. Lachlan had blocked out 3 hours on her calendar, one of the last things Tamsin notes before putting her phone aside. 3 hours, plus transit time, until Prime returns. Longer if the appointment runs over and Prime misses her scheduled pickup. If Prime misses that, Tamsin will have no way of knowing. It's not her responsibility. Prime is clever. She'll figure it out. And what is her responsibility right now? No work? No phone calls? The press conference, perhaps, but the most she can do to prepare is to try going outside for a little longer today. Too risky before Prime gets home. No, she has time. Protected, contiguous, glorious time. She should go rest. Take care of herself. That's what Prime is buying for her. More than time alone. Privacy to get better without interference. But she's not tired. She goes down to the basement and takes food and water with her. On the camera playback, Tamsin leans against the door for hours. There's no change the whole way through, but she keeps it playing anyway. Her research showed no reliable way to build an infrared emitter of the type she needs, so she's put in an order for a thermal camera. She'll resume the darkness testing when it arrives in a few days. Until then, the cameras are just company, the footage oddly comforting. Maybe because it shows her in a moment she almost remembers. Tamsin's notes cover the walls. They go beyond the sinking. There's very little left to be discovered about that. It is happening at a consistent rate, and it does not thin the walls as it happens. It is happening, and Tamsin has run out of ways to find out why. But that's inspiring, not galling. To be in the basement is to be immersed, to be curious again, like a child. She gives herself over to it, gladly. The day stretches out, unmeasured. Prime returns eventually. The basement door is unlocked, and Prime appears on the stairs. "Clean bill of health," she announces. Tamsin barely looks up from where she's running a series of analyses on some of the node chamber datasets she'd taken 3 months ago and hadn't had a chance to get back around to, plotted against more recent ones. "You have drinks with Lachlan tomorrow," she says. "The bar is called Perigee."
"Did you have any trouble getting home?" "I called a cab," Prime says, picking her way down the stairs. "We finished early, and I didn't feel like waiting." Prime drifts to one of the walls, peering up at her fresh notations. "Do you really think that drinks with Lachlan is a good idea? The department heads are one thing, but her. She suggested it, and she'll be suspicious if I cancel." "Tell her you're on bed rest," Prime says more firmly. "When did you talk to her?" "While you were in the waiting room at the doctor." Tamsin sighs and pushes back from her computer. "I wasn't thinking." Turned the phone back on. She called immediately to ask why I wasn't where I was supposed to be. "That's concerning. Not unexpected." Tamsin shrugs. "But bed rest. You said they gave you a clean bill of health. And Lachlan will almost certainly get a hold of the records from today." "I can't." "Clean bill of health in general. In specific, they agreed that it sounded like I was fatigued. They advised taking it easy until the psychiatric appointment." "That might be enough, then," Tamsin concedes, "especially if she wants me fresh and functional for the press conference. But surely you could manage drinks." "Drinks? Yes. With Lachlan Woodfield? You told me to be wary of her, Tamsin. And you have a long history together, a history I don't know." "I could tell you," Tamsin says. "It's a problem easily fixed, and telling would be like draining an abscess. Not having to be the only one holding the leash on all her wariness, her fear, her longing for things to be different. The projects we've worked on, how involved she's been. It varies. This is the most she's ever intervened, you know. Before this, we were cordial. I performed, she observed. She helped grease the wheels when it was in Myrika's interests. We never touched." She reaches for details, crystalline moments, and realizes that she can't recall any. Forgettable. They were all forgettable, except for the impression they left. "She's dangerous," Tamsin adds softly. "She was just never dangerous to me before. I liked knowing that." Prime watches her closely, then shakes her head. "That's not going to be enough," she says. "Not for something face-to-face. But we could start smaller. I could take over the evening check-ins. You could listen in, correct me if I behave noticeably. That's reasonable." And yet, Tamsin hesitates, unsure. Knowing how Lachlan feels, sorting out what she might be suspicious of, that's not something it's safe to delegate, is it? Prime's original point still stands. "I'm not sure," she says. "Maybe. I should try to go to Perigee, though." "Oh, but it's underground." She runs her tongue along her teeth. "Last time I was there, the subsidence hadn't impacted it yet. If Lachlan's suggesting it, it's probably still fine." "But wait, that can't be right.
The last time she was there was 4 months ago, well before the sinking started. Of course it hadn't been impacted. Why would she remember that? She frowns, looking down at her phone's lock screen. Prime taps the wall, then turns to face her fully. "You should be resting," she says, "especially if you want to try going out." That's also reasonable, but unacceptable. This is rest, she says, play, almost. I've put aside the matter of the subsidence for now. I'm just exploring. It's hard to articulate, and Tamsin hopes that she and Prime are similar enough at the core that Prime will understand. Fear twinges at the base of her spine. If Prime doesn't understand? If Prime herds her up to bed? "All right," Prime says, "I suppose stopping you would be cruel." Her expression softens. "You seem happier." And she is. She feels good. Like a great weight has been taken off her shoulders. Tamsin smiles, then retrieves her phone. "I'll cancel the drinks meeting altogether," she says. "Log you into my work laptop for the evening. Do you think you can handle emails and analysis?" "Of course," Prime says. And she looks happy, too. Lachlan accepts her apology. They don't reschedule. Tamsin gets back to work. The basement waits for her. The door stands forgotten on the far wall. There are 25 steps between the hallway and the basement floor, and each one requires careful traversal. She has 100 new ideas, innovations, opportunities. So what if Lachlan has pulled the plug on the communications project? So what if it winds up not being a temporary emergency measure? Even with the deep node labs taken from her, she still has a roaring font she can draw from. It's been years since she's felt like this. Or perhaps she's never felt like this. It's the best flow she's ever been in, the most stimulating debate. She barely remembers to feed herself. Dragging herself up the stairs feels like an impossibility. But Prime is there for her, making sure she eats the food that lays abandoned on her desk, urging her to come up and wash at least once a day. And then they sit together in the living room, and they discuss her ideas, and Prime's findings on the subsidence problem. Prime writes up 2 memos that weekend, Tamsin watching over her shoulder, a theory of how to predict new pockets of distortion, and a preliminary explanation of the mechanism at work. It's good work, as good as Tamsin's. Prime helps Tamsin prepare for the press conference, too, when Tamsin can stand to think about it. Tamsin rehearses what she's meant to say, and Prime gives notes. Prime completes the mock-ups and sound bites that the PR department has assigned her, and Tamsin signs off on every piece. Each day, Tamsin goes and stands in the front yard. She never makes it longer than 15 minutes, but each time, Prime tells her, they'll just try again. And in the evenings, she's still the one to talk to Lachlan. Prime sits nearby and listens in. Their conversations are short, polite. Lachlan asks if she's been sleeping better, and Tamsin says yes. She has always been an excellent liar. Tamsin's phone buzzes. Kara. Meeting starting, it says, along with 2 calendar reminders. It's Monday morning. Tamsin doesn't know how long she's been awake, but it's long enough that her eyes are burning. The thermal camera arrived yesterday, and her only break since she got it set up was a half-hour period where she left the basement, turned off the lights after her, and managed to shower. That was 3 hours ago, she's fairly certain, and she hasn't had time to review the footage yet, even though she's been back in the basement for about an hour and a half. Her chest aches, another sure sign she hasn't slept recently. But she's dressed, at least, in something approaching workwear. Nothing objectionable, though perhaps already a bit wrinkled for a morning call. It will have to do. She does still have responsibilities, even if they chafe. Prime can only handle so much for her. Her work laptop is upstairs, and so is coffee. But she doesn't have the time. Her personal laptop is technically set up for the appropriate VPN access, so she switches out of the section she's partitioned and encrypted for her basement research and loads up the main segment. She's calling into the meeting less than a minute later. "Sorry for the delay, everybody," she says, "got a bit caught up." If there was chatter before her arrival, there isn't any now. An array of faces peer back at her. Some she recognizes, others are strangers. "Where are you calling from?" Valdez asks. Tamsin glances over her shoulder at the white walls covered in inked observations and calculations. It's a very bright room, and on camera she's a bit overexposed. It's hard to make out the substance of her notes. "My basement," she says. "The stairs are not in view, and neither is the door." She maybe should have made the trek upstairs, but there really wasn't time. And it's fine. It's fine. This is so much easier. "Any updates overnight?" she asks. At first, nobody speaks, but then Aidan Davis jumps in, bringing everybody up to speed on applying Tamsin's Prime's new predictive approach to the modeling efforts.
According to a researcher named Jordan Cherry, samples are finally being taken and should be in the lab by the afternoon. Cherry speaks like they know each other, addressing her with an irritating amount of familiarity. Tamsin doesn't recognize them in the slightest. She doesn't shut down that familiarity, though. It's not worth it. Not when the first instance of a within-city infrastructure break was reported overnight, albeit in an area with pre-existing seismological concerns. The partial collapse of an old parking garage. Nobody was injured. For now, the news is saying it's just a tragic accident, but they all know the noose is tightening. Tomorrow, their findings go public. There's so much to go over. "I know we're operating under a tight time limit," she assures them as the meeting wraps up, "but we're making strong progress. Thank you, everybody. I'll talk to you after tomorrow's press conference." Video blocks blink out as people leave the room. A red notification bubble hovers over the chat toggle. Cherry has sent her a message. "Are you feeling okay?" She closes the call without answering. Marika Dynamics records say Cherry has been working in her department for at least 3 years. There are photos of them together on the internet, at press conferences and donor events. She clicks through each one with growing horror. Tamsin knew them. Tamsin has forgotten them. This goes beyond forgetting the nature of her connection to Nikia Kaling last week. Have there been other lapses? How often? How close to one another? She should start a list, the better to keep track of these memory gaps. She opens her Notes app. There's a list already started. Forgot the need to keep phone powered down while Prime was acting in my stead. That's it. For a moment it lightens the load, but then she looks at the timestamp, 3 days ago, and realizes there's another explanation. Forgot existence of list of memory gaps, she types. Forgot Jordan Cherry. She tries to think back further. Forgot salon appointment. Forgot relationship history with Nikia Kaling. Prime, she calls, heart thudding in her chest as she stares at the list. Prime. No answer. She gets up on unsteady legs and mounts the stairs. Her thighs burn from the effort. Upstairs, the hall seems to yawn away in both directions, and she shakes her head fiercely to clear it. When she looks again, everything is normal. That's happened before, too, but only during a panic attack. She's not that far gone right now. And the panic attacks and the forgetting aren't related, are they? Except there was something that afternoon. She'd had something in her hand, hadn't she? And then when she'd looked, it had been gone. Her head aches. She rubs at the bridge of her nose. Prime, she calls again. And again there's no response. She fumbles with her phone, opens up the camera feed from the bedroom that she hasn't looked at in how long? It's felt pointless ever since she started letting Prime move freely around the house. The app loads, but the feeds are offline. No cameras detected. She's frowning at the words, wondering if they've somehow gotten disconnected from the Wi-Fi, when a calendar reminder drops from the top of the screen. Psychiatric appointment, 10:30 a.m., today. Prime is already gone. Did Prime tell her she was going out?
Tamsin doesn't even remember making the appointment, but of course, Lachlan made it, according to the calendar details. The thought of Lachlan makes her reach for the power button, but she hesitates. The list. She needs to update the list. She thumbs over to Settings and turns on airplane mode, shuts down Bluetooth connectivity. She's not sure if that alone is enough, but it will have to be. Noting down what she's forgotten only once she realizes it's gone isn't enough. She needs to set up alerts, reminders. She needs to write down the narrative of what's happened to her, just in case. The basement, and Prime's arrival, and her apparently accelerating decline. There's a narrative in process on her laptop, but it's too hard to update in the moment. And if she's right, she's forgetting things frequently. She sags against the wall, thumbs flying as she taps out everything she remembers, everything she can think of. She uses code as best she can, then stops when she realizes she could potentially forget the code entirely. Panic nips at her heels, but she stomps on it. There's no time for panic, only action. A knife. She'd had a knife that afternoon last week. She can remember the weight of it, and Prime's bedroom in front of her. The details are hazy, but she knows the knife had been there, up until it hadn't been. Prime's never mentioned the knife. What happened? Tamsin keeps typing. When she reaches the end at last, it's been over an hour. Her body hurts. Her eyes burn. She stares down at the scroll of text she's made and wishes she could at least encrypt it. But then she might forget how to access it. Groaning, she powers the phone off and slips it into her pocket. She takes a few stumbling steps toward the kitchen, her legs heavy and half asleep. Water, calories, and then sleep. It won't fix this, but it'll at least help her headache, and she needs to keep her strength up. She's at the entrance to the kitchen when she hears a soft trill behind her. Turning, she sees Penrose sitting on the steps. One Penrose. The two cats don't spend all their time together, just as Tamsin and Prime don't. But they're often both within eyeshot at any given moment. And as Tamsin turns in a circle, she doesn't see the other one. The world tilts, just a little. The panic begins to wriggle again beneath her heel. She scoops the cat up in her arms, and he doesn't protest. She has a carrier, she knows, but she can't remember where she put it. That might be just normal forgetfulness, or it might be this swallowing, all-consuming thing. She forces away the thought. She needs more data. Penrose allows himself to be carried through the house. First the ground floor, then up, into every bedroom, every closet. He doesn't purr. He waits her out, then begins to squirm when her grip tightens, when her breathing quickens. Back in the first-floor hallway, she lets him down. There is only one Penrose. Tamsin. Prime stands in the entryway, back from the psychiatrist's office. It's entirely likely event that the other Penrose slipped out the front door with her, or any of the times Tamsin has tried to wait out her agoraphobia. He's never done it before, but there's a reason he's chipped and vaccinated. Accidents happen. Erratic behavior happens. And yet, one of the cats is gone, she says. She doesn't know which one. Her hands curl into fists at her sides, as if they can clutch on to reality, to the world as it was an hour ago, a day ago, a week ago. Prime frowns. She's holding a small bag. Her hair gleams, professionally treated. Are you sure? Yes. No. I don't. Prime can't help her. Or she could, but there's too much to catch her up on, and Tamsin's gaze has already drifted back to the basement door. There were two cats. There are two of them. Tamsin knows where Prime came from. Prime calls her name as she all but runs for the basement. The stairs are treacherous, and she nearly trips as she pelts them, grasping the railing. The lights are blinding, and there is nowhere for a cat to hide. The room is empty. The door is solid and untouchable, save for the ink and blood still stubbornly clinging to its impossible surface. She grabs the doorknob, twists, heaves. She pulls with all her weight, and the door doesn't move. But she remembers Prime walking out of it. She remembers, what, a dream, where the door opened and blackness spilled out? She's certain the missing Penrose left not through the front door, but through this. Prime is on the stairs now, saying something. Tamsin doesn't care. That door is going to open. She's going to figure out how it works, even if it kills her.
Maintain a baritone pitch with a warm, confident, and highly engaging tone. The style should prioritize deep emotional connection and psychological tension. The need builds up behind her clenched teeth, perfuses her chest and belly with a burning fire, blots out everything else in the world that she no longer has time for. The door is going to open today. She retrieves the drill she used to core out the walls. She loads her largest drill bit. Prime's heels click on the steps as she eases her way down. "What are you doing?" she presses. "Tamsin, talk to me." "Experimenting," she snaps and strides to the door. She looks it up and down, considering her plan of attack. She could try to drill out the knob itself. That's probably the best way to get rid of the lock mechanism. But she won't have much time, only as long as she can keep her eyes on it, and wood is softer than metal. She pushes the bit against the door, just below the knob. The motor whines to life. "Tamsin!" The drill bites into the wood, and she hauls on the trigger. Sawdust and splinters fling out in all directions, some brushing over her cheeks, many landing in her hair. She keeps her eyes open wide, refusing to blink. The world around her contracts, tunnels. It's like she's being dragged from the door, and she holds on, pushing forward, forward. Surely the door can't go on forever. Surely it can't heal itself. As long as she doesn't look her. Her shaking hands slip. The drill jerks sideways. There is a sharp crack, and then pain, searing pain, and her face is wet, and her eyes close reflexively. The world is brilliant light, even through the lids. When she tries to look again, one of her eyes sees nothing but red, and the other one sees that the door is untouched. Tamsin is numb. Shock is a useful analgesic. The only painkillers she'd had on hand, stronger than ibuprofen, were 2 Vicodins left over from a dental procedure a few years past. She's taken one. Prime won't let her have the other yet. But she did give Tamsin a tiny white pill. Valium, she'd said, from the show I put on for the psychiatrist. It's starting to kick in, but she's still shaking. "Ambulance," Tamsin says, not for the first time. She's been repeating it since Prime dragged her, screaming, from the basement. "Professionals." "No," Prime says, irritated, no longer patient. She has Tamsin seated in the dining room, one of the bright basement lamps hauled up to better show off the damage Tamsin has done to herself. The light hurts, even with the wad of gauze she's holding gingerly against her face, even with the pain medication. Her head is pounding. They've already managed to irrigate it, get most of the shrapnel and sawdust out, but some of the broken drill bit is lodged in the eye itself. Her left. She can feel the metal spike every time she tries to look somewhere other than straight ahead, every time she blinks. She can't close her eyelids. The light always gets through. The press conference is in less than 24 hours. Her breathing hitches, panic breaking through the numbness as she sees it in full, bloody color, standing at the podium, incoherent, her eye a pit of shredded meat, everybody watching. Tamsin. Tamsin snaps back into her body, from psychic pain to physical agony, and she whimpers, even as she focuses as best she can on Prime. Prime crouches down in front of her. "You'll regret it if I call them," Prime murmurs, voice softer now. It's the first time she said anything beyond, "You don't really want that, you're panicking, it will be okay. It will go on your medical record. Lachlan's concern will increase. I won't be able to take your place anymore. But we have other options, Tamsin. We can take care of this. Come up here and lie down, please." She pats the dining table. Tamsin looks at it, then back at Prime. There are supplies jumbled on a nearby chair. Tamsin hadn't looked at them when Prime brought them, head empty of everything except a blaring, repeating, "This can't be happening." There are coils of rope on the chair, a glint of metal, smaller than a kitchen knife, but just as sharp. "I need my phone," she says. "Come here, Tamsin." She stands, but not to obey. Her phone, it's probably in the kitchen. She can get to it. Call 911, call Lachlan, call anybody else. Prime means well, but she doesn't understand. Prime's hand closes on her shoulder. "Lie down," she says, and steers Tamsin to the table. The force of being turned around makes her head spin. Prime's hands are firm as she helps Tamsin sit on the top, then stretch out on her back. The change in angle sends a fresh wave of searing pressure through her skull. Both eyes tear. Prime leaves her side, but not for long. The first rope is cast over her chest. "It will need to come out," Prime says, and hauls tight. The rope pins Tamsin's upper arms to the table. Her hand drags away from her face, smearing blood and dropping the soaked gauze. The light bludgeons her optic nerve. "No, no, we're not medically trained," Tamsin pleads, parroting in horror what Prime had told her on Friday. "No, but I'm a quick study, and it's too risky to leave things as is. We can't manage an infection." Her smile is probably meant to be reassuring, but it only makes Tamsin whimper, thrash. Everything feels far away and too close all at once. Her body is heavy and numb and on fire. The Valium? Was it Valium? She didn't read the label. Widens the distance between impulse and action. She can't fight. She needs to fight. "Let me go," she begs. Prime reaches for another length of rope. "Lachlan," Tamsin says. "Lachlan, we can trust her." "That's not what you've told me before." The rope cinches. Tamsin can't see how Prime is tying the knots, but she is sure and certain and fast. Like she's practiced this before. When could she have practiced it? Why would she have practiced it? "I'm a coward," she gasps. "We are cowards. It's easy not to trust. But if we tell Lachlan, Lachlan will keep the secret. She will do what needs to be done. It might mean changes, but I will not be dragged to a lab to be taken apart like a thing," Prime says curtly. "And you and I both know that's what would happen. You chose to lie to her. Every time. You agree with me." Tamsin remembers, wildly, sitting at this table and thinking about visection, about cutting Prime open to see what's inside. And if Prime only knew, perhaps she'd want to return the favor. Maybe Prime does know. Rope tightens across her ankles, and all she can do is thrash her head, but every attempt is agony. She's panting, gasping, hyperventilating. And why can't Lachlan be here? Why can't she intervene? Unexpected and unwanted, but oh God, she wants Lachlan here, needs her here. Please.
Every phone call was wasted, and Prime had been there for all of them, hadn't she? Watching, waiting, and if Tamsin had just gotten up the courage, what would Prime have done then? Prime gets a last length of rope. It is rough against Tamsin's forehead. She's begging, babbling now, unsure of what she's saying. And then the world grows quieter as Prime slides barely used foam yoga blocks under the rope on each side of her head. She pushes them toward one another, trapping Tamsin's skull, forcing her to stare straight up into her double's inverted face, backlit and shadowed. "Don't do this," she whispers. Prime offers a soft smile as reassurance. It doesn't touch her eyes. "This is for the best, Tamsin," Prime says. "Trust me, our interests are the same. They always have been." It rings true, cutting through the panic, but Tamsin doesn't understand, and it's impossible to trust. Impossible to cling to. "Why don't I believe you?" she asks. "Because you don't trust yourself," Prime answers. The ropes ratchet tighter, tighter, until she thinks she might burst. She can't move, except to wiggle her fingertips. She can barely speak. Her breathing has grown so erratic. Beside Tamsin's head, Prime lays out supplies. Tamsin can't see what they are. She can't see anything except for Prime's silhouette and the blinding light beyond.
"Now," Prime says, voice steady and even as she raises her other hand, metal gleaming between her fingers. "It's very important that you stay completely still. You can do that for me, can't you?" The scalpel descends. After, Prime moves her to the primary bedroom. The curtains are pulled tight and the lights are low. Prime has made a nest of pillows to keep her head elevated, to keep her from rolling over in the night, to keep her. She doesn't want to be touched. Really, but she doesn't want to be touched ever again. Her throat is hoarse. Her hands twitch on top of the comforter. She takes small sips from the meal replacement shake Prime holds to her lips, then shudders and thinks she might throw up. Prime pets her hair, fingers scraping lightly when they pass over the bandages wound tight around Tamsin's skull. Tamsin wishes she could pull away, but doesn't. "You did very well," Prime says. "So well. So good for me." Tamsin answers with a low moan. Prime sets the bottle aside. "Phone," Tamsin manages. "Lachlan." Prime moves as if to stand, then hesitates. "Do you still intend to ask for her help?" "Yes." "No," she says, "but she'll call." Prime chews at her lower lip, then nods. When she leaves the room, the door remains open. Tamsin considers running. This is not the first time she's been afraid since Prime arrived, but it is the first time that she's feared Prime this starkly. And yet, it was her own panic and mistake that led to her injury. The injury had to be dealt with. In the morning, she might even agree with Prime's decision. In the morning, she's supposed to be at the press conference. In the morning, they're going to tell the whole city that it's sinking. She can't think straight, thoughts careening into one another, borrowing intensity, fading out before their time. All she's certain of is that she can't leave the house. Prime returns, holding out Tamsin's phone. Tamsin takes it with one shaking hand. It refuses to unlock for her face, and in the dark screen she can see the reflection of the white bandages. She bites down another moan of fear and taps in her code instead, trying not to think about how the phone will now recognize Prime, but not her. "Better not to call," Prime softly. "She'll be able to hear the pain in your voice. Not just the pain. Tamsin is certain she'll be able to hear the fibrous tearing of her optic nerve, the wet, almost insignificant plop of the eye hitting the table next to her head. She pants, resisting the urge to scream. "Ill text," Tamsin manages weakly. She pulls open the messenger app, taps on Lachlan's name, and then she stares at the too bright screen, wondering what to say. "Ask for help," she tells herself. "Here," Prime says, and Tamsin flinches, expecting her to reach for the phone. But she has a glass of water instead, and in her other hand, 2 tablets. The second Vicodin and something she doesn't recognize. "A sedative," Prime says when Tamsin doesn't take them. Lachlan probably already knows it's been prescribed. You can tell her you've taken one and won't be available this evening. "Why do you have that?" she rasps. "I told the doctors about your sleepwalking." Tamsin tries to frown, but it hurts too much. "I don't remember telling you about that." Each word tears at her throat. Prime sets the glass of water down and strokes her hair. This time, Tamsin does pull away, despite the throb of pain that results. "You did," Prime assures her. "In the hallway, after your panic attack. I was afraid you'd hurt yourself. Do you remember? The knife." She'd had a knife, but she'd never meant to hurt herself. She'd gone to Prime's room, hadn't she? Or no, Lachlan had been there, had threatened her, and— "You thought it was your only option," Prime murmurs, seeing her agony. "But it's not. You aren't well, Tamsin. You know you aren't well. You can't do this alone. Please, let me help you." She needs help. There are so few options available to her, and her mind cannot be relied on. Her judgment is skewed. Had she really intended to hurt Prime? She can't remember why. She can barely think at all, and half her thoughts are emotions, not logic. Raw animal panic living beneath her civilized exterior. She can trust Lachlan, or she can trust a version of herself that isn't compromised. Slowly, she taps out a message. From Tamsin. Started. Medication. Hitting harder than expected. Will call tomorrow ahead of event. Prime reads over her shoulder. "You'll take my place?" Tamsin asks, looking up at her perfect face, the face that looks how hers should. Her hair, lustrous and beautiful and cared for. "Of course," Prime says, and Tamsin presses send, then sets the phone on the nightstand with one trembling hand. She parts her lips. Prime feeds her the pills and water. Tamsin swallows it all. They burn in her belly. Her missing eye screams in counterpoint. The fog rises over her. "Sleep," Prime murmurs, tucking her in. "You'll feel better in the morning. Everything will be easier." In the mirror, her face is drawn. Bandages wind around her head. Her hair is braided back from her face, but it is tangled, matted. She reaches out to touch the surface of the mirror, and it shudders beneath her fingertips. She's dreaming. She's been dreaming for what feels like forever, but might have only been a day. It depends on what she defines as dream. The hole in her head? Her reflection stepping out of this mirror? The downward pull of the city? It all makes sense by the logic of dreams. She doesn't recognize this bathroom. Ensuite? Guest? Downstairs powder room? Is it even hers, or is it institutional? A hint to her shattering mind that she's in a hospital somewhere. It could be any, all. The mirror ripples when she pushes against it, but it doesn't let her sink through. In the mirror, the bandages are smooth and cold. Her features warp and shift in the low light, and she thinks she sees herself smile. Tamsin jerks her hand away. When she turns her head, there's only absence, until she turns far enough and her remaining eye catches up.
The room is bigger than a hospital bathroom, she thinks. The tiles are vaguely familiar. But did she always have a shower head like that? Doesn't matter. Go back to bed. Bed, or beneath the coffee table, or down into the basement. That's how all her dreams end. But her slow rotation has brought her reflection back into view, and it catches her again. This time, she reaches up to touch herself. She expects to find the mirror in place of flesh. Cold water, shivering metal, nothing at all. Her fingers catch on the bandages. She finds the tape by how it pulls at her hair. It comes up in fits and starts, and then all at once. Cotton gauze falls, loose around her face, obscuring her remaining eye, and everything is gray and dark and whispering. And then it's gone. In her reflection, a yawning chasm of meat stares back at her where her eyes should be. It's the first time she's seen it, though she knew all along that it was there. But knowing and seeing are different, and now she leans in. The flesh is slick in parts, dried and clotted in others, and all of it is swollen, swollen, swollen. There are stitches in the depths. They are not even. She stands there, transfixed, for as long again as she has been dreaming. This reflection isn't her, but when she reaches up, her fingers touch raw tissue. She flinches, even though it doesn't hurt as much as she thought it might. She listens for the rasp of her own breathing. Somewhere, her phone is ringing. The sound draws her away from the mirror. She drifts through the doorway, into a hallway that stretches out forever. The lights are dim. She can't tell if it's day or night. Movement makes her head spin, her thoughts disjoint. There are so many doors in this hall. Have they all always been there? Are they all her doors? She doesn't know if this is her house, she reminds herself.
Maintain a baritone pitch with a warm, confident, and highly engaging tone. The style should prioritize deep emotional connection and psychological tension. She does know she's dreaming, and in dreams, don't proportions have a tendency to distort? University campuses covering hundreds of miles, science quads turning into meteor craters, her house into a labyrinth? Her phone is still ringing. She follows the sound because she can't trust anything else. She finds it sitting on a nightstand by a bed that stinks of sweat and blood and fear. But by the time she grabs it, it has fallen silent. The phone tries to read her face. It can't, and it can't, and it locks up without showing her who called. If there are words at all on the screen, they are too bright and too small to make out. But she can hear her breathing now. It is quick and pained. And her hand, where it grips her phone, is trembling and white. She's afraid. It washes over her as if on a delay, and it is elemental, writhing. She retreats from the nightstand, but she can't let go of the brick of metal and glass in her hand. The fear follows her back to the bathroom, back to the mirror, where she leans in once more. And then, there, floating out of the darkness, is her face, her true face, unmarred, familiar, vaguely concerned. It hovers just beside what she thought was her reflection. But when she shifts to line them up, the fake and the real, there is only her ruined face staring back at her again. Tamsin can't help but cry. It hurts as tears wick into the socket. A soft sound behind her, and then her true reflection is back, just behind her shoulder. Prime, come to fetch her,
Bad dreams? Prime asks. She is beautiful, immaculately made up, with no bandages, no tangles or damage in her shining, unbound curls. She comes around Tamsin's side, holding out her hand, entreating. Tamsin looks down at the phone, still clutched to her chest. It was ringing, she says. She pulls it away from her body, tilts it up. The phone refuses to recognize her face. I didn't see who it was. Prime is close now, and Tamsin can smell her own perfume. It's comforting, a soporific, and what an odd detail for a dream to preserve. But all her dreams lately have been so striking, so enticing. Let me see, Prime says, voice gentle and soft. She holds out a hand for the phone. There's a reason Prime doesn't have the phone already, but it evades the grasping fingers of Tamsin's mind, a bit of trash bobbing in the water, pushed away by the act of reaching for it. Do not give it to her, she reminds herself, even though she can't summon the logic behind it. It is not for her. Except it opens for Prime's face, not Tamsin's. It recognizes Prime only. But whoever was calling wanted to speak to Tamsin, didn't they? Did she want to speak to them? Is she supposed to be afraid right now? She thinks she is, but she can't tell if it's because of the missed call or because of Prime. There is so much she doesn't remember. But this is only a dream. She can change the ending. Or she can let it bear her up and along, uncaring of the destination. She will wake up in her bed, and she'll recognize her surroundings, and the world will go on. It always does. She's never been able to stop it. Tamsin lets go. The phone tips into Prime's hand. She is rewarded with a glowing smile, warm and welcoming, and the lights around them dim. It's only the two of them, alone in all the world. Prime slips the phone into a pocket. Her arms twine around Tamsin, and Tamsin lets herself fall. Her double cradles her, then lifts her up. Back to bed, I think, Prime murmurs against the crown of her head. Not a suggestion so much as a definition. Sleep. Tamsin will sleep. Her head lolls against Prime's shoulder. I'll take care of everything. The bathroom fades, transmutes to a hallway. It leads off into the darkness. From this angle, it looks different again, even though she knows she was just here. The bedroom isn't far. If she closes her eye, maybe she'll hear the phone ring again, and they'll be able to follow the sound home. They turn. Tamsin's head spins. The ground slides away, and they are descending, step after careful step. The motion rocks Tamsin to sleep. The air is cool and bright. The mid-morning sun makes her head ache, the pain sharpest in her empty eye socket, even beneath the fresh bandages. But she's too focused on everything around her to take much note of it. The rosemary bush beside her is tall and fragrant. Cars drive by every so often on the road just beyond the yard. It's chilly, and she thinks that one of the garments by the door was for her to wear against the temperature, but she can bear it a few more minutes, maybe longer. Because the world outside the house is expansive. Her mind is inundated with new stimuli with the slightest turn of her head. There is so much she doesn't know, so much she can learn. She takes another step away from the house. She wonders what is down the road. A noise behind her, the opening of the door to the house. She turns to the right to favor her eye. Dr. Rivers stands on the doorstep, expression hard. "Not," she cautions, voice low. "Come here." "Have I done something wrong?" she asks warily, even as she obeys. "It isn't safe for you out there," Dr. Rivers says, stepping away from the door so Nott can enter the building. "How did you get out?" "The door was open." "What do you mean, not safe?" "There are people out there who might hurt you," Dr. Rivers says. The door clicks shut. Nott itches to open it again, then pushes the nonsensical impulse aside. She's been having a lot of those. "Why?" she asks. "Who?" "There are not supposed to be two of me," Dr. Rivers says. She said it before, though usually with good humor. There's no humor now. "And for as long as I am here with you, away from my lab, there's the risk of people getting curious. The sooner I can trust you to remain here safely, the better for both of us. Do you understand?" Nott's existence, as far as she knows it, began a few days ago. But Dr. Rivers sometimes acts like it's been longer than that, and Nott has found it easier not to argue. There's so much she doesn't know about the world. Questions about herself feel insignificant. They are not insignificant to Dr. Rivers. Dr. Rivers insists on running test after test, personality inventories, and psychological evaluations and physical exams. Many of these she leaves Nott to do by herself down in the basement, with its bare white walls and its soft lights. Dr. Rivers is a busy woman. Today she's been on the phone or at her computer all morning. It's engrossing and distracting, whatever she's working on. It must have held her so captive that she had forgotten to lock the basement door, Nott realizes. That she could explore the house was unintentional. No wonder Dr. Rivers is frustrated. Her disappointment makes more sense if Nott has just done something wrong again. But nothing bad has come of it. That must count for something, right? "I understand," Nott says, because she does understand Dr. Rivers' specific argument, even if she doesn't understand the full context. She glances at the frosted window beside the door warily, then retreats deeper into the house. Dr. Rivers follows. "Besides," she says, "you need me to take care of your injury." Nott does not remember losing her eye. As far as she knows, she was born with a raw, gaping hole in its place, already securely bandaged. Somebody took care of her in the past. It's unclear if that has always been Dr. Rivers or not, but Dr. Rivers has two eyes, and there are no healing cuts on the skin of her face. And there are a few other physical differences between them, like how Dr. Rivers' hair is glossy and orderly, and Nott's is dull and matted. If Nott is patterned off of Dr. Rivers. Here, Dr. Rivers says. They are stopped not in front of the basement, but in front of a small room with porcelain fixtures inside. "Relieve yourself, and then I need—"
The basement is very deep, and the steps are high. Compared to the staircase she saw leading to the upper floor of the house, and the dimensions of the hall and the dining room where Dr. Rivers works, this room is odd. It looks stretched somehow. The paint on the walls is fresh. There is limited ventilation in the basement, and the trapped fumes make her head hurt when her injury isn't doing that on its own. The lights that ring the room remain on at all times, glowing down at her relentlessly, making it hard to sleep. But it's better than the alternative. And then there is the door. It looks like the other doors Nott has seen in the house, save for a few scrawled black marks on it and what looks like a patch of rust. It's made of wood, with a brass knob. She knows the names for these things instinctively and wonders at it. But mostly, she avoids looking at the door. She does not want to be near the door. It fills her with an instinctual dread, and she refuses to approach it to test if it gets worse or not. She doesn't need to. She's wary of what will happen if she does. Dr. Rivers has told her that she emerged from it, but Nott doesn't remember anything like that. One moment she didn't exist. The next, She was, well, it's blurry, but she doesn't think she was in the basement. It's one of the few things she's kept from Dr. Rivers, unwilling to share it until she knows what it means. A day or so after Knott first arrived, or at least became aware, Dr. Rivers had come down to the basement to check on her. They'd gone over some of the tests Knott had filled out, but Dr. Rivers had seemed distracted the whole time. There are 3 cameras in the basement, and she'd fussed with them as they spoke. Then, just before she left, Dr. Rivers had paused at the top of the stairs. There had been a soft click. The lamps had all gone out. For a moment, there'd been a shaft of light from the door at the top of the stairs, and then the silhouette of Dr. Rivers. And then nothing. Nothing but black. She scrambled to her feet, crying out, shouting Dr. Rivers' name. But the towering ceiling had only thrown her own voice back at her. She staggered away from the cot, only to lose all orientation after the first step. Her body felt like it was tipping, and she'd gone to her knees, bone striking cement when she misjudged how far down it was. Time stretched. She was reduced to the limits of her skin, and then beneath that to the pulsing of her blood and the ache in her skull. The room felt colder without the light. She shivered uncontrollably. She tried speaking to herself to break the oppressive silence that made the walls seem just beside her and miles away. But she had so little to say back then. She knew almost nothing. She'd repeated the inventory questions, bits of the texts Dr. Rivers had allowed her to read, things Dr. Rivers had said to her. At first it was rote, but then she focused in on them, saying them again and again, sorting through the words for an answer. Had she done something wrong? Tested poorly? She must have. She couldn't find the misstep, but there was no other explanation for the dark, for the silence, for the lack of direction. She'd been abandoned. Across from her, where she knew the cameras were and the door, came a soft sound, the faintest click of a latch being undone. She'd recoiled, instinct seizing her limbs and dragging her back, away to the farthest wall she could find. She couldn't see the door, but she knew exactly where it was, could feel the weight of it. It wasn't open yet. There was no breath of air through its frame, and nothing in the basement changed. But it still pulled on her. A gravity well, an implacable, terrible call. She'd turned to face the wall and pressed her face to the stinking paint. Dr. Rivers had found her like that hours later, and she'd looked disappointed. Dr. Rivers still hasn't told her what she'd been testing that time. Today, Dr. Rivers has left her with the lights on, but no assessments to run through, so she sits curled up on her cot as far from the door as she can manage, reading. Several of the texts are not familiar precisely, but she knows the content of them, if not the context. Books on physics, articles that bear Dr. Rivers' name. Dr. Rivers is brilliant. Knott can follow every thought and insight and design. Does that make her brilliant too? It even gives her ideas, raises new questions. There is a pen down here, forgotten some time ago, splattered lightly with paint. It writes on the walls very well. Knott makes notes. She is pondering the implications of set bundling on signal attenuation when the door at the top of the stairs, the one she doesn't mind at all, and she isn't sure what that difference means, unlocks and opens. She turns, registering the faint cramping of her stomach that means hunger. Dr. Rivers stands at the top of the stairs. She doesn't always come down, and doesn't now. "Would you like to make dinner?" she asks with no lead-in. On the surface, Dr. Rivers is asking for her preference, but Knott is certain that this is another unspoken test. There is a right answer and a wrong answer, and which is which has nothing to do with Dr. Rivers being hungry.
She considers the question from as many angles as she can manage and comes up with no hints one way or the other of what is expected of her. The only way to learn that is by introducing new data. Yes, she says, because the substance in the bottles is not food, and she is confident she can figure out how to feed them. She watches Dr. Rivers closely for a reaction. She sees delight. It echoes through Mott and makes her smile. Then, "Come with me," Dr. Rivers says, beckoning Mott up the stairs and through the door she holds wide open. She leads Mott into the kitchen, where the blinds are tightly drawn. The room is spotless, the counters bare. Dr. Rivers gives no more instruction. Mott considers the cabinets, then turns to the fridge. It's larger than the small cube in the basement, but hums just the same. It's the best place to start. There are 4 packages in the fridge alongside the ubiquitous bottles. Mott notes with interest that Dr. Rivers must drink the stuff herself. She wonders if it tastes better to Dr. Rivers, or if she simply doesn't care. There is also a faint, unpleasant odor that makes her queasy, as if something in the fridge has gone bad. But each of the packages has a date stamped on it, and none is too far from the others. She guesses that means they're all still good. They all bear the same logo, reading Sun Harvest, a Myrica Dynamics product. When she sorts through them, they are labeled with different titles. Pumpkin chili with kidney beans and cashew crema, beet borscht with zucchini and white bean fritters, sole with red pepper caper sauce and lemon garlic broccoli. The words tumble through her mind, many of them hooking up to concepts, none of them producing any feeling in her. Why should they? She's never eaten any of them before. Still, she needs to choose between them, and she can't be sure this isn't another test. Her choice must have a reason behind it, even if it's not the right one. The undersides of each container have instructions and cooking times. Ah, a quick meal then, so that Dr. Rivers can get back to her work. She plucks the sole and broccoli box from the stack and puts the rest back. And she thinks, though she's not sure how she knows this, that fish goes bad more quickly than most things, and that sole is a type of fish. More indications of certain types of knowledge being preserved between her and Dr. Rivers. She makes a mental note. Dr. Rivers gives no indication of approval or disapproval as Mott looks for the tools the recipe calls for. 2 frying pans, 1 larger, 1 small, a whisk, a spatula, dishes for serving based on the image on the front of the box. Pulling everything out of the cabinets and arranging them is unexpectedly difficult unless she goes slowly, using visual cues to judge distance. In the basement, she knows the landmarks well enough that her missing eye is rarely an issue. Here, though, even with a surprisingly intuitive knowledge of where things are, she fumbles occasionally. Cooking is harder. The instructions are thorough, and the ingredients are packaged separately and precisely labeled, but the actions need a great deal of attention. The broccoli is steaming in the pan when a trilling chime cuts through the air. Knott's head jerks up, a reflex she doesn't know the origin of, her hand already reaching out. But Dr. Rivers is pulling something from her pocket, her phone. She curses under her breath, then taps it and holds it to her ear. "You're early," she says. Knott can't hear the response, not with the pop of the pan, and not with Dr. Rivers leaving the room. Knott almost goes after her, then glances back at the stove clock. The recipe is quick, she can't let things burn. And she can still hear Dr. Rivers' side of the conversation, wherever she's gone to. "I'm keeping an eye on the news coverage. It's better than I'd expected, and Klein says Myrica is still polling favorably. Yes, I'm feeling much better. You've read the diagnosis?" The clock ticks over. Knott carefully slides the broccoli onto a plate, then wipes out the pan. Her finger brushes the metal. It burns, and she recoils, hissing. Yes, the anti-anxiety medicine is helping, as are the sleep aids. You were right.
Not oils the pan, then sticks her burned finger in her mouth. Another reflex, something her body knows how to do. The oil heats, and she lays the fish against the metal. The flesh sizzles, almost drowning out the sound of Dr. Rivers' voice. Not hurriedly gets the sauce into the smaller pan, then edges closer to the doorway. Dr. Rivers stands near her laptop in the dining room. She does not see Not lurking. Tomorrow? No, I'm busy. Another pause. Something like anger flickers over Dr. Rivers' face, twisting her elegant features, igniting the cold pools of her eyes. Not watches, fascinated, then flinches as Dr. Rivers looks directly at her. The anger eases by degrees, replaced by a glimmer of interest. Not relaxes. The afternoon, then, Dr. Rivers says. Yes, she says, I'll be there. Of course. Good night, Mix Woodfield. Not hasn't heard that name before. She wonders who it is. She wonders if it's one of the people Dr. Rivers fears might hurt her. They consider each other across the space a moment longer before one of the pans gives a sharp pop and Not hurries over to the stove. She flips the fish. The skin tears slightly, perhaps more browned than the recipe called for. Still, nothing about it strikes her as inedible. It smells wonderful. She takes the sauce off the heat as instructed, adds oil and whisks until it becomes smooth and lustrous. The fish is done not long after. Dr. Rivers watches her work in silence, though it feels warmer this time, more relaxed. She does not help Not take the dishes to the dining room, but she also doesn't argue when Not sets their dishes directly across the narrow width of the table from one another. That must be an acceptable configuration. Not goes back to the kitchen to get silverware and glasses of water. By the time she returns, Dr. Rivers is already seated, turning the plate from side to side, inspecting. Did I do well? Not asks. It looks good enough, Dr. Rivers replies, holding her hand out. Not passes her a fork, then takes her own seat. She watches as Dr. Rivers cuts into the fish, then tastes it. Perfectly fine, she declares once she's swallowed. Pride is a new and warm feeling. Not finds she rather likes it. Are you going out tomorrow? She asks once she's eaten half of her meal. Eavesdropping is not polite, Dr. Rivers says, but yes. Does that mean you trust me? The alternative, Not is certain, is a locked basement door for an unknown length of time. Not actually different from what she's used to, but she'd still rather avoid that, if at all possible. I haven't decided yet, Dr. Rivers says, but it's better not to push Mix Woodfield. I'm not sure how long I'll be gone for. It's an uncomfortable thought, being trapped here alone, though she supposes she won't know the difference. When the door is locked, she can hear nothing from the rest of the house. Dr. Rivers may have been gone all afternoon for all she knows. The rest of her food seems less appetizing now. There's something I want to know about you, Dr. Rivers says, intruding into her thoughts. Not sets down her fork, looking up attentively. What is it? I have surgical pins in my ankle, from an old break. She cants her head to one side, burnished hair curling softly against her temple. It's so much more lustrous, more beautiful than Not's. We don't know if you have those pins as well. After all, your body is laid up differently from mine. Is it? Dr. Rivers' expression freezes. Yes, she says after some consideration. You've forgotten, but for a time we had an ultrasound machine. For a time. A time when? Not in the last few days. Before that, then, in the more blurry space that she still isn't entirely sure is real and not a dream. The thought unmoors her. She knows she is sitting in a dining room, in a house, but she is also struggling to stay afloat in a dark and endless sea. Dr. Rivers' voice calls her back. Your internal organs are in the wrong orientation. And then she is only in the dining room, looking down at herself, mind ablaze with a better mystery. The wrong orientation? What does that mean? She presses her hand to her abdomen, wondering what it looks like beneath her skin. This might be another way that we're different, Dr. Rivers continues. I want to check. Not glances up and sees curiosity shining in Dr. Rivers' eyes. It must match her own. How? She asks, sitting forward, eager. Can we get the machine again? Dr. Rivers shakes her head. Not easily, no. I would need to cut you open. A minor surgery. Will you let me? That gives her pause. She doesn't remember the removal of her eye, but she knows the agony of its healing, the at times relentless itching, the draining of fluid that crusts along her lash line. It would hurt, Knott says warily. Some, yes, Dr. Rivers concedes, and you won't be able to walk for a little while after. But there's no other way to check. Her fingers drum on the table. Don't you want to know where I end and you begin? Yes, yes, more than anything. She is desperate to know what she is. Dr. Rivers has made it abundantly clear that she is not human, but that leaves a wide gulf for the actual definition. Moreover, she doesn't want a repeat of the lights-out experiment. She doesn't want to fail at this, too. She wants to be better. Pain is worth that. She can handle pain to know herself a little more, to please Dr. Rivers. She licks her lips and flexes her cheek, just enough to feel a spike of sensation from her eye socket, a reminder to herself and a promise. Yes, she says, you can do it. But I want to watch. Dr. Rivers smiles. Of course, I wouldn't have it any other way. In the morning, after Knott has made them both breakfast, Dr. Rivers carries a new light source down the basement stairs. Knott helps. It's unwieldy, and the steps are treacherous. When they have it all set up, it is brilliant, too brilliant to look anywhere near. Painfully sharp. The fresh white paint on the walls reflects it, banishing the few lingering shadows. Next, Dr. Rivers brings down ropes and a small medical kit. She clears off the desk and makes sure it's positioned so that the light falls squarely on it. Then she dons a pair of gloves, checks Knott's eye socket, and changes out the bandages. The gloves and crusted gauze go into a small trash can, and Dr. Rivers turns away to make notes. Knott fidgets with the ropes, thinking, as she has multiple times over the night, about the
Rivers' assurances that this will be worth it, despite the amount of pain it promises. One of the ropes has what looks like dried blood on it, mostly flecks, as if the blood had sprayed against it, but in one or two places there's a darker stain, where it must have pooled. She wonders if it has anything to do with her eye. It's the only wound she's seen. Nobody else comes to the house. When Dr. Rivers turns back, Knott pulls away from the ropes, feeling guilty, like she's been caught doing something that will make Dr. Rivers angry, though she has no specific reason to think that. There's only the memory of when Dr. Rivers locked her in the dark. She stands ramrod straight as Dr. Rivers draws up beside her. There's no censure in her gaze or demeanor, no sign she's followed Knott's train of thought. Before we start, Dr. Rivers says, I'd like for you to attempt to open the door. The door? Her gaze snaps to it, and she half expects it to be closer now, somehow. It isn't. It stands where it always has, unaltered, watching. Nausea curls in her gut. Her pulse flutters. With the lights on, she's not as terrified of it opening, but it's only a matter of degree, not type. Knott pulls back and takes one hesitant step away from the door. No, she says. No, I don't want to do that. Soft rustling behind her. Why not? Dr. Rivers murmurs close to her ear. Her hands settle onto Knott's hips, and she nudges forward. Together, they take a step. Two. Each one feels wrong, vibrating at a frequency inside Knott's sinews that demands she flee, flee, flee. It's where you came from. Knott swallows and gestures to her bandaged eye. Where I came from doesn't seem like a place we should want to return to. The ropes have blood on them, her mind supplies. Staying here might be worse. That wariness has little to do with the door, though, and isn't really why she's afraid of opening it. She can't articulate that fear at all. But this door is not meant to be here, Dr. Rivers continues. Her throat tightens. And neither am I, she whispers. "You're a matched set." The words stroke down her spine, leaving ice in their wake. Knot clenches her hands into fists, voice trembling when she asks, "Do you want me gone?" Dr. Rivers hums, her grip gentling. She draws back, allowing a little bit of space. But the door is close now, close enough to touch. Knot turns her head away, intentionally putting it into the oubliette of the missing left side of her vision, unwilling to look directly at it any longer. Her head swims. "No," Dr. Rivers concedes. She doesn't sound certain, but Knot will take it. She latches on to that no, hangs on, because otherwise she feels like she's about to fall. "However, I can't stop my curiosity, my concern. I'll do it later," she promises, desperate for the reprieve. "Not today, but soon." "Your response to it is interesting enough," Dr. Rivers says. "What do you feel when you look at it?" Knot edges away, back toward the desk. "Aversion," she says. Sometimes fear." "Why?" "I don't know." Dr. Rivers hums thoughtfully, following Knot. "And the other day, when the lights were out, were you aware of the door, or only the dark? Were you afraid then?" "It opened," she almost says. "I heard it unlock." But if she says that, Dr. Rivers will turn out the lights again, won't she? Out of curiosity. She'll turn the lights off, and she'll make Knot open the door. And then? "Just of the dark," she says. Lying is easy. Bearing up under the disappointment on Dr. Rivers' face is harder. She sighs as she pats the desk. "Up you go then. Let's get to work. Maybe we can still make some progress today." The desk is not meant to be sat on. It's barely wide enough, but Knot positions herself as best she can, hands clutching at the edge of the tabletop. It's metal and cold. Dr. Rivers binds her legs down and slides foam blocks along each side of her knee to stop it from moving side to side where the ropes have the most slack. Before she tightens the bindings, she folds Knot's pant leg up, baring her ankle. It looks very exposed, pale and narrow, almost featureless in the bright light. "Here," Dr. Rivers says, handing her a notepad and a pen, "so that you can take dictation." Knot clutches both, unsure if that will be possible, unwilling to complain. She's familiar with pain, but not with what causes it, and she has no idea if this will be better or worse than the persistent aching in her head. Dr. Rivers pulls a fresh pair of medical gloves on, then reaches for a scalpel. It is not in any sort of packaging, though it looks clean. Knot holds her breath. "Let's begin then. First incision on the medial left ankle." The scalpel cuts. Dr. Rivers is not tentative, and the metal bites deep, parting Knot's flesh easily. Blood spills over her skin onto the table. The pain is sharp and hot and building. Knot grits her teeth and clutches at the pen. She can't write. It's all she can do not to thrash and try to escape. She expects Dr. Rivers to ask how she's doing, but the other woman is too focused, head bent, gloved fingertips prodding at the incision. Knot can't see any metal aside from the scalpel, can't see much of anything beyond the blood, even after Dr. Rivers blots gauze against it. How much deeper does she need to cut? Dr. Rivers talks, and Knot fumbles with the pen cap. It skitters away onto the floor. Dr. Rivers looks up with a displeased glance, and Knot begins to write. It's a messy scrawl, not fitted to the lines of the page, starting and stopping at each new incision, each fresh burst of pain, as Dr. Rivers slides her finger into the cut and pushes flesh apart. "Does it hurt?" Dr. Rivers asks after the third cut, sparing her another glance. Knot nods, jaw clenched tight. She doesn't trust herself to speak. "A human would be screaming," Dr. Rivers says. She returns her focus to where she's working, where the flesh is spread, and Knot thinks she can see bone now, pale and solid, through a thin scrim of flesh left intact. The only metal is the scalpel. "You must feel less pain than I do."
Knot wants to argue, but can't find the words, the breath. If she screams now, how will either of them know if it's genuine? All Knot can do is dig her nails harder into the notepad and try not to pull away. The pressure of restraining herself makes her eye socket pound, pulse trapped by force of will. Maybe Dr. Rivers is right. This may be excruciating to Knot, right up against the limits of her endurance, but perhaps a human couldn't even get this far. She would know better. "Are the pins there?" she asks, breathless, even though she knows they're not. She'd be able to see them. Dr. Rivers would have mentioned them. "No," Dr. Rivers concedes. She pulls back and reaches for a few slips of paper-wrapped butterfly closures. She opens one, then dabs at Knot's skin, making a clean enough place to apply them. Even that hurts, and Knot bites back a whine. She doesn't think those closures will be strong enough with how deep the cut is, but she doesn't know why. So she doesn't argue. "Are we done then?" she asks instead, scribbling no pins haphazardly onto the page. They have to be done. She's gotten this far, but she's not sure how much more she can take. I couldn't find my old X-rays," Dr. Rivers says. She hasn't taken off her gloves. Everything is smeared with blood, red and sticky. She touches Knot's ankle and rotates it slightly, the rope scraping over her sensitized flesh. Knot barely manages to stay silent. "It's very possible the pins are only on one side," Dr. Rivers continues, heedless of how Knot pants for breath. "Don't you think we should be thorough?" No. She tries to picture an ankle, how it works, how it might break. She can't. She knows many things she can't explain, but anatomy, it seems, is not one of them. But Dr. Rivers has said that their knowledge base is the same, that their minds are the same, though Knot's is docile, biddable, less rigorous than the original, and more malleable. Dr. Rivers had said that first day.
So if Knot doesn't know how an ankle works, then Dr. Rivers doesn't know either, and not another day. "We can look another day," she says, desperate. "That will only prolong your recovery," Dr. Rivers chides. "A longer time where I'll need to help you up the stairs to the bathroom every day, or else a return to the bucket. I don't think either of us wants that. And Knot will need to sit here and take this all over again." "No more," she screams inside her head. Instead, she whispers, "All right." She is rewarded with a smile and a bloody pat against her knee. "There's a small chance that we'll want to test the other ankle as well. Given the mirroring of your organs, it may be that the pins are in the opposite ankle from mine." Before Knot can protest, the scalpel meets flesh again, and Dr. Rivers intones, "First incision on the lateral left ankle." The pain roars back, worse than before. Dimly, Knot registers a sound from beyond the basement. The door at the top of the stairs must be open, because she hears... what? It sounds like a knock. Penrose, perhaps, making something topple from a shelf? Dr. Rivers doesn't look up. She only deepens the incision. It feels like it should be impossible to hear anything over the pounding of her heart, the whimpers that are leaking from her throat, and yet she heard the knock. And she hears, a moment later, footsteps. Somebody else in the house? She opens her mouth to alert Dr. Rivers, but then the scalpel bites deep, too fast, and there is a startlingly new type of pain. She screams instead. The footsteps quicken, become pounding, and now, finally, Dr. Rivers stills, head jerking up, gaze fixed over Knot's shoulder, on the staircase. Slowly, she sets the scalpel down and pushes her chair back. "Stay put," she warns. "Don't speak." Blood soaks the table below Knot's foot. Even without the blade cutting into her, everything is still agony. She's beginning to shake. She nods. Dr. Rivers strips her gloves off and tosses them onto the table, and Knott twists at the waist to watch, even though that prompts another wave of pain. Dr. Rivers mounts the steps as quickly as is safe, but she's not quick enough. She'd left the door at the top of the stairs open wide, and in that doorway towers a dark figure. Dr. Rivers stops a few steps short of it. "Get out of my house," she says. "No," the figure says. The voice is low, vicious, and it plucks at something in Knott's spine, some half-remembered, half-imagined dream. "I've let you get away with more than enough already." "Then let's talk upstairs," Dr. Rivers says. "No. Step aside." Mix Woodfield. Knott tenses all over and starts scrabbling at the ropes. Her fingers slip in her own blood. "Now, Dr. Rivers, or I will forcibly move you out of the way." Dr. Rivers says nothing, but Knott can hear her retreating back down the stairs. She's breathing hard. Knott is breathing harder. The ropes are all tied below the table surface, and she tugs at the closest one to rotate it, abrading her skin, even as she remains twisted, unable to look away. Woodfield is dressed in a knife-sharp tailored suit, all in black, with a black shirt beneath a black tie. Her dark hair is swept back from her face. She has a broad but fine-boned jaw, a nose that has been broken more than once, and a piercing gaze. She is terrifying. She is dangerous. Knott can't look away, and neither can Mix Woodfield. Her gaze lights on Knott's face, her tangled hair, the bloody wreck of her ankle. All color drains from Mix Woodfield. Her expression goes from cold frustration to confusion to horror to anger. She's stock still on the stairs for a long, terrible moment, and then she turns once more to look at Dr. Rivers. "Start explaining," Mix Woodfield snaps. Dr. Rivers breathes audibly through her mouth, teeth bared, and steps in between the stairs and Knott, but makes no move to help her. "As you can see," she says, voice clipped, "there is a localized pocket of distortion in this room. That's not what I meant, and you know it. Stop evading." Woodfield jerks her jaw in Knott's direction, and at her side her hand curls into a fist. She descends the rest of the way to the basement floor, shoes clicking on the cement. How long has this been going on? "The specimen is a recent development," Dr. Rivers says curtly. "My main priority has been the distortion, as instructed." Mix Woodfield walks in a wide arc around Dr. Rivers, gaze flicking briefly to the lengthening walls, the stretched stairs. But it always comes back to Knott, who can't stop shaking. The pain in her ankle is distant. Woodfield is the bigger danger, prowling closer and closer. "Why did you—" Her lips curl back over her teeth. "Specimen." Derision drips from that single word, and Knott flinches. Her hands flex on the ropes. She tugs them again, and the knot slides up against her leg to where she can reach it. It was unclear whether it was related to the larger issue, Dr. Rivers says. Mix Woodfield snorts and turns to her. "Don't treat me like an idiot, Tamsin. We've known each other too long." The first knot gives way. The rope slides to the floor with a dull thump. Dr. Rivers shoots her a warning look, but Knott ignores it. She needs to get away. She leans forward to work on the second, even though it makes her hips and calves burn, her ankles shriek as the skin tugs around the incisions. Mix Woodfield's gaze returns to her, piercing and direct. "What has she done to you?" Knott freezes. "You do not have to answer her," snaps Dr. Rivers. "This is my investigation, Woodfield. You speak to me, not it." "It," Woodfield repeats with that same disgust. She steps around the table to better see Not, her brown eyes flicking between her face and the blood that still oozes from the incisions in her ankle. Not shakes her head. "Don't look at me. Ignore me." The weight of Woodfield's regard is crushing. She reaches out reflexively toward Dr. Rivers, as if the woman could protect her, could resist Woodfield, could keep Not safe the way she's tried to up until now. "It's coming with me," Mix Woodfield declares, reaching for the rope binding down Not's knees. "Lachlan, don't!" Dr. Rivers' voice breaks, as if she's frightened. But Woodfield isn't looking at her. Not is, and can see the gleam of the scalpel in her fist. "Please," she thinks, "please don't let Woodfield take me." But that scalpel is still red with her blood, isn't it? And if Dr. Rivers makes Woodfield leave, she'll only tie Not back down, cut into her again. Which is worse? The rope gives way, and Lachlan Woodfield reaches for her. Not jerks back along the table, sliding in her own blood, looking between Lachlan and Dr. Rivers. Lachlan pauses, gloved hand hovering over her right knee. Dr. Rivers lunges. The scalpel comes down, plunging into the meat of Lachlan's left arm. Not covers her mouth with her hands and bites down a shriek. But Lachlan doesn't scream. She doesn't so much as flinch, instead rounding on Dr. Rivers in an instant and grabbing her wrist. The scalpel clatters to the ground as Dr. Rivers shoves Dr. Rivers back into the nearest wall, her other arm braced below her jaw. There is no blood spattering onto the floor, no sign that Lachlan has been hurt at all. But Not saw the blow connect, knows exactly how deep that blade can cut. "Stop!" she cries. Both of them look at her, and for a moment it looks like Lachlan is distracted enough that Dr. Rivers will be able to get free. But then Lachlan delivers a blow to her belly, and Dr. Rivers goes limp, gasping for breath. "She needs me." Shaking, Not swings her legs over the side of the table, but her head spins, and she has to clutch on to the edge to steady herself. Lachlan twitches towards her, then seems to reconsider, dismissing her as a threat. She leans harder into Dr. Rivers instead, whose face is going red from the pressure. She tears at Lachlan's wrist. "The specimen," Lachlan growls, "is property of Marika Dynamics. What I've found here is unacceptable. I am going to take this thing into one of the secure labs, and then I am going to come back and deal with you. If you are not waiting here for me, ready to behave and explain, I will have you taken elsewhere for round-the-clock monitoring. Do you understand me?" "You need me," Dr. Rivers rasps. "Can't disappear me. Don't confuse my personal affection for you with mercy," Lachlan says. "I will clean up your mess however it needs to be handled. Do you understand me? Not is the mess." She bites down hard on her lip, hoping the pain will clear her head, and pushes up and off the table as silently as she can. Dr. Rivers is aglow with fury, but she nods, the motion constrained by how firmly Lachlan's arm pins her to the wall. "I understand. I want all records you've kept on this room ready to be turned over when I get back. I will review them and decide when and how any additional information that may assist the team will be disclosed. This is no longer up to your judgment, any of it. You can't take me off the team, not so soon after the press conference. The city needs to see I'm still involved." Lachlan cocks her head. "For now," she says. The floor is cold beneath Mott's feet, and there's no weapon close at hand. But she can still be of use if she can just get close. A distraction. She lurches forward, letting go of the table. But when her blood-slicked foot touches the floor, the pain lancing up her leg makes her knee buckle.
She goes down hard, trying to swallow a scream of pain and failing utterly. Dr. Rivers needs me, Knott thinks again, but Lachlan has dropped her, and there's nothing Knott can do to help. The scalpel is too far away. She can't stand. Lachlan stands over her, the lines of her dark suit still immaculate. Her gaze flicks once more to Knott's ankle, and then, seemingly coming to a conclusion, she kneels and reaches for her. Knott scrabbles back until she's pressed against the table leg. It's not enough distance. Lachlan grabs Knott, hauling her into her arms. One of them is corded with muscle, tangible even through the wool of her jacket. The other is something else, something hard and unyielding. Neither trembles as Lachlan rises to her feet, cradling Knott against her broad chest. It doesn't hurt. When Dr. Rivers touches her, it always seems to hurt. "Are you going to fight me too?" Lachlan murmurs into her ear. Knott should. She should. Lachlan terrifies her, but her ankle hurts so much, and what will fighting get her aside from further injury? Dr. Rivers only glares at the both of them, no trace of worry in her eyes. No gratitude, no fear for Knott's safety. She doesn't command, "Don't touch her," a second time. She gives no orders to either of them, and that does hurt. She's been abandoned all over. She's failed somehow. "No," Knott says, barely more than a whisper. Lachlan inclines her head in what might be gratitude, and then begins the climb up the stairs. Below them both, Dr. Rivers does not look away, rage seething in her eyes. Knott sits in the back of a car. The interior is pristine dark leather, and she is handcuffed. She has been strapped in so that her legs stretch out the length of the seat, with the ankle Dr. Rivers cut interwrapped with Lachlan's tie and propped up on a rolled towel. In the front seat, Lachlan is silent. They've been driving for 10 minutes, maybe more. The city scrolls by past the windows, and Knott doesn't care. Instead, she keeps her gaze fixed on the bit of Lachlan's head that she can see, convinced that the moment she looks away, that's when Lachlan will act. She can still see, hear Lachlan's fist connecting with Dr. Rivers' stomach. Her body is racked with fine tremors, and her breathing has barely steadied since she left the house. Her ankle is still a blaze of pain, though the car moves smoothly enough not to jar it. Lachlan hasn't hurt her, she reminds herself. Bandaged her wound, yes, and restrained her, but she hasn't hurt her. Maybe because Knott has cooperated, whereas Dr. Rivers didn't? But even if Lachlan hasn't hurt her yet, that doesn't mean pain isn't coming. Property of Myrica Banamics. Unacceptable. Secure lab. Lachlan clears her throat. Knott jerks as if struck, the seatbelt hard against her chest. The car glides through an intersection. Lachlan doesn't glance back at her. "What should I call you?" Lachlan asks. She sounds reluctant, like speaking to Knott is a risk she doesn't want to take. Knott can sympathize. She doesn't want to answer, even if she knows better than to disobey. "Dr. Rivers named me, Knott," she says, after a strained delay. Her voice is unsteady, weak. Lachlan's hands tense on the wheel, leather squeaking against leather. "Did she explain why?" she asks after an extended silence. "I'm a blank slate, no memories." There's a small horizontal mirror toward the front of the car, and if Knott moves her head just right, she can see Lachlan's eyes. Her brow is furrowed now. "None at all?" "Not before a few days ago," she says. That doesn't ease Lachlan's expression. If anything, it darkens further. Her hands flex again, and Knott recoils, looking away from the mirror. "Is that when Dr. Rivers says you arrived?" Answering accurately and succinctly should end the conversation soonest. "Yes," she says, because that is what Dr. Rivers told her. It doesn't matter that she's still not entirely sure she believes it. The hazy certainty that she knows the upper floor of the house when she's never actually seen it remains in the back of her mind. Before that, everything's murky. Lachlan hums, and it's a shockingly benign sound, like she's only curious, isn't angry or disgusted. Nott looks up, wanting to see Lachlan's expression, and is met by Lachlan staring at her in the mirror. "What happened to your eye?" Nott opens her mouth, then shuts it, thinking back to the blood-stained ropes. "I don't know," she says finally. "Dr. Rivers said it was like that when she found me. I don't remember anything different." "Does it hurt?" "Sometimes, but it's healing well. No infection." She brushes one of the bandages with her knuckles, then jerks her hand away. Dr. Rivers was very clear that she shouldn't touch anything near the wound. Nott shifts uneasily in her seat at the memory, then decides to take a chance. "Where are we going?" "Someplace safe," Lachlan replies. "What else has Dr. Rivers figured out about you?" "Someplace safe." Said so offhandedly, it might be a lie, or it might be simple truth. Someplace safe, and not the lab. And what if Lachlan really doesn't intend to hurt her? What if Dr. Rivers was wrong? Wrong or lying? Abruptly, she wants the car to stop moving, but can't find the strength to demand it. The city outside the windows is too much now, too big, and her world has finally tilted too far off its axis. "Not?" Lachlan prompts. And Nott realizes she's pressed her face into the seat. "Why were you at the house?" she asks. "She said you had a meeting this afternoon." "We did. I didn't trust her to be as put together as she sounded. I decided to make a house call to get a sense of where things stood before she could craft the narrative." "That makes no sense. Dr. Rivers has always been perfectly in control of herself." Nott wants to argue, but if Lachlan hadn't come when she did, Nott might still be on that table, certainly still in the basement. The silence stretches again. Lachlan sighs. "The more you can share with me, the better I can help you." "Talk to me." "Help." Yes, Nott needs help. Her voice shakes when she says, "She's determined that we're functionally identical in most ways." "Most?" "We differ on some personality indices, and she said that my anatomy is the reverse of what it should be, like a mirror image." Nott takes a deep, shuddering breath and pulls away from the seat back. "But beyond that, I'm familiar with the same concepts she is, for her work. I have the same facility with mathematics. I have what she called procedural memory. I know how to cook, even though I've never been taught."
"I even know where things in the house are most of the time." It gets easier the more she says. Her breathing steadies. "We haven't run many tests, though. Some of these are just assumptions for now. Dr. Rivers was far more concerned with the subsidence question." Lachlan grunts. "But you have no sense of personal history or cultural." She risks a glance out the window. This time it's less overwhelming, though still difficult to understand. "Did you know grain bowls are considered more appropriate for breakfast than chili?" Dr. Rivers hadn't been amused at her choice this morning, and she flushes slightly with the confession. "Depends on the person." The car slows, then pulls off onto a patch of ground covered in split asphalt. The plants here are very different from the ones in Dr. Rivers' manicured garden. They are scraggly and brown, crunching as the wheels come to rest on where they emerge from the crevices. It's a strange, open space in the middle of a dense thicket of buildings. People walk by hurriedly on another part of the street, but not here. She doesn't know what that means. Lachlan gets out of the car. Nott stiffens and watches as she circles around, then gets something from the trunk. When she opens the door by Nott's feet, she's holding a small kit, which she sets in the footwell. Nott pulls her good leg in reflexively. She tries to move the injured one, but it hurts too much. "I'm going to stitch up these lacerations," Lachlan tells her, unrolling a fresh towel and placing it below Knott's ankle. Her touches are quick and practical, never lingering. She lays out a packaged, pre-threaded needle, a fresh roll of bandages, a small vial and syringe, a packet of wipes of some kind that stink with some sharp substance when she breaks the seal. It's a more thorough setup than Dr. Rivers had, Knott thinks, gut-twisting in delayed horror. "You don't need to watch," Lachlan says. "I'm going to give you an anesthetic. You won't feel anything." She pauses a moment, then ventures, "I take it Dr. Rivers didn't do the same?" "No." Her voice is barely audible, and she clears her throat, tries again. "We didn't have anything like that available, and she doesn't have the experience." Lachlan takes a deep breath, then leans in and across Knott, reaching for something in the front seat. Knott holds very still. "Here, I have something to keep you occupied." She sits back on her heels and pushes a tablet into Knott's hands. "While I handle this, I want you to log in to Dr. Rivers' work account via this app." She gestures, but her glove doesn't interact with the capacitive touchscreen. Knott taps it instead. It's awkward with the cuffs on. "I've never done this," she says quickly, "and it's the same defensive impulse from before. Dr. Rivers was merely cold when she failed. She doesn't know how Lachlan will respond." "I understand. Please try." Knott's hands tighten on the tablet, but she nods and watches the app load. Maybe it will be like cooking, like other procedural memories she possesses somewhere below the level of personal narration. There can't be cultural significance to her choices here, right? There's a rustle from near her feet, and she peeks over the tablet to see Lachlan stripping off her leather gloves. Her left hand is made of a hard, dark material Tamsin can't identify. It moves with nearly identical dexterity to the other, made of flesh and blood, as Lachlan tugs purple surgical gloves on instead. "Is that why she didn't hurt you?" Knott asks. Lachlan glances up, then nods curtly. She unwraps the blood-stiffened tie from Knott's ankle, regarding the injuries with clear distaste. "Reckless," she mutters, reaching for one of the wipes. "This is butchery, not exploration. Why didn't you try to stop her?" Knott feels her cheeks heat, though she doesn't understand why she should feel as embarrassed as Lachlan's response implies. "Dr. Rivers said that she has pins in her ankle from a previous surgery. We wanted to see if I had them too, or if we differ in that regard." Lachlan frowns. "Tamsin Rivers has never had surgery on her ankle." "But she said I have access to all of her medical files, including the full-body scans done on her just last week. There are no medical implants of any sort in her body, and she knows that." Knott winces as the wipe glides over the first incision, the one barely held shut by inadequate butterfly closures. It stings, and a concept wells up from below: antiseptic, isopropyl alcohol. Lachlan's jaw tightens into something adjacent to a snarl as she dabs around the cuts, but she's gentle as she eases Knott's ankle over to clean the other side. Angry at Dr. Rivers, not at Knott. Almost through the painful part. "Are you certain she did this just to see what was inside?" "Of course she did. Dr. Rivers possesses a deep and terrible curiosity. Knott shares it, after all, and Lachlan must surely know that about Dr. Rivers already." But then a thought occurs to her, seizes her in shredding jaws. Knott grips the tablet harder. "Yesterday, I went outside," she says, then stops. Maybe she's wrong. Maybe she's overreacting. Lachlan seems primed to believe the worst of Dr. Rivers, but then there's how Dr. Rivers had so casually brought up checking the other ankle as well. "You hobbled her," Lachlan says, voicing Knott's fear. I have known her to be heedless of ethics when necessary, she continues, shifting where she crouches outside the car. It's practically what we hired her for. But this is extreme, even for her. I could be wrong, she says, words rushed. Lachlan reaches for the small glass vial and draws a measure of clear liquid into the syringe. You're not, she says. This is the anesthetic. It will hurt going in, but only for a moment. Not watches the needle pierce her skin, the way she watched Dr. Rivers cut into her, sickly fascinated and unable to look away in case something worse happens while she's not paying attention. Such a small sting against the throbbing pain of the incisions. Lachlan's hand moves on the plunger, and there is a bloom of cold that quickly heats to a burning itch. The needle withdraws, re-angles into a different bit of flesh, again and again, and in its wake a tingling numbness. Not absently touches the bandage by her missing eye, wondering if it would help there too. It's so much kinder than what Dr. Rivers did to her. Do you have medical training? Not asks, fascinated. In a fashion, more than Dr. Rivers. Lachlan sets the needle aside, then glances up. The tablet, please. It takes effort to look down at the screen, but when she does, she's seized by a ghostly familiarity. Her fingers fly across the glass. She knows the feeling of the codes she inputs. She knows the layout of the app, like she's done this 100 times. The screen prompts confirm, and she taps in one final unasked-for sequence. The app unfolds into a sprawling workspace. She's never seen it before, but she knows how to navigate it. It let me in, Knott says. She turns the tablet to face Lachlan, whose jaw clenches. Her hands cease stitching. She's halfway done with one side of Knott's ankle already, a line of neat sutures marching up the skin, hiding away the meat inside. Dr. Rivers hasn't logged into this segment of her workstation for 5 days now, Lachlan says. That look is back on her face. Horror, perhaps, but something else too. Resignation? What does that mean? Knott asks. Lachlan's grip on her ankle shifts, just a little, nitrile rubbing against swollen flesh. It means, she says, that you're not the copy. Lachlan refuses to elaborate as she finishes stitching Knott's ankle, then wraps it properly in fresh bandages. She's gone deep inside herself, to where Knott can't follow. Instead, Knott is left to stare at her hands, the numbness seeming to spread up her leg and into her chest, her heart, her head. You're not the copy. The thought is so impossible it almost makes her laugh.
Maintain a baritone pitch with a warm, confident, and highly engaging tone. The style should prioritize deep emotional connection and psychological tension. She barely notices Lachlan closing her door, or retaking the driver's seat, or pulling them out of the lot. She tries to imagine herself in Dr. Rivers' shoes, her fine clothes, with her effortless command of her environment, her cruelty and her brilliance. It's difficult, but not impossible. Still, she can't conceive of what that might mean. If she's the original, if she used to be identical to Dr. Rivers, then what happened? What could have erased her so completely? Her delight in being in the yard the previous day, her wonder at the wide expanse of the world, was laughable, pathetic, false even, because it wasn't new. If she's the original, she's gone out into this world thousands of times. But regardless of what she might have once done, it was new, wasn't it? Entirely real and important to herself in that moment. Past is not present. Certainly, most people have continuity, but she doesn't. It's that simple. She is who she is at this moment, and nothing more. What might have been can't matter, because she has no way of grasping it. Tamsin, Lachlan says. Knott's head jerks up, as if on a string.
Tamsin, not, and it fits. As if the world is finally beginning to make sense again. Her fingers splay in her lap, tracing out the letters. They have the feel of something long practiced, more than the cooking, more than differential equations. Tamsin, she repeats to herself. I'm Tamsin. She can't be Dr. Rivers, but perhaps she can be Tamsin. It's as good a name as any. Yes? You're under my direct care and supervision now. You're going to do as I ask, and in turn, I'm going to keep you safe. Do you understand? Safe. That word again. It's soft padding over the steel in Lachlan's voice. Her question is not for permission, only to ascertain if Tamsin is going to cooperate. Yes, she says. She inspects the concept and finds it comforting, though the thought occurs, "You mean to keep me like a pet?" Lachlan runs a hand over her hair. It barely moves for the product in it. Care to elaborate? Safety in return for a managed existence. Like Penrose. One of your cats, Lachlan translates. The cat, Tamsin corrects. There's only one. Lachlan returns her hand to the wheel, tapping at it. Right, she says after a moment. I suppose so, yes. Like a pet. Does that bother you? Not really. Should it? Penrose gets water, food, a safe place to live. He's comfortable and secure. Dr. Rivers doesn't pay him much attention, true, but does Tamsin actually want attention? Dr. Rivers' attention wasn't always pleasant, after all. On the whole, it seems like a reasonable arrangement. I think that's a question for later. The car slows, and Lachlan turns into a discreet garage entrance beneath a building so tall that Tamsin can't see the top before they disappear into the earth. There's a gate blocking the driveway that raises as Lachlan nears. It must recognize the car. Inside, everything is sleek and well lit, and Lachlan navigates to a particular spot. The gate closes behind them. The cars Tamsin saw parked along the sides of the streets on the way here were tucked in tight together, nose to tail. Here, the cars are arranged side by side, with wide gaps between them. Not nearly as efficient. Lachlan parks. Once again, she goes for the trunk first, but this time she comes back to the door by Tamsin's head, not her feet. When she opens the door, Tamsin can see a tightly packed nest of rods that, under Lachlan's practiced touch, opens into a small wheelchair. I keep it for emergencies, she explains, reaching in to unbuckle Tamsin. More useful than crutches at this point. I'm going to lift you again. Tamsin nods, distracted by what Lachlan might mean by "at this point," and allows herself to be shifted from the car into the chair. The air is cold, but the parking garage cuts the wind. She only shivers a little as Lachlan closes up the car. Here, Lachlan says, and crouches down to undo her handcuffs. Is this the lab? Tamsin asks, her throat finally unsticking. Lachlan pockets the cuffs and circles around behind her. I'm going to push the chair now. Just relax back into me. No, this isn't the lab. They make their way toward the nearby wall and door, Lachlan's hands curled around the top of the low chair back. There aren't any push handles, Tamsin notes belatedly. The user is meant to move the chair herself. Did I know you use a chair? Tamsin asks, craning her head back. No, it's not something I disclose if I can help it. It's a potential liability in my line of work. Tamsin purses her lips. What is your line of work? Dr. Rivers only said that you were dangerous, but she talks to you every night, doesn't she? I'm her handler, among other things. A pause as they reach a metal door, and Lachlan presses a button on the wall. Your handler, technically. You're employed by a large technology corporation called Myrica Dynamics. I help things run smoothly. There's something going unsaid there, but Tamsin can't untangle it on her own. So she asks, Are you dangerous? Very, Lachlan says.
A small ding follows on the word, and the doors roll open. Elevator, her mind supplies from some dusty recess. Lachlan wheels her inside, then presses a fob to a reader. She hits the topmost button. The elevator doors slide shut, and they begin to rise, the acceleration so smooth that Tamsin almost doesn't notice it. When she does, she looks down reflexively. But of course, Lachlan doesn't live down. Dr. Rivers didn't either. Still, with each floor they climb past, she grows a little more antsy, a little more unsure of what to expect when the elevator finally opens again. Lachlan doesn't seem to notice. Myrica Dynamics operates in multiple spheres, not all of them official, and not all of them strictly legal, she says. You were aware of that in general, though not the specifics. For you, I'm here to make sure you stay on task and to assist you in anything you need help with that may be unobtainable or risky to ask for through normal corporate channels. Do you handle other people? Not to the same degree of intimacy. The elevator glides to an elegant halt. The doors open not onto a hallway, which Tamsin vaguely expected, but into a foyer, with recessed lighting, sleek cabinets, a bench, a door, and a wide hallway leading deeper into what she realizes is one large apartment. Penthouse, that same dusty corner supplies. Is this your home? She asks. Lachlan steps away from the chair. Her jaw works for a moment. Yes. I've never been here before, Tamsin guesses. Nobody has. Every line of Lachlan's body is wound tight, sharp, and full of barely restrained violence. She paces back over to Tamsin, a predator down to the sinews. Tamsin doesn't recoil. She wants to reach out and touch instead, curious what she'd feel like. Come on, Lachlan says. Let's get you cleaned up. Then we can talk about what happens next. The door off the foyer leads to a large bathroom. The shower stall is wide, with a plastic chair in the center of it, and the shower head on a flexible metal hose mounted to the wall nearby. There's no tile, no grout to scrub blood out of, and there's a large cabinet that, as Lachlan opens it, Tamsin realizes is entirely dedicated to more medical supplies. How often do you come home injured? Lachlan throws her a look over her shoulder, a warning. Enough, she says. She retrieves a handful of things and fills a bowl with warm water. Then she shrugs out of her suit jacket and strips off her leather gloves to once more replace them with purple nitrile. She crouches in front of Tamsin, taking hold of her bandaged ankle. Is it hurting again? She asks, wiping away the dried blood still staining her foot, then producing a plastic bag and securing it over her calf up above the top edge of the bandages. No, she says, though it's not as numb as it was. Lachlan stands and snags a plastic bottle off the counter. She tips a pill into Tamsin's hand, then fills a cup with water from the sink. Pain pillar, she says, better to take it now. The little pill does not look like what Dr. Rivers
has been giving her. She pinches it between her fingers, peering at it, then swallows it quickly before she can second guess. Once she's swallowed half the cup of water, she says, Dr. Rivers medicated me as well. She never said what the pills were, but they made me drowsy. I'd assume she was giving you the sleep aid and the anxiety meds that the doctors, prescribed for one of you. Lachlan's voice is a frustrated mutter by the time she's done speaking. Not that we're likely to ever know which it was. I doubt it was me. She didn't like me going outside, remember? Lachlan doesn't reply to that, but her gaze drops to Tamsin's ankle, then back up to her face. Let me see your eye. Tamsin nods, then reaches for the bandages. Lachlan beats her there. She mostly uses her right hand to undo the fasteners, left hand held clear of Tamsin's hair. Tamsin peers at it, at the fine jointing mechanisms in the fingers still faintly visible through the nitrile. There's no skin equivalent covering those joints, and she realizes they would likely catch and pull at her hair, even with the glove, if Lachlan used that hand for this. The bandages slither loose. Lachlan, with a proprietary gentleness, eases the gauze pad away from Tamsin's eye socket. She takes a sharp breath when she can see the pit, and the discharge Tamsin can feel crusted at the inside corner and along the lower lid. "Really," Lachlan mutters. "Is it bad?" "Better than the work on your ankle, but only barely. A doctor." "No doctors," Tamsin says quickly. Lachlan lets go of her face and leans back against the counter, careful not to touch anything with her hands. "Why no doctors? If I'm on record as missing an eye, Dr. Rivers can't go out in public. Strategically, that could be to our advantage. It would establish you incontrovertibly as the real Tamsin Rivers." She goes back to the cabinet, fishing out a packaged single-use syringe with no needle and a bottle labeled saline wound wash. And once she's in custody, she'll only be seen by America-associated physicians under NDAs, people who know what she is. Tamsin grimaces. "You can't lock her up. She has work to do. Work I can't do. Public appearances? For the city?" "You said your procedural knowledge is as good as hers," Lachlan says, filling the syringe. "Even with the memory loss, you can resume your place. I have no doubt." Tamsin shakes her head too violently. She hisses at the stab of pain and touches her temple. "There's too much to get me up to speed on. I know nothing, and she knows everything. She knows it well enough you barely knew the difference between us." Lachlan's expression darkens. "I knew something was wrong," she says bitterly. "You'll forgive me if I didn't anticipate this. Could you say for sure when the change happened? When you stopped talking to me and started talking to her?" Tamsin presses. "Even in hindsight?" Lachlan's jaw grinds from side to side. "Yes." She takes a deep breath, then concedes. "Probably. But only because you made a miraculous recovery after a few days of being too drugged up to talk to me outside of text messages. If anything, she's better at being the you I was familiar with than you were in those last few days. And now? How good am I at being the me you knew? Terrible." She scrubs a hand over her face, then seems to remember the gloves she's wearing. She changes them out for a fresh set, then reaches for Tamsin, cupping her jaw and angling her head as she aims the syringe. But she can do the work from an isolated lab. She doesn't need to run loose. Tamsin shakes her head again, jarring Lachlan's hold on her chin. No, she's doing outreach, political work. She has a meeting soon with James Dunford. Lachlan stiffens again, lip twitching toward a snarl. There's a small scar cutting into the left side of her mouth. Who runs Merica Dynamics' main competitor? Kara set that up, I take it? Tamsin doesn't know who that is. All she knows is that removing Dr. Rivers from play unilaterally won't end well. "I should never have left her," Lachlan says. "Hold still." The wash of saline is room temperature, but it feels cold, so cold Tamsin wants to flinch away. She doesn't, even as her heart races in her chest. The saline stings in places and runs down her cheek. Lachlan huffs and reaches, belatedly, for a gauze pad to mop it away. Then she squeezes a pale paste onto one finger. "Antiseptic," she says, and braces Tamsin's chin again. "This will probably feel strange." And it does, skin-warmed nitrile swiping along the inside of the socket, into her skull, into what her brain screams is her. Tamsin bites back a gasp and trembles, holding on to the arms of the wheelchair tightly until Lachlan pulls away. It can't be more than 30 seconds, but it feels like a small eternity. "There," Lachlan says, leaning back and letting go of her face. "That will have to do for now." She looks at the shower, then at Tamsin, then out to the foyer. Her mind is clearly on Dr. Rivers, on wanting to go after her, stick her in a little box, fix the problem. But Lachlan doesn't leave. "You're right, I can't lock her up," Lachlan concedes stiffly. Even without her suit jacket, her chest and shoulders are broad and imposing, and right now they're tense.
I need to know more about the plans she has in progress before I can move. She groans and strips off her gloves, rubbing at her temple. Let's get you cleaned up and sorted first, and then I'll start making calls. She goes back to the cabinet and withdraws a pair of gleaming scissors. Tamsin recoils instinctively. Lachlan catches the movement and sets the shears down on the sink. Your hair, she says. It's only going to get more matted the longer it's left like that. Did she keep you from caring for yourself? Her pulse slowing again, Tamsin shrugs. I suppose so, she admits after a moment's thought. But I didn't know to ask. I just thought it was another difference between us. Like the eye. Lachlan grimaces. It started a while back, she says. I should have said something sooner. You never used to let yourself get this way. Tamsin reaches up, tugs at the rough, thick tangle of a plate. I'm sorry. That makes Lachlan twitch, and she takes the scissors in hand again and moves around behind Tamsin. She takes the braid from Tamsin's fingers. Tamsin lets her. Don't apologize, she says. I can fix this, at least. The scissors are loud as they slice through her hair. Her head feels lighter, and she closes her eye as Lachlan tosses the braid aside and runs her hand through the remaining length from scalp to ends. Her fingers catch in a few places, but the knots give quickly. Another few snicks of the scissors, more passes of Lachlan's hand, and Tamsin's head drops back. It feels good, firm, but warm. She hasn't been touched like this before. There, Lachlan says, voice rougher than before. Tamsin peeks up at her and finds her eyes half-lidded, gaze heavy on Tamsin's face. I'll send out for some hair products, but what I've got should be an okay start. Ready to get washed up? Tamsin nods and tugs the hem of her shirt, maneuvering it up and over her head. When Tamsin can see again, Lachlan is turned away, hand on the doorframe. Do you think you can get yourself between the chairs? She asks. Her voice is tight. Does nudity bother you? Tamsin asks. I don't mind if you stay. She considers a moment, then rephrases. I want you to stay. Lachlan's hand twitches. But she does turn around and come to Tamsin's side once more. Tamsin strips out of her bra, and Lachlan helps with the rest, touch clinical, gaze averted. She looks undeniably embarrassed. Tamsin wonders why she didn't just say yes and leave. There's a faint reddening across her cheeks as she helps Tamsin into the shower chair. I'm going to get you more clothing, Lachlan says as soon as Tamsin is seated. She's gone before Tamsin can argue, taking the folding wheelchair with her. Lachlan returns a minute or two after Tamsin shuts off the water.
Tamsin assumes a baritone pitch with a warm, confident, and highly engaging tone. The style should prioritize deep emotional connection and psychological tension. Tamsin assumes it's intentional. It's given her enough time to grab the nearest towel and rub herself dry with it, perched on the very edge of the shower chair to get at her lower back and thighs. As a courtesy, Tamsin holds the towel around herself as Lachlan enters, pushing a different wheelchair. It looks sturdier and like it's seen more use. Once Tamsin is dressed in what must be Lachlan's loose shorts and oversized shirt and seated in the new chair, Lachlan takes the time to comb out her hair. Tamsin tries to tell her not to bother, but Lachlan ignores her. It's not long enough to braid anymore, so she tucks it back behind Tamsin's ears, out of her face, then tapes a thick square of gauze over her eye. It's much more manageable than the bandage wrapping that Dr. Rivers had employed, and it's more care than Dr. Rivers ever extended to her. A bubble of what feels like grief rises up below her diaphragm. It's alien and overwhelming. She shuts her remaining eye against it. Tamsin? I thought she had my best interests at heart, she says. Her voice is thick. We're the same person after all. We have the same goals, the same interests. You may operate on the same rules, but your initial inputs are different. You're working from different knowledge bases, with different concerns. Who you are is contextual. Lachlan shrugs. Come on, let's get you somewhere more comfortable. Lachlan shows her how to steer the chair and move on her own. It's exhausting. She doesn't have the upper body strength for it. But at Lachlan's instruction, she precedes her through the entryway and out into the apartment proper. The room they emerge into is sprawling, with a kitchen tucked along one edge, a low plush couch in front of a widescreen TV, and an entire wall of plate glass looking out at the city below. Where Dr. Rivers' home was colorless, glossy, and manicured and barely lived in, Lachlan's apartment somehow manages to be cozy. It's still spotless and beautiful, but there's art on the wall, movie posters, an eclectic mix that feels organic. And the couch looks comfortably broken in. But all of that fades as Tamsin realizes just how high up they are and pushes herself closer to the windows, transfixed. It's impossible to see people from this far away. They're barely even specks. But she can track what she realizes must be cars maneuvering through the streets below. She can see the tops of other buildings, crowned in pump houses and receiving towers, a patchwork of tile and white paint and the occasional riot of greenery. People keep gardens on their roofs? Her eye hurts as she struggles to understand the distance, the scale of everything she's seeing. "Pretty different from the basement that thing was keeping you in," Lachlan says, softly at her side. Her hands are in her pockets, sleeves folded up to her elbows. Her left forearm is made of the same material as her hand, and Tamsin can't see where it meets skin. Unintended benefit, but hopefully it helps. Tamsin nods, but she isn't sure. Beneath the wonder, she still feels uneasy, like she had in the elevator. There's just so much space, and it feels as if the building might tilt at any moment. She wheels herself away from the window and over to the sitting area. Lachlan watches approvingly as she shifts herself out of the chair and onto the couch, then helps her prop up her ankle on a cushion. "I'd offer you a drink," Lachlan says, going over to what turns out to be a liquor cabinet against one of the solid walls, "but it won't mix well with your meds. Do you mind?" "No," Tamsin says, watching as she retrieves a glass and a bottle, uncaps the latter. For all of the danger etched into Lachlan's sinews, she has been shockingly careful and gentle with Tamsin, even when she hauled Tamsin out of the basement. But since deciding that Tamsin must be the original, she's softened even further, become more open, more doting, almost. Perhaps it isn't that Dr. Rivers was not kind to Tamsin, but that Lachlan is far more kind than makes sense. Who you are is contextual. Tamsin watches her fill her glass, then says, "If I'm not aware of being the original, if I've changed so much, if she fits the definition better than I do, does it matter?" Lachlan pauses, then tips more whiskey into her glass. "Yes," she says, capping the bottle and shoving it aside. "Yes, it matters. Why? Because I was technically here first? Because your existence isn't tied to a physics-defying catastrophe? I find that much easier to trust. And because you've been harmed." Tamsin shakes her head. "No, not until today. And your eye? That's not harm." She reaches up to touch the gauze. "I don't know," she says. "And if I don't know, if I don't remember, don't ask me if it matters." Lachlan swallows half her drink in a single go. "Though I suppose I'm glad you don't remember whatever it was. Small mercies." She eyes the bottle as if considering refilling her glass, then comes over to a nearby chair instead, dropping into it heavily. Her movements are stiff, and she seems exhausted, though it's barely early afternoon. "You are my charge, not my productivity." Lachlan grimaces and takes a sip. "Don't." Tamsin leans forward. "If there weren't two of me, if I'd just had a medical event that left me amnesiac, would you still be tasked with watching over me? Or would your employer, my employer, cut me loose once I was of no more use to them? But there are two of you." She throws back the rest of her glass. Tamsin thinks she's regretting not topping it up before. "And I've known you longer." But she doesn't know Tamsin now.
So what do you intend to do? Tamsin pushes. I think swapping us back is unlikely. Is it? It worked once, whatever happened. But Lachlan shakes her head, sitting back, sprawled with her legs wide, elbows braced on the chair arms. No, for now I just start with observation. We let Dr. Rivers continue working on the subsidence project and keep an eye out for anything else she might be attempting in the meantime. You were right. If she can make progress on the subsidence, that's valuable. And what happens if she solves the problem? If she doesn't cause any other trouble? It's possible, even likely. Lachlan needs to face that, accept that. Tamsin has. Swapping them back seems fair on the surface, but it wouldn't be that simple. It probably would be a disaster. Lachlan frowns into her empty glass, then sets it aside. She drags herself upright and goes over to the kitchen, a direction Tamsin cannot see from where she sits without twisting in place. Even then, she catches only glimpses. We'll handle that when we get there, Lachlan says. Now, what do you want to eat? There aren't many options, but the canned soup that Tamsin picks is better than a meal replacement. While Tamsin eats, Lachlan places a series of phone calls. She paces the apartment as she talks, and Tamsin only catches maybe a third of what is said. At a certain point, Lachlan shuts herself behind a door, and Tamsin hears nothing at all. Outside, the day creeps onward. There are no shadows to lengthen as the sun passes overhead, but the color of the sky changes. The view down is still dizzying, and she can't look for long without fatigue, but it keeps drawing her back, over and over. Eventually, the pain medication combines with her exhaustion, and she dozes. It's nearly evening when she wakes. Lachlan is sitting nearby, gaze fixed on her face. Tamsin stares back. She's behaving herself, Lachlan says, and has asked to move back to working in her office. I've allowed it. Her assistant will be keeping close tabs on her. It seemed more appropriate to have her somewhere she could be watched. That's a good idea, Tamsin agrees, even as she wonders if that means Dr. Rivers has given up on the basement. Her interest had always seemed perfunctory. She'd been much more concerned with Tamsin herself. Without Tamsin, the basement has lost its relevance. She eases herself upright, head still foggy with sleep. Her ankle is starting to hurt again.
Her head's constant ache with a warm, confident, and highly engaging tone. The style should prioritize deep emotional connection and psychological tension. Her head's constant ache returns, gentler than usual, but still persistent. She doesn't ask for another pill. Lachlan gives her a brief tour. Bathroom, the door to her bedroom, the door to Tamsin's. She doesn't open either of the latter, says she's still tidying, getting it fit for company. For dinner, Lachlan orders out. I can cook, Tamsin says. The counters in the kitchen are lower than in Dr. Rivers' house, she's noticed, reachable from the chair. Lachlan looks surprised, but doesn't question her. I don't have much that's cookable, she says instead. I'll order groceries tomorrow. But she looks pleased at the idea of Tamsin cooking for her, a more genuine happiness than Dr. Rivers' curiosity. Tamsin's chest grows warm and loose. After they eat, Lachlan insists on changing the bandage around her ankle and attending to the dressing on her eye. Tamsin protests that she can do it herself now, but Lachlan ignores her, presses a pill into her hands and watches as she takes it. I take care of what's mine, she says once Tamsin swallows. Her gaze is strangely heavy, and Tamsin flushes faintly, remembering their discussion about Penrose. This isn't how Dr. Rivers looks at the cat. Lachlan clears her throat, redirecting her gaze elsewhere. Your room's ready. Are you tired? Getting it fit for company makes more sense when Tamsin opens the door and sees that Lachlan does not have a guest room exactly. She doesn't entertain guests. What she does have is a room set up with a hospital bed. Lachlan assures her it's a nice model and doesn't explain why she has it beyond, it comes in handy on occasion. It's certainly more comfortable than Tamsin's cot in the basement, and it's easy to adjust its height to allow her to transfer from chair to bed without help. But to actually move, she does need Lachlan. She has trouble judging the exact position of the bed with only one eye while simultaneously bracing her ankle. Lachlan helps without comment. Once Tamsin is settled, though, she leaves, shutting the door behind her. Tamsin doesn't hear a lock click into place. She is alone, but not sealed away, and she can see the glittering lights of the city below through her window. If she wanted to, she could wheel herself back out to the kitchen. She doesn't. Instead, she leans back into her pillows and closes her eye. When she opens it again, Dr. Rivers is sitting at the foot of her bed. The room is dark around them. Dr. Rivers is only a silhouette with long, curling hair, the faintest glint of two eyes in the blackness. "You're not supposed to be here," Tamsin says. Her voice is swallowed up immediately, and she's afraid Dr. Rivers won't hear her. But she does. "I could say the same of you," she replies, and her voice is stronger. It fills the room. It isn't loud exactly, but it is undeniable, solid, real. One of her hands slides beneath the blankets, circles around Tamsin's ankle. Tamsin twitches, tries to jerk away. Dr. Rivers holds her firm and folds back the sheet with her other hand. She traces the lines of the bandages. "She trusts you," Dr. Rivers says, as if surprised. And she would be, wouldn't she? The last she saw, Lachlan had claimed she was taking Tamsin to a lab to be studied, not home to be coddled and cared for. "She thinks I'm the original," Tamsin says. "She doesn't think you're dangerous. But you are, aren't you?" Her thumb presses unerringly into a line of stitches, even though she can't see them. They flex against her nail. The bandages begin to darken. Tamsin feels the pain in her skull, not her ankle. "No," Tamsin says. "But I am," Dr. Rivers says. Her nail pushes harder. The bandages split and fall away, whisper-thin scraps, growing thick with blood. And we're the same. As the sutures split, images flake from her mind like scabs. A needle, driven into the skin of her double just to see her flinch. Dreams of vivisection, standing over her own body split open on a lab table. In every scene, she is the viewer, not the tormented. She has done this before. They can't be separated. They can never be separated. They're the same. They're linked. But where Dr. Rivers distorts the world around her, Tamsin floats on top of it all, insubstantial, inconsequential. Tamsin looks away, but there's nowhere else to look. What light filtered in through the windows is gone, velvety nothingness wrapping around her. Her eye is open, but no matter how hard she strains, she can no longer see the edge of the bed or the outline of Dr. Rivers. She can only feel her, fingernails digging into splitting flesh, breath on the side of her waist where her shirt has rucked up, the whispering trail of hair a moment later. The mattress shifts. Dr. Rivers prowls above her. Her hands leave Tamsin's ankles but fall on her shoulders, shoving her deeper into the pillows. She's solid, heavy, and her relentless presence, the only tangible thing in a sea of emptiness, skewers Tamsin through the heart. Tamsin can't move enough to fight her. She doesn't even have the strength to kick at the sheets. "Come home," Dr. Rivers whispers in her ear. "Come back. She cannot give you purpose, but I know what you need." The spike drives in deep, and all the world becomes nothing. Tamsin wakes with a spasm, clutching at sweat-soaked sheets. Her breathing is so rapid it threatens to choke her, and she rolls onto her side, pushing against the bedding. Her feet dig into the mattress, and her ankle is awash in pain. But when she draws her knees up and reaches down, the bandages are dry and whole.
The room is not dark. There is sunlight spilling in through the window past a bank of clouds, leaving everything softly aglow. Dr. Rivers is not here. There is no weight pressing her down, no spike through her chest. She doesn't understand. Trembling, she drags herself from the bed into the wheelchair. Her hands are clumsy on it as she tries to steer herself from the room. The door is almost impossible to open. She needs to pull it back and out, difficult to do with her chair in the way. But she manages, and the exertion gives her heaving breaths some organizing force. By the time she's in the hallway, she isn't so close to tears, but the gauze over her eye socket is damp anyway, with discharge from the strain. Her remaining eye is dry. She wheels herself toward the kitchen. Lachlan is awake already. She leans against the living room side of the island. Instead of a suit, she's in a loose, sleeveless shirt and knee-length baggy shorts. Her prosthetic arm is off, the limb ending just above the elbow. A metal post emerges from the rounded end of it, capped by a plastic cone. The arm isn't her only prosthetic. Her right leg is mechanical too, starting at the mid-thigh, attached by a similar metal stem into her leg. It moves naturally as her weight shifts, and she reaches for the coffee maker. Her shorts hang loose on her hips. There's a bit of exposed skin just above the waistband. She looks uncomfortably human, dressed down like this. Vulnerable. Dr. Rivers' voice echoes through her head. She doesn't think you're dangerous. Something happened, Tamsin manages weakly. Lachlan's head jerks up. The vulnerability disappears, her body language shifting until, even without her suit, even without her arm, she looks like a weapon. She's strongly muscled, alert, and focused entirely on Tamsin. What? I saw Dr. Rivers, here, in my room. She undid the bandages, but they're fine now, and I don't... Lachlan frowns, then crosses the wide expanse of room between them. She crouches down before her, gaze flicking across her body. Tamsin is wearing the same clothes as yesterday. They were soft enough to sleep in. The shorts hang down to her knees. A nightmare, Lachlan says finally, sitting back on her haunches. You were dreaming. I was, but I wasn't. It was something else. It felt real. They do sometimes. You'll get used to it, Lachlan says. She stands. It's normal after traumatic events, the brain's way of recontextualizing new information. It felt real, Tamsin repeats, chafing under the dismissal.
She may not have her memories with a warm, confident, and highly engaging tone. The style should prioritize deep emotional connection and psychological tension. She may not have her memories, but she's dreamed before, and it wasn't like that. But she does have to admit that location doesn't shift in reality the way it did in her dream. And the pain wasn't so much a sensation as a memory of a sensation. The fear was very real, though. She told me I was dangerous, Tamsin says, pushing her chair along and following Lachlan back to the kitchen. And she, or my brain, I suppose, maybe has a point. We don't know what I am. I know what you are. You're Tamsin Rivers. I was Tamsin Rivers. Probably. She shakes her head. I might be something else now. We can't be certain. And that lack of certainty tugs at her relentlessly. It's important. They need to keep it in mind. Or else. She doesn't know what will happen, and that's half the problem. Lachlan considers her silently. If she argues, it's only in the confines of her own skull. Well, figure it out, she says eventually. The coffee machine beeps, and she looks away at last, retrieving the mug. There's already one steaming on the counter. This one must be for Tamsin. Her movements are as confident with one hand as they were with two, but Tamsin still asks, "What happened to your arm?" "Crush injury after an IED went off and took the leg," Lachlan says, glancing over as she adds sugar and milk to Tamsin's mug. She must see Tamsin's lack of comprehension because she huffs a laugh. "Right, not what you were asking. It's off because the arm took some damage yesterday to the shell, so I've got it running diagnostics. If everything comes back fine, I'm going to install some replacement casing once I have my coffee. If not, then I'll have to send it out and use an older model." She shrugs. "Won't be an issue. How are you feeling? A little steadier?" Lachlan pushes the coffee across the counter. Tamsin takes a sip. It's perfect. That makes sense. Lachlan must know how she takes her coffee. Handy, since Tamsin doesn't. "A little," she says grudgingly. "Good. I found something useful last night after you went to bed. Did some digging." She ignores her own mug, stepping around Tamsin to retrieve a tablet from the coffee table. "You kept notes. On your phone, thankfully, or I may not have been able to access them. Dr. Rivers wiped them within a day of the file's creation, but the program I use keeps mirrored copies at intervals. If she'd deleted them any sooner, we'd have been out of luck." She taps at the tablet, then passes it over to Tamsin. "I haven't gone through them in detail yet, but they're not coded in any way. Read it and let me know if there's anything useful. I'll start looking for anything I can find on, what are we calling her? Your double? Not a clone. No, not a clone. Double. Copy. Some bit of disjointed knowledge squirms along her hippocampus. Doppelgänger? Doppelgänger, Lachlan agrees. I have to head out around lunchtime, but I should be able to pull some files down before then." She circles back around and finally retrieves her coffee. She drinks it black. "You won't have access to the internet. Security measure. Is that going to be a problem?" "Dr. Rivers didn't let her have access either." Tamsin considers. "I'll have to work only from the sources you find. I'm happy to chase down more once you've defined the problem a little better. Why not let me look?" Control over the situation. Lachlan slides onto a bar stool on the side of the island closest to Tamsin. "You're right. We don't know what you are. I don't think you're dangerous, not intentionally. But the fewer moving pieces, the more we can both be safe." It makes sense. And it dampens the echo of Dr. Rivers' voice. Finally. Tamsin moves to the couch with the tablet and her coffee. She's vaguely aware of Lachlan leaving the room and the sound of a door closing deeper in the apartment. But most of her attention is fixed now on the haphazard notes in front of her. They begin with a list of things she'd forgotten, things she can barely understand now for all the context she's lost. But then there is a narrative. She's read through it twice by the time Lachlan returns to the living room, now buttoned up in a fresh suit, arm back in place. She comes around the back of the couch, standing over Tamsin as she reads. Her gloved hand settles on the cushion behind her head. "I called her Prime," Tamsin says. Lachlan huffs. "Yeah, I don't get that one. Prime sounds like the base model, or the best." "Tamsin Prime and Tamsin Not," she says, shaking her head. "Prime is the variant, Not is the original, the definitional source." Interesting that she didn't swap our names. She didn't need to. I assumed she just meant to name you Nothing. You thought it was because you were a blank slate. But I might have figured it out. Tamsin twists to look up at Lachlan. I probably would have. And she didn't count on anybody else ever meeting me. It doesn't fit unless Dr. Rivers, Prime, has some inborn respect for their distinctions.
She is prime, Tamsin is not. That is immutable, no matter what else changes. It's so out of keeping with the Dr. Rivers that Tamsin knows that it makes her head ache. Before she leaves for the day, Lachlan pulls the notes that Prime dutifully turned over on the basement, as well as several sources on doppelgangers, though nothing so convenient as a comprehensive list. Instead, Tamsin has to comb through psychoanalytic monographs and literature reviews of the German Romantic tradition, plot summaries of video games, and post hoc gatherings of old folklore that may be more than half fabricated. In most cases, the double is just that, a copy, whose existence throws into sharp relief the failings of the original. The argument goes that people willfully ignore their weaknesses and cruelties, and the double's function is to make their venal natures obvious to all. They are a judgment, a reckoning, a manifestation of anxieties. Doubles in these stories are prone to committing crimes, trapping the original with the blame, or tipping them into destructive cycles. So many stories end with suicide, intentional or inadvertent. Desperate, the originals try to kill the reflection, only to take the mortal wound themselves. Sometimes the doppelganger disappears at the same moment. Other times it is the last one standing, winner take all. The original always loses. She has to take a break once she realizes that. Her head pounds, and her eye is tired, the muscle sore, her vision slightly blurry. She lets the crush of resignation and dread press her into the couch. The original always loses. She's fairly certain she's lost already. The memory issues, the disorientation, the injury, she's already at the end of her story, isn't she? But she's still alive. And Tamsin does differ from the protagonists of all these stories. The memory loss alone is unique, and the apparent skewing in her nature. In these stories, the characters are all incapable of change. That's the exact reason they're pursued by their double. And very few stories show the original and the double in close contact. It's more of a haunting, persistent, maddening, unyielding. Glimpses on the street, perhaps. Acquaintances recalling encounters the original has no memory of. Nothing so mundane as living in the same house, working on the same questions. And none of the stories associate doubles or doppelgangers, or even shadow selves, with digging deep into the earth. That, it seems, is unique to Prime, to her. She keeps working, keeps looking. Every break she needs to take to rest her eye leaves her a little more frustrated, a little less patient. The stories become more vague, more chaotic, less helpful the further afield she goes. Her attention catches on useless things. There's capgrass delusion, where the afflicted thinks that everybody around them has been replaced with an identical but non-original double. Strange face illusion, where staring at your own reflection in a darkened room triggers hallucinations and a sense of
She lingers on a story. The devil teaches black magic to 7 pupils in Salamanca, Spain. The last student to leave each night forfeits their soul. But one clever man argues that when he leaves at sunrise, it will be his shadow that is last to leave the room. The devil agrees and takes his shadow as payment. The man survives, but lives out his days marked and miserable. It's a variation on a final theme, doubles as the price of some bargain or trade. In this case, the double is less a concrete being and more a portion of the self, abstracted beyond even a reflection. But always, Always, it's that abstraction that seems to make the price worth it. Take this piece of me that I'm not using, and in return, make me successful beyond my wildest dreams. Prime would have done it, Tamsin is certain. She can only remember a few scant days with her double, but she knows that much. Prime is ambitious and callous and willing to take risks. All those things were likely just as true of Tamsin, and so either one of them might have bargained the other away. But that's not what happened. There's no abstraction, no shadow self. They are both living beings, and they exist alone together. And yet she can't shake the feeling that the bargain is important. Maybe it's because of the door. A door, after all, is a choice. Step through or leave it closed. Whatever is on the other side is forbidden knowledge, unobtainable. And once the choice is made, there's a chance the door will lock behind her for good. What would it take to open the door? The rhythm of life in Lachlan's home is not so dissimilar to living with Prime. Lachlan has obligations that extend beyond Tamsin, taking her away for long stretches of the day. But Tamsin is not locked in a featureless basement, and that matters. The apartment is undeniably designed, the walls a soothing gray, the furniture carefully matched, but it still looks lived in. Alive, in a way Prime's house, her house, never was. Lachlan keeps her own bedroom locked, as well as a few other rooms. The clothes she brings home for Tamsin to wear are largely similar to what Prime wore, save for the inclusion of a few dresses with wider skirts and softer colors. Lachlan doesn't ask for her opinion, but Tamsin thinks, if it bothered her, if she asked, Lachlan would replace the unfamiliar clothing with something more comfortable. She's not sure if it bothers her. So she wears the clothing, and she goes over her notes again and again, and she considers turning on the television. Lachlan leaves her the remote that first day apart after giving her a brief tour, but it seems too loud, too bright, too fast. She knows there was a television in Prime's house, but she never saw it on, never heard anything from the living room at all. The second day, though, Lachlan leaves her with instructions to turn it on to a particular channel at a specific time. When she does, she sees Prime giving a public statement on the news, the Marika Dynamics logo prominent behind her. The video is so high definition that Tamsin flinches away at first, then finds herself leaning in as far as she can, fixated on Prime's face. It's so familiar, so perfect, and so achingly far away. Then she spots Lachlan standing a fair distance behind, barely in the shot. She's watching Prime too. This is an evolving phenomenon, Prime says in response to a question from the audience. We ruled out seismic activity early on in our investigation, which is why the team from San Francisco couldn't find any either. It wasn't there to be found. The microtremors that the university is reporting are new and highly localized to Rosewood and, we think, are a response to the subsidence process, not a cause. Now, that shouldn't take away from our recommendation to the city for a narrow-scope evacuation. Whether it's causative or not, there's a chance of older houses coming down, of sinkholes opening up. But we do think that Marika Dynamics' new stabilization methods are a strong fit for the area, and we're thankful that San Siroco is partnering with us to help protect such a vibrant and storied neighborhood. The news segment doesn't give a lot of background information, certainly not enough for Tamsin to catch up to Prime's work, but it does come with a lot of talking heads dissecting Prime's every utterance. By far, the largest amount of airtime goes to arguing against the subsidence evidence as a whole. Very few people seem willing to accept what they cannot see and what cannot be explained by normal physics. Instead, accusations fly, fast and furious, about a power grab by Marika Dynamics, incompetence by city government,
tax schemes, and conspiracy theories that go over Tamsin's head. Prime's performance at an earlier press conference is compared with this one. Tamsin wonders how much time she's lost exactly, because even in the original press conference footage, it's clear that it's not Tamsin on that stage. She shuts off the television again. Each evening, she cooks. Her ability to judge position and depth quickly strengthens with the practice, and without fail, Lachlan eats with her and compliments what she's managed. They sit up into the night, talking about Tamsin's old life, about the world, about Prime's movements. Occasionally, Lachlan looks at her like she's in pain. Other times, she looks hungry. Most of the time, she looks professional but warm. When Tamsin asks about the press conference, Lachlan turns cold. "Our hand was forced," Lachlan says, fussing with her glass of whiskey. "We always knew it would be difficult to get out in front of this. As terrible as it sounds, without a tragedy to explain, our announcement was always going to ring more than a little false. But we also didn't want to run the risk of having to sheepishly admit that we knew there was a problem the whole time." "How was she?" Tamsin asks, because public relations doesn't interest her in the slightest. "Enjoying the challenge," Lachlan says, grimacing, then gets up to refill her glass. 3 more days pass like that. She reads and she watches the television. She cooks. She sleeps. Sometimes it stops mattering if Tamsin is the copy or the original. They fall into an equilibrium, and the world spins on, and Tamsin thinks that maybe everything will work itself out, that Prime will find a way to fix the subsidence after all, that the horror of what happened in her house doesn't matter against the larger scheme of things, that, in her current context, there's been no harm done. She doesn't know what will happen to her if that's the case. What space can there be for something like her if Prime pulls through and saves the city? Does it look anything like Lachlan's apartment? She wants it to. But there are other options. Labs and prisons and elimination if she proves useless except as a liability. Lachlan, Marika, has no purpose for her. And if Prime saves the city, she'll be allowed to dictate terms. Or maybe she'll fail entirely, and the city will fall. Tamsin has access to her notes on the subsidence, or at least the notes she kept in ways Lachlan could find, and she can see no solution she hasn't already ruled out. She's exhausted the resources they could find on doppelgangers, and she's running out of avenues to explore. And sometimes, at night, she dreams of an expansive darkness, an absence of sound, the feel of a doorknob in her hand. On the 4th day, she gives up on work. She takes a nap instead, once Lachlan has left for the morning. She wakes up sometime after noon and pulls herself into her chair, wheels herself out into the hall. There is a door set in between her bedroom and the bathroom. Tamsin stares. It wasn't there this morning. It matches the other 2 doors precisely, but there is nothing it can open onto. It straddles the wall between the 2 rooms. It is impossible, definitionally impossible, just like the door in her basement.
But still, she goes into both rooms, tapping on the drywall, measuring crudely by arm length, desperate to prove herself wrong. The answer remains the same. There's no space. She hunches forward in the wheelchair, pulse picking up speed until she can barely hear herself think above the pounding. The apartment seems to grow darker around the edges, shadows building, thickening. This can't be happening. She needs to tell Lachlan, but Lachlan won't be back for at least 3 hours, maybe longer. Tamsin wheels herself back into the hall, staring at the door. It doesn't look like the door in Prime's basement, but then again, neither do any of the other doors in Lachlan's apartment. All of these doors are a deep slate blue with black hardware. She can't even be sure how long the door has been there, really, because she didn't actually count the doors that morning. She's just certain she would have noticed it before. Tamsin watches the doorknob, heart in her throat. It's difficult to breathe around. This apartment can't be sinking. It's too high up in the air, and if it were distorting, surely somebody else in the building would have noticed. But are the ceilings higher? They're already lofted compared to those in Prime's home. She doesn't have a frame of reference. She makes herself leave, retreating to the couch and seizing the tablet, pulling up her notes again. With the door out of eyeshot, she can breathe, just enough to think. When the first door appeared, that's when she began having strange dreams, sleepwalking. It had, in hindsight, begun the cascade that ended with the loss of her memories, the change in her personality. The thought of it happening again, of having what little identity she started to cobble together once more pulled out from under her, is enough to make her drop the tablet from shaking so hard. But then she realizes it's not your house. How is Lachlan sleeping? Would she have woken up if Lachlan started sleepwalking? Impossible to know. The penthouse is dead silent at night, and the walls are thick. But Lachlan doesn't know about the door. That she is sure of. If she knew, she would have broken it down by now. If she knew, she would have taken Tamsin somewhere else, somewhere safer. Is it safe here now? That depends on if the door opens. What would it take to open the door? It's not long until she's in her chair again, in that hallway, staring at it. It conjures up the same gut-twisting aversion as the one in the basement, a demand to look away, to leave. She makes herself approach instead. Each rotation of her wheels takes a monumental effort, sweat beading her brow. She does not want to do this, can feel Prime pressed against her back, but she has to know. She has to confirm this is what she thinks it is. After all, it could just be that there is a linen closet, very small, the width of the door and a few inches deep. The math still wouldn't work out, but maybe. The footplates of her wheelchair bump the door. A shudder lances through her, white electric, and she jerks back in her seat. She bears down and counts each inhale and exhale until she can move again. When she reaches out, her hand is shaking so hard she can barely grasp the doorknob. But she needs to know. The knob is less a knob than it is a lever, but it gives under her hand, the same way her notes described the knob turning in the basement. It acts as if it should open. No indication of a lock, no resistance, a smooth movement of the hardware. When it comes time to push or pull, she can't do it. She tries, she gives the order, but her body refuses to obey. Tears erupt from her eyes, both of them, empty socket and remaining organ both, burning hot, and she lets go of the knob and wheels back hard until she hits the far wall. She can't breathe, gasps and writhes and tears at her hair until she is curled up in the seat, panting into her knees. If she can't see the door, she can pretend it isn't there. It's not hard, a magnet repelling its match. The dread fades when she isn't forced to think about it. It's the opposite of what the old Tamsin put in her notes, of the infiltrating fascination, the growing obsession. There is nothing for her here, nothing, and she doesn't understand her old self, the self so desperate to see inside that door, to know where it leads. It shouldn't exist at all. She flees. By the time Lachlan returns, Tamsin has all but convinced herself it was a hallucination. Her mind is not stable, that much is obvious from her notes. And while Lachlan hasn't pointed out any memory lapses, and she hasn't noticed any alterations in her perception or budding agoraphobia, it's been less than a week. The door provokes a panic response in her, much like the concept of leaving the house once did.
Something happened to her, something that destabilized everything inside of her, and she cannot be trusted. That much she's sure of. So she doesn't tell Lachlan about the door. She doesn't want Lachlan to think less of her or to pity her. The apartment isn't sinking, can't be sinking, and so there is no correlation between the basement and here. The door can't be real. She's simply traumatized, harmed, as Lachlan put it. It's like a nightmare, this hallucination, the mind trying to parse out the damage, an extinction burst, all tied to the pressure Prime had her under, whatever happened to her and I. In the basement, she'd feared the door, just as Prime had before her. Now here, there's nothing to fear, but her brain doesn't know that yet. And even if something is wrong, even if the door is there, Lachlan had said that getting out ahead of something like this, before the tragedy, is a hard sell. She'll take the other tack. If something is wrong, Lachlan can discover it, like she did, and then they can find a solution. But while Tamsin manages to pull herself together before Lachlan returns, she doesn't have dinner on the table like she usually does. She also has no explanation for the lack. Lachlan actually looks unbalanced by it, though she recovers quickly. She orders takeout for them. She laughs to herself as she pours them both a drink. "It's not like you're a housewife," she says, passing one glass to Tamsin. "I think we agreed I'm more of a pet," Tamsin replies. Lachlan glances down at the dress Tamsin is wearing, one of the unfamiliar ones, with a curved neckline and soft green fabric. She doesn't say anything, but sips her whiskey. "I'm out of materials," Tamsin says, mind returning to the issue of work. The door hovers at the edge of her thoughts, but she ignores it. She has enough to worry about with Prime and her own future. "I'm not any closer to an answer about the city, or any closer to a theory of what Prime is." Lachlan, settling in the nearby armchair, pulls off her gloves. "Do you know what else you want?" "New data," Tamsin says. "How is she these days, since my removal?" "Difficult, but behaving, as far as I can see." "Did you see her, in person?" "No, not today." Lachlan tips her glass, watching the way the whiskey pools in the corner. She might suspect that Kara is reporting on her, though. She's utilizing her more than she was, or you were, but there's something different about their exchanges. Kara is getting nervous. Doesn't know what's actually wrong, of course, but she knows something is off. She pauses, tips the glass the other way. "If you were her, if you were yourself again, and you were trying to slip my observation, what would you do? How would you lie to me?" It takes all her effort not to look at the hallway. "Distraction," she says after a moment. "Productivity. The more data there is, the harder it will be to find the discordant bit. How many hours is she logging in the lab?" "She slept there some nights," Lachlan says. She rises from the chair, strolling around the perimeter of the living room. "Which means I have her on camera at all times. I know where she is. I can see what she's doing, even hear what she's saying in most areas. She is rarely alone."
As far as I can tell, she hasn't contacted Flex East since the day I found you. But you can't watch her all the time, even with all of that coverage. "No," Lachlan agrees. "And the longer she follows the letter of the law, the less leverage I'll have to insist on staying focused on her." "What do you want to happen?" Tamsin asks. This time she doesn't suggest anything. She wonders if the passage of time has changed anything. From Lachlan's hesitance, it has. "I want her to make a mistake," Lachlan says at last. "I want her to give me an opportunity to take her in, to see what she is, what makes her tick. I want to take her apart." She says nothing about Tamsin. None of the reading Tamsin has done has presented them with an out. In every story where the double is removed, the original goes with it. To kill a double is to commit suicide.
And the only alternative is to sink deeper and deeper into madness, it seems. She thinks she must be there already. The click of Lachlan setting her glass down on the coffee table recaptures her attention. Lachlan braces one knee on the couch cushion and leans over Tamsin. Her non-mechanical hand cups Tamsin's jaw, tilts her head up. "Bandage check?" Tamsin asks. "There's something you're not telling me," Lachlan says. Her voice is low and soft, but there is an edge to it. Tamsin's spine straightens. She lifts her chin, feels the phantom handle of the door beneath her fingertips. "Come with me. I want to show you something," she could say. "Do you see anything strange here?" But there is no door. There can't be. So there's nothing to tell. "I could say the same of you," Tamsin says. "The dresses, the kindness. What do you want to happen?" Lachlan's expression shudders for just a moment, a tightening of the skin around her eyes, a slight pursing of her mouth. And then she leans in and presses their lips together. She tastes like whiskey. Her nearness is overwhelming, and for a moment Tamsin thinks to pull back, to ask for an explanation. But her body knows this, even if it doesn't know Lachlan specifically. Procedural memory. Her lips part, and they gave in to desire, connecting deeply. Lachlan rears back. It's so abrupt that Tamsin doesn't even try to follow, just stays splayed on the cushions, skirt rucked up around her waist. Horror sweeps over Lachlan's face, and she staggers away from the couch, running a hand through her hair, so mussed that it's falling into her eyes. Her lips are swollen. "Lachlan?" Tamsin reaches for her. "Don't," Lachlan snaps, stepping clear out of reach. "This was a mistake." Tamsin aches, confused. "But you enjoyed it. You wanted it. You have wanted it. As a daydream, a fantasy. Not in reality," Lachlan says. She is angry, and it doesn't make any sense. "I don't understand," Tamsin says, voice wavering. Lachlan shows her teeth. "Exactly," she spits. "You don't understand enough to say yes to anything. You're naive, childlike. It's disgusting." A chime sounds from the entryway. The doorbell. Dinner. Lachlan walks away, and Tamsin stares after her, the pulsing heat of her body abruptly replaced by clammy stillness. Disgusting. Lachlan thinks what just happened was disgusting because Tamsin can't remember who she used to be. Because Tamsin doesn't behave the way she's supposed to. Because she's changed too much to be anything of worth. She thinks that Tamsin's desires aren't worth responding to because they're the desires of a broken thing. And for the first time, Tamsin is angry, furious about what has been taken from her. They do not talk over dinner. Lachlan barely looks at her. Tamsin returns the aversion. The food is flavorless on her tongue, and it accumulates in a noxious tangle in her stomach. There are no apologies, or explanations, or accusations. When Lachlan goes to bed, she passes by the extra door without pausing. She can't see it, but Tamsin can. It sits there, silent, horrifying, and familiar. After Lachlan closes her bedroom door, Tamsin sits in the hall for as long as she can bear it, tracing the doorframe's lines with her eye until that eye aches from being overstrained. She doesn't come close enough to touch. She doesn't need to. It reaches out to her, caressing her cheek. It feels like Lachlan, like Prime, like the weight of the self she can't remember anymore. What would it take to open the door? She's already sacrificed so much. But maybe it's not a sacrifice if she didn't choose it. Although she's read her own notes, she never once called for help. At every step, no matter her fears, she pushed onward, committed to something she didn't understand.
The siren call of the subsidence, the distortion of her home, and the accompanying distortion of her mind. She retreats to her bed and sleeps fitfully, and in the morning she doesn't leave her room. She can hear the sounds of Lachlan getting ready for the day: shower, coffee machine, pacing footsteps. Tamsin lies in bed and feels at the edges of her anger, her pain, wondering if they map to the edges of herself. Here, in this apartment, where does she end and Lachlan's control begin? The wheelchair beside the bed is useful, but it is also Lachlan's, and as long as Lachlan has not suggested she stop using it, Tamsin has not tried to. She hasn't had a desire to. Is she supposed to? You don't understand. And she hadn't. She hadn't known why Lachlan wanted to move to the bedroom, though she can guess now, if not see the necessity. Privacy like that is an illusion at best. She didn't understand the meaning behind the clothing Lachlan picked for her. She doesn't understand a great many things about the world. But she does understand her work, and she understands Prime. She understands herself. Lachlan's argument is wrong. So what if she lacks the same cultural knowledge that Lachlan has? It doesn't render her incapable of desiring things, of making choices, of being independent. If anything, it's Lachlan's assumptions that soured last night. She was clearly following some script of a fantasy, something to do with the dresses, with the concept of home, of pets and housewives. And then Tamsin, who didn't know the script, who reacted purely out of want and instinct, had responded in some way that had made Lachlan jump to the idea that Tamsin couldn't possibly know what she wanted. And yes, Tamsin has changed. Somehow, some way, Prime reduced her to something approaching a blank slate. But her mind is as sharp as ever. It's only the context that has changed. Tamsin levers herself out of bed and tests her ankle against the floor. It's nearing noon, but Lachlan is still in the apartment. She paces, fully dressed save for her gloves, a phone pressed to her ear. Tamsin watches her from the hallway, standing on her own. She's wrapped her foot tightly in a supportive bandage. It's enough. It hurts, but the sutures aren't splitting. It hurts, but she can ignore it. Yes, of course. Thank you, sir, Lachlan says. She lowers her phone, mouth set in a firm line, tapping out commands on the screen. Bad news, Tamsin asks. She's in clothing as close to what Prime wears as she could manage out of what's still clean. A sleek knit dress, tight in the skirt, with a structured jacket on top. Her hair is freshly washed and set, thanks to muscle memory. Her hands had still expected longer curls, but they caught up soon enough. When Lachlan looks up, it's clear that her appearance is having the intended effect. There is a simultaneous easing of tension and restoration of guard. She doesn't comment on Tamsin's standing. Prime has convinced the CEO of Miraika to reopen the Deep Node Labs, Lachlan says, setting her phone onto the kitchen counter with a grimace. She made what he described as a cogent argument in favor of their operational necessity to solving the subsidence issue. Tamsin cocks her head to the side. She knows very little about the labs, only bits and pieces that she overheard Prime talking about.
But where the specifics are lacking, her knowledge base assembles some basic suppositions: heavy particle and radiation shielding, something to do with communications, the necessity of digging deep. She's researched this in depth before. She can learn it again. And this is a problem, Tamsin says. It's a Hail Mary. If she can get this up and running, and if she can't stop the sinking, she at least has a world-changing innovation to bank the rest of her career on. But of all the arrogant, dangerous actions she could have taken, do you think there's a connection between the labs and the sinking? Lachlan scowls. I couldn't tell you. You conveniently never proved it one way or the other. Couldn't locate a mechanism of action. You certainly had little incentive to, beyond the greater good.
I cut the program because I didn't trust you to manage it effectively anymore. She retrieves her gloves from where they're discarded on the island, tugging them on roughly. But if the media gets a hold of this, they could make assumptions. It could backfire spectacularly. It's unknown science coinciding with an unknown, imminent disaster. And down is down. Even at best, it will paint us as callous, focused on profit over safety, which, Tamsin thinks, Marika Dynamics is. I need to talk to her, Lachlan continues, convince her to act sensibly. At least she's nowhere near as erratic as I was, Tamsin says. Lachlan pauses, halfway to the door. Tamsin, she can be reasoned with, if she doesn't hate you after what you've done. Lachlan's upper lip curls back. Tamsin refuses to look away. Everything she's saying is true, after all. That it bothers Lachlan is not her problem. I'll be back when I can, Lachlan says, and then she's gone. There is, of course, an option Lachlan did not voice, but must have thought of. Prime knows exactly what she's doing. If Lachlan's initial fears of the communications experiments directly causing the subsidence were well-founded, Prime may intentionally have opened the labs again, resumed the old experiments, even, perhaps, accelerated them in the service of hastening the disaster or some other outcome that isn't just fame and fortune. Will Lachlan know to look for that? For the better part of half an hour, Tamsin wonders if she should have said something. In the end, she lands on maybe. She doesn't trust Lachlan, right now, to respond thoughtfully to the threat, to understand and, moreover, believe her and take the right action. They both need to know more about the labs to discern the best way to stop whatever Prime has set in motion, and they need to know what Prime is after in order to anticipate her next move. Tamsin needs more information, and she needs Lachlan to believe that she is who she always has been, that she can understand what she is advocating for, that she isn't just panicking or inventing stories. She needs a researched proposition instead of an idle theory. This, she suspects, was the crux of their original relationship. They have never been able to trust one another. Their interests have always been fundamentally opposed, even if their natures haven't been. More information means more research. Resources that Lachlan has taken from her. The tablet is not hard-locked out of the internet, but does need a password that Tamsin can't begin to guess at. She knows, though, that there's a central object that organizes internet access for a home. She can't imagine where Lachlan would put it, but if she takes a step back, she can recall how that internet access works. From there, she can anticipate where it would be most advantageous to put the hardware. Lachlan has not locked it away. It's simply tucked aside near the television. There is no handy piece of paper with the password noted down on it, but after some inspection, Tamsin manages to reset the router to default. That password is on the original manufacturer's sticker along the bottom of the casing. Certain apps won't engage with the reset Wi-Fi. It's missing some kind of key that flags the connection as approved. But general internet browsing works, and after some fiddling with both the router and the tablet, Lachlan's emails begin to populate. She filters for her own name and finds reports. Not everything loads. The tablet is missing necessary programs. But there's enough to get her back up to speed. It's like rushing down a corridor, unlocking every door along the way, each one falling open with a light touch. It's all still there, simmering in the marrow of her. And it's enough to start theorizing about what precisely Prime might be up to. Tamsin can't find paper, but she does find markers. Lachlan's walls are darker than the basement's, but they'll do. She retreats to her bedroom, then painstakingly maneuvers the hospital bed over against the wall. From atop it, she has a whole expanse she can easily reach, and the ability to raise and lower herself. She gets to work. Certain things are easier from her current vantage point. The communications experiments are fascinating, but she has no personal investment, not like she once did, not like Prime might have now. It's unclear if she had been intentionally avoiding certain avenues of thought, or if it had been a subconscious attempt to protect her pet project. Or, perhaps, without a dominant intellectual milieu governing her thoughts, she's simply willing to move laterally more often. Whichever it is, she can feel new ideas clicking into place, settling in, filling in gaps. She doesn't discard anything outright, not even the vague and spurious association she makes between the heavy darkness of her nightmares and the sensory isolation of the node chambers. Her old notes, too, mention dreams of creeping absence, of a void. Emotional links between ideas are not necessarily logical, but the fact that it has followed her across a major alteration to her cognition seems important. More directly, while the pockets of distortion in the soil and stone below the city are not in any way related to a single plane, neither is the path of the particles that the nodes utilize for their long-distance instantaneous transmission of data. That's the entire point of the labs. Because they filter out so much of the noise of existence, what is left, even if it is erratic and intermittent, can be purposefully utilized. It is possible, therefore likely, that the particles Tamsin intended the node chambers to interact with are not the only things making contact. But how does information become a door, become a copy of herself? It's very personal. Of course, she suspects she's been inside the chambers more than most. But the other node lab leaders, they must go in occasionally. And none of them have reported problems. They might be concealing their own disasters, but none of them are behaving erratically, at least as far as Lachlan has said. A door opens, closes, footsteps in the hall. Lachlan, Tamsin identifies, and pushes the input aside. There's never a knock on the doorframe, or Lachlan calling for her, so she must be fine to keep working. Her double may not be a direct result of the subsidence. It could very well just be an accident, a side effect. The pockets of distortion, do they involve any sort of doubling? A mathematic increase of density? Or reduction? A copying of the inanimate within a confined space with no outlet? Perhaps she's lucky that a house has more space to exist in than a hole in the ground. But her basement didn't double in its dimensions, did it? Not all at once, certainly. But is it already larger than twice its original size? Smaller? If smaller, will it stop when it reaches the point of duplication, a perfect transformation? And why did it only grow down? More noises, soft but jarring, and Tamsin is at a standstill. So, at last, she looks over her shoulder to the hallway. She can't see anything from here, except that it can't have been more than an hour or two since Lachlan headed to work, by the quality of the light. Lachlan shouldn't be home yet.
Lachlan hasn't come to ask about the Wi-Fi. It's not Lachlan. For a long moment, Tamsin doesn't move, her body heavy and buzzing with adrenaline. In Prime's house, she would have been expected to put herself back into the basement as quietly as she could, assuming she was even out of the basement at the time. But this isn't Prime's house. There should be no intruders here at all. Is it somebody here to hurt Lachlan? Or worse, is it somebody who knows Tamsin exists? Is it Prime? Maybe she should hide beneath the bed. Take shelter, stay small, stay quiet. That's what Lachlan would tell her to do, she's fairly certain. But she can't. She can't sit by and allow this intrusion, this violation. She approaches the door silently, then edges through it. The impossible door beside her own is still there. She can't see any movement in the hall or in the other rooms. There aren't any more sounds to follow, but she creeps toward the living room anyway. Her ankle protests. Her breathing sounds too loud, too jagged. She has no weapon. Will she need one? If it is prime, will she? But it's not prime. Lachlan stands in the middle of the living room, looking at the bank of windows. Her suit is immaculate, as always, but Tamsin has never seen this slope of her shoulders, the casual tuck of her hands into her pockets. She's never seen that quiet wonder on her face. "Lachlan?" she asks. "What are you doing home already?" Lachlan turns to her, mouth curving into a sweet smile. "Hello," she says. It's her voice, her mix of gravel and honey. It's not the timbre, but the openness, the soft space at the end of her words. That's all wrong. "Do you live here?" It's not Lachlan, but Tamsin already knew. She draws closer, looking for some flaw, some alteration, besides in manner. There is none. She's certain that if she could see below the suit, this thing would still have a mechanical leg, based solely on the way it balances its weight, physics guiding stance rather than personality or preference. Every similarity she catalogues only nauseates her more. "I do," she says, when not Lachlan's expression begins to turn confused and hurt at the silence. "You don't." The double frowns. "Oh," she says, "it's such a wrong sound from that mouth. Allowing, sweet, empty-headed and trusting and flattened. Like me," Tamsin thinks, even as she recoils with disgust. This is how Lachlan sees her, how Prime sees her. Pathetically childlike, empty, a blank slate. And the worst of it is, she understands it now. She feels it down to her core. She can't endure this reflection of what she's become, and having it written onto Lachlan's face of all faces. She can't stay here. But when she staggers back, her ankle twists, and the incision sites burn as if they're ripping back open. She gasps with pain, and her knee buckles, unwilling to allow her to keep hurting herself. And the double surges forward and catches her. "You're hurt," the double says. Its grip on her is like iron, unrelenting, precisely the way Lachlan had taken hold of her in Prime's basement, but its expression is alien. There's no cold remove there, only empathetic pain and worry. The only recognizable traces of Lachlan are its features and the possessive light in its eyes. It moves to scoop her up into its arms. "Let go," Tamsin protests, trying to pull away. But the double's grip just tightens. "You need care. Let me help you." If this was Lachlan, she'd give in. But it's not. This thing is just mimicking Lachlan at her basest level. Tamsin's disgust and panic turn to rage, to rejection. "I said let go." She throws her weight to her left side. The double overbalances, surprised and refusing to release her. Something in its leg gives a high metallic whine and buckles. The double spills onto the floor and Tamsin along with it. The double's head hits the coffee table on the way down. Tamsin stares. She hadn't even known it was there. Now the corner of the table is slick with hair and blood and bits of flesh. The floor is smooth. More blood spreads across it, inexorably, until it reaches her skin. And beneath her, Lachlan's body is motionless. It takes 15 minutes for the double to die. It doesn't open its eyes in that entire span, but it moans occasionally. Once or twice, a finger twitches. Tamsin stands vigil over it all, half out of a sense of obligation and half out of frozen horror.
Blood drips from the table edge, and what she thinks might be bits of brain, pinkish, grayish globs of tissue that can't quite hold together. At 14 minutes, the double's eyelids flicker. Tamsin kneels and smashes its head into the floor again and again until the last tremors are gone. It's the safer option. There's no chance of the double getting up again. No chance of it stealing everything from Lachlan the way Prime has taken everything from her. But it's also no longer an accident. She stares at the body, her hands still gripping the sides of its head. In its face, she now sees only Lachlan. Lachlan trapping her in this gilded cage. Lachlan who thinks she's some helpless, childlike thing to be coddled and shielded. Lachlan whose form she has murdered. It's too close to the real thing. Her breathing is coming too rapidly. Her head is starting to spin. She lets go and pushes herself away, knowing she needs to not look, unable to do anything but. Lachlan murdered. Bits of quantum entanglement theory drift through her mind. Bodies as particles, lives as equivalent exchange. And those stories she'd read, scrounging for any hint as to Prime's nature. They'd all said that killing the double had meant killing the self. Murder became suicide. The knife wound in the reflection became a knife wound in the flesh. What if? What if? Her entire body tenses, and she twists to the side at last, hand clasped over her mouth as she tries not to vomit. She stays there, huddled over and shaking, now as unable to look as she was to turn away. The body is just Lachlan's. Her one ally, the only fixed point aside from Prime. Now meet, just meet, and here she is alone. No obvious road ahead of her. She can't do this. There's too much she doesn't know, doesn't understand, and she wants to scream at the thought. But she doesn't. She forces herself to breathe, to think. There must be options. There always are. If Lachlan is dead, and she can't assume that's true, not until the sun sets and Lachlan isn't home. If she's dead, then Tamsin is on her own. There is nobody left to stop Prime, or to solve the mystery of the doors, or to look out for other doubles. If Lachlan is dead, she needs every advantage she can get, every scrap of data. She makes herself look at the double again. Her hands ache with the echo of each slam of skull against floor. She can still hear the crunch and squish of bone and brain. Except it is not Lachlan. It is something very like Prime. The thought doesn't give her comfort, but it fights back the nausea, the tears, and her hand almost doesn't shake as she reaches out to touch it. It's still warm, but not warm enough to feel right. She scoots closer until her hip is pressed to the double's leg. Blood soaks into her dress. She touches the double's face, tilts it this way and that, until she is sure there is nothing to be gained from it. Then she moves on to the rest. Tamsin tugs at the double's clothing, trying to get it off, but its limbs are heavy and unresponsive, fighting her as she goes. She manages, finally, to drag the jacket off, the blood that has soaked into the wool smearing onto her hands. She searches it for flaws in the suit's construction, not knowing what she's looking for, but desperately hoping she'll know it when she sees it. The fabric is heavy and smooth enough to be expensive. The label is recognizable along the same axis. Except she can't actually read the label. She squints at it. Blood obscures some of the text, but not all. She should be able to read it. She thinks she can read it. But when she tries to sound out the word, she can't. There's a block. She blinks, and the words resolve.
Momentary lapse, or something else. She wants to grab the tablet, go through her old notes again, because the door had behaved similarly, hadn't it? That had been damaged, yes, but between one blink and the next, the door had been able to change. Perhaps, maybe, or she's still panicking. The simulacrum of Lachlan's body is unmoving and too soft beneath her hands, no longer reflexively tensing, not resisting anything she does to it. Its blood is warm but cooling fast. She hates it. She doesn't get the tablet. She needs to minimize the cleaning that comes next. Instead, she tugs loose the tie, unbuttons the shirt. It tears as she maneuvers it off the body's shoulder, but beneath, the prosthetic limb looks exactly as Tamsin remembers it, though it's been a few days since she's had an unobstructed view. Except the flesh on the residual limb is smooth. Where the scars from multiple surgeries should be, there are only faint indentations. A blink, and the scars are there. It's as if the double is still constructing itself, even in death, based on observation. Tamsin, when she saw Prime for the first time, already knew herself in depth. The physical mimicry was perfect from the start. But Tamsin is only just beginning to know Lachlan, to see her. It takes longer for whatever is happening to pull the details from her. She doesn't reach for the fly of the trousers, even though she's desperate to see if the leg behaves the same way. She needs to contain the effect, in case the remaining differences are keeping the real Lachlan safe. She forces herself upright, ankle protesting, other foot slipping in the blood. Towels. She'll need towels. Cleaning fluid. But first, she needs to move the body. It needs to go away. Tamsin retrieves the wheelchair from her bedroom. Blood smears from her hands onto the metal, sticking, tacky between flesh and chair. From the hallway, the body looks almost as if it's sleeping, but she has left it in shambles, shirt torn half off and flesh exposed. The blood, now that it's drying, looks less oceanic than it had felt beneath her legs, but it still turns her stomach. There is a blanket along the back of the couch, one of those lived-in details. She tugs it free and spreads it out over the mess, fighting it as it balls up and drags through the puddles. With a desperate pull, she hauls it over the double's face and the wreckage of its skull, and uses the corner to wipe down the edge of the table, knocking brain matter and hair loose. Then she wipes the rest of the blood off her hands, a faint scrim remaining only in the creases of her knuckles, along her cuticles. It helps. From there, she tries to lift the body, but it's so heavy, not stiff at all, and still not cold either. The distribution of weight is unpredictable without muscle tension to hold limbs and organs firmly in place. Her arms tremble. Her body protests, and the press of what is almost Lachlan against her is unbearably intimate. An arm slides loose of the blanket and drapes over her shoulders, and it is so very close to an embrace. She stands. Her knees quake and her ankle screams, but she stands. With a cry, Tamsin heaves the body into the wheelchair. Without consciousness, it can't hold itself upright. It slumps, begins to slide down. Tamsin catches it, bracing it chest to chest, and shoves the unresponsive limbs into place. The head hangs forward, heavy onto her shoulder. Dead. Dead. Lachlan. Dead. She pushes the thought aside. If it's not Lachlan, then the body itself doesn't matter. It's just a thing to be gotten rid of, put out of the way so she can work. She hides it in the front bathroom, the one with all the medical supplies. The shower stall is large enough. She shoves it inside, then goes through the cabinets, looking for things she might need. painkillers for her ankle, which is throbbing sharply even when she has no weight on it, saline wash and antiseptic ointment, and fresh gauze for her eye socket. She has to assume she'll need to care for her own wounds from here on out, while she... What? The future is still a gray fog, impenetrable, unsettling. She needs to clean everything as best she can, she decides, to give herself more room to think. Her clothing is stained through, and her hands are growing stiff, even wiped down. She scrubs at them in the sink, then staggers out of the room. With a door between her and the corpse, she already feels more capable. In the foyer cabinets, she finds cleaning fluid and rags, along with a bag she can shove it all in when she's done. She carries everything back to the living room, gets down on her hands and knees, and scrubs. The blood is stubborn, but the material the floors are made of is slick and non-porous. It doesn't stain. When she's done, she tosses the rags into the bag and strips out of her own ruined clothes and stuffs them in after. The bag is at capacity. Naked, Tamsin limps to her own bathroom. Her legs are still covered in blood, and she can't tell if she's popped a suture or if her ankle has just been too sorely used. She hopes it's the latter, because she needs to get washed up and changed before she can leave. And she's going to have to leave. The sooner the better. Lachlan's double means things are accelerating somehow. Somebody needs to know. And if Lachlan is still alive, Tamsin doesn't want to be here when she returns and sees what Tamsin has done. But a few steps from the bathroom, she stops. The impossible door is still there. She's not sure why she expected it to be gone. The double's body is still, for lack of a better word, active. It is adjusting under observation. It's not alive, not the way she is, but it exists. The door, as well, remains. If she could reach out and take the knob, would it open for her? She almost tries, but the dread and terror is stronger than ever. She ducks into the bathroom instead. Her ankle is swollen, but the lines of neat sutures remain intact. Now, washed clean and dried off, she perches on the edge of the tub and bandages it the way Lachlan did. Then she gets one of the pain pills and cracks it in half with her thumbnail. She swallows it dry as she pads to the bedroom. Her equations and notes stare down at her from beside the rearranged bed as she slips into the last dress, one of the delicate things Lachlan had purchased for the version of Tamsin that is little more than a pet. It fits her perfectly. There are no shoes in the closet, nothing, not even slippers. It will look strange being outside without shoes, but what other option does she have now? Lachlan's bedroom is always locked. She leaves her own room and all her notes behind. Out through the living room, now free of blood, but wrong, all wrong. Its lived-in comfort has been tainted immutably. And from there to the foyer, where she thinks she can smell blood even through the closed bathroom door. She has to go, and she has to go now. Tamsin reaches out and hits the call button for the elevator. The indicator doesn't light up. There is no sound from the elevator shaft. No, Tamsin says. No, she repeats, finally recalling the fob Lachlan had used to clear them to come to this floor. The pieces slot into place. It's a key, just as much as the keypad on the door to her basement. Security, Tamsin thinks. Lachlan doesn't compromise on security or on privacy. But there must be some other option, a way out in case of an emergency. Lachlan would have insisted, just as much as she would have insisted on a strong lock to her front door. There aren't any signs pointing the way, and she doesn't know how to tell a stairwell door from an interior door, not really, but she finds it. It's the one door that locks from this side. It's the one door with more than one lock. It's the one door with a keypad and a metal box bolted securely to it, tamper-proof and inaccessible. She's trapped.
She retreats, a hunted beast, to her bedroom, grabbing the tablet and curling up atop the hospital bed.
Maintain a baritone pitch with a warm, confident, and highly engaging tone. The style should prioritize deep emotional connection and psychological tension. The tablet wakes up when she taps it, but the battery is running low, and she's not sure where the charger is. She'll have to move quickly, think quickly. Her lack of understanding about the outside world will be a hindrance, but there must be something she can utilize from the scraps Lachlan has given her and the bits and pieces she's gathered from the television. First, she pulls up a map and locates everywhere she thinks might be relevant. This building's address. A visual of where her house's address puts it in the city. The main Myrika Dynamics building. The Deep Node Labs. Then she pulls up everything she can find on electronic locks. She couldn't find a maker's mark on the box, so she can't pull up a manual. But everything she does find states that guessing the code is likely not an option. But everything also says that, except in extreme cases where the risk of death to those inside the locked structure is judged less important than whatever the lock protects, the lock will disengage if she cuts the power. The problem will be in getting inside. Specialized tools are cited more than once. She jots down everything that might be helpful and then moves on to Lachlan's contact list. Even if she can get out of the building, she has no shoes and no idea how to obtain a ride. Her best option for actual rescue is to utilize the internet connection to call for help. As long as she has Wi-Fi, there's an app that claims it will work. She's not entirely sure who she's going to call. Kara, perhaps? Prime's assistant? But Kara will know something is wrong if a second Dr. Rivers pings her while the first is standing right there. The same goes for everybody who works in Dr. Rivers' lab. The CEO of Myrika Dynamics? He'd know something about her sounded off. He'd try to call Lachlan, surely. And if he couldn't reach her, what then? None of the other names on the list are recognizable. For all she knows, any one of them could be happy to help her and willing to not ask questions. She looks at all of them, one by one, willing some memory to spark. Nothing. She finds herself, in the end, staring at the entry for Dr. Tamsin Rivers. She calls Prime. Prime answers her phone on the third ring. It's a long enough delay that Tamsin's resolve has begun to waver. Unable to pace, she chews at her fingernails. She stares at the battery, down to 4% now. And then, this is Dr. Rivers speaking. Tamsin nearly hangs up. The sound of Prime's voice makes her ankle flare in pain, her missing eye ache along the walls of the socket. "Don't go back," her mind hisses. "Don't go back, she'll hurt you again." Max? Woodfield? "It's me," Tamsin whispers, mastering her fear as best she can, shoving it down. She needs to see Prime again, no matter her terror. They are bound together. Something is at work between them. If she can figure out what it is, how it functions. Her eyes drift to the wall. Something new leaps out at her. A base premise even she hadn't thought to question, though she's had no way of proving its validity. All her node labs, she's assumed, have been here. But there's another option, isn't there, if she's already been forced to accept that Prime exists, that the door appeared, that the world is shifting below her feet? What if Prime didn't come from nowhere? What if Tamsin's actions didn't make her? What if, like Tamsin's naive state, Prime's was induced? Consider two iterations of the world, side by side, very similar. and 2 iterations of Tamsin working on the same project. Consider 2 node labs communicating across that divide, making contact. What is a door, besides a point of transition, of connection? Not. She swallows down her fear. I need your help. Silence. At Lachlan Woodfield's apartment, she says, and if her voice still trembles, it's an effective appeal to Prime's superiority. She stammers out the address. I can't speak for long, but she's not here, and I can't leave on my own. The elevator is keyed to a token she has. The stairs have an electronic lock of some kind. I'll come by the stairs, Prime says at last. I'll find a way to get the door open, and then you'll come home with me. No. Yes, she says, please. It is better if she's sweet and biddable. It's better if Prime doesn't know what she's capable of. Killing Prime may not be an option, but there must be some answer, some way to exploit the link between them, or to finally open the door. What would it take to open the door? I'll be there in 20 minutes, Prime says. Be ready, we won't have much time. She almost tells Prime not to worry, that Lachlan probably isn't coming back. But that, at least, she keeps for herself. In the hallway, Tamsin crouches down in front of the locked stairwell door. Beside her is the small bag she's filled with medical supplies and what tools she could find in the few unlocked cabinets in the foyer and stashed in kitchen drawers. The metal housing of the electronic lock is smooth. The keypad is wiped down. Lachlan did not design this apartment as a prison, but as a fortress. There must be a quick disarm code, something to allow Lachlan to escape in case of an emergency. She wishes she knew Lachlan well enough to guess it, wishes she knew enough about the broader world to know what the average person might choose. She'll need brute force instead. None of the tools she's found fit the tiny screws in the casing, and they and the surrounding metal are hard, harder than she was prepared for. There are seams, but she can't get anything into them. She fights it for the better part of 20 minutes, all the time she has, while her brain works over the implications of her new theory. If Prime came from somewhere else, she can go back to somewhere else. If Prime is not just a distorted reflection of Tamsin, then her goals may be more complicated, less predictable. If the node labs are back on, then they could be talking to Prime's origin, and who knows where that could lead. The minutes tick by, and nothing is working. There's not even a scratch on the housing. Tamsin gets up, swaying on her feet, and lurches toward the living room. She grabs the heaviest object she can find, Lachlan's espresso machine, and carries it back. She eyes the casing, bites her lip. If she smashes it hard enough, it might disrupt the power. It's inelegant, but the first collision leaves a mark at last. The metal dents. Her arms vibrate with the referred force, and she thinks of the double's head in her hands again. The wet snap, the eventual give. How different that felt from this, and yet the fear and anger driving her is the same. She brings the espresso machine down again, and this time there's a crunch and a spark. Panting, bent double, she sets the machine aside and reaches for the doorknob. There's a series of clicks, and it twists under her hand. She doesn't need Prime after all. She can do this. She can... Behind the open door, Prime stands on the landing. There's a sleek black case in her hand. She's beautiful. Her makeup is perfect. Panic flares in Tamsin's chest, uncontrollable, overwhelming, but she clamps down on it. Not feared Prime. Tamsin, by contrast, is beginning to know her. They know each other. How? She asks, not entirely conscious of shaping the word.
EMP, Prime says. She takes in Tamsin's shorter hair, her delicate dress, then peers around her, into the hall. She looks intrigued, not cautious. I'm ready, Tamsin says, but Prime ignores her, stepping past her into the apartment. Tamsin's hand tightens on the door. The animal urge to run away, hobble away, wars with her ability to be patient, to keep Prime close until they get back to the house. It's the best option she has in a sea of terrible ones. Maybe, if she knew Lachlan was still alive, don't think about it, she could try to delay Prime long enough to summon Lachlan here, but she's still operating under the assumption that she's on her own.
Which means either finding some place, impossibly, to hide and care for herself and try to fix everything without getting close to Prime, or staying close and going back to where it all started. It's abundantly clear which is the better move. Prime says, unerringly approaching the door that shouldn't be there. Tamsin wedges her little bag in between the door and the frame and eases the door almost shut. Then she limps up behind Prime. "How could you tell?" she asks. "Poor placement," Prime says, "but I wasn't sure. Have you tried to open it?" "I can't even move the lever," she confesses. "Has anything else?" "Anything else. But, of course, it's an obvious leap." "Not yet," she needs to say. "It only just appeared." Prime looks away from the door, at last, and back to her. She takes Tamsin's measure, then makes a small, thoughtful sound and walks deeper into the apartment. Tamsin follows, mouth going dry. "Bleach," Prime murmurs, moving inexorably toward the living area, the coffee table. "It's clean, all clean. Too clean?" Prime is looking around the room, gaze never settling, taking everything in. Trying to reconstruct Tamsin's actions, or taking the opportunity to learn about Lachlan. Either way, she's in the territory of an adversary. There is a slight discoloration on the floor where the double's body had been, Tamsin realizes, heart sinking. Not a stain, but a lightening. She should have diluted the bleach, she thinks, too late. Prime kneels, fingers the table corner. Her nail catches in a depression. Was that there before? "Where is it now?" Prime asks. "It was an accident," Tamsin says, helpless. Prime rises smoothly and turns to face her, her expression all concern and sympathy. "I understand," Prime says, using the same patronizing tone of voice she'd used on Knot over and over again. Tamsin does her best not to glare or show any hint of how much it bothers her. "I don't blame you, but I need to see it." "Why?" "It's a data point," Prime says. "It's like you. We don't even know if you'd stay dead if you were killed. For all we know, you'd reform, or re-emerge from the door. Can you take me to it?" This is good, Tamsin tells herself. She doesn't know I've figured out I'm the original. But it makes her sinews tighten, her breath quicken. Tamsin shivers and hugs herself around the middle. "We should go," she says, "as soon as I've seen it. Don't make me look for myself, please. That will only delay us." Tamsin grimaces, but nods, and leads the way out to the foyer. She waves a hand at the bathroom door. "In there," she says. I didn't want to look at it anymore." Understandably. Prime hesitates a moment, as if considering laying a reassuring hand on Tamsin's shoulder, but moves away without any contact. She opens the door. Prime stands motionless for a long time, gazing at the body of Lachlan's double.
Tamsin can't see it, but she can smell the blood. Feel again the unresisting, too heavy weight of the body, the slide of its insensate arm around her shoulders, the lull of its head. Flecks of brain and clumps of hair on the table edge. Dizzy, Tamsin sinks onto the bench, putting her head in her hands. Eventually, the door snicks shut. Footsteps approach her, and a hand settles onto the crown of her head. Well, that explains why the scalpel didn't do anything. Why did you remove her shirt? Tamsin sucks in an uneven breath. To see where she differed from the original. To prove she was different from the original. Did you find anything? It would be very easy to lie. The double's arm is identical, now that she's inspected it. Prime probably didn't strip her down the rest of the way. She wonders if she should conceal what she's figured out. If Prime would prefer her still naive and oblivious to what's happening to the both of them. Maybe Prime doesn't even know this part. Maybe Prime is asking for herself. Because even if she walked in through a door from a world just like this one, something happened to her, just like something happened to Lachlan's double. That period of reconciliation, adjustment, correction, something about the transition leaving details unfinished. But come through the door and the adjustments begin. Maybe that is the source of Prime's blank slate when she first appeared. Not actual recent birth, but a loading state. Then, with time, with exposure to Tamsin, Prime didn't so much become Tamsin as become herself again. It's only a theory, and it doesn't explain what's happened to her, but it's the strongest explanation Tamsin has. It coils in Tamsin's belly, enticing, intoxicating. Giving it to Prime is a risk. But Tamsin can still explain her actions, even if she holds the conclusions tight to her chest. The basics only, then, for now. Yes, the duplication was incomplete until observed, until I observed her. The scars on her arm were barely there, and then I blinked, and they were the way I'd seen them before. Like the door, Prime says. An olive branch. A bit of information Tamsin shouldn't have, except that she's read her own notes. Tamsin lifts her head. Prime's hand slides down to cup her jaw. How much do you know about what we are? Tamsin asks, testing out the waters of what Prime has discovered on her own. Any response is liable to be incomplete or an outright lie. Regardless, whatever Prime tells her will always have meaning. Either accuracy or insight into what she might be concealing and why. Tamsin just has to hope she can discern the difference. Prime's hand drops away. I know that we are physically identical, save for the surgical pins. At least one lie. And those did not appear as I searched for them. She looks toward the elevator door, though her eyes aren't focused. I know that we have the same knowledge base. Slightly different personalities, and nobody would ever mistake us for one another if they heard us speak. We haven't been near each other for very long, Tamsin says. She hopes she sounds guileless. If it's an active patterning, perhaps exposure is required. With more time, maybe whatever process stripped Tamsin of herself will begin to reverse. Maybe she'll regain what she once had. Or maybe she'll have to step through the door first. Her hands begin to tremble. Perhaps, Prime says, eyeing her carefully. You've been thinking then, in your captivity. Tamsin's laugh is weak and gasping. You could say that. She hugs herself tightly, then relaxes and makes herself stand. I've been doing research, at Lachlan's behest. Her gaze drifts to the closed bathroom door. In maybe half the stories about doubles and doppelgangers, when the original tries to kill their double, the original dies with it. Prime tilts her head. To all appearances, she looks thoughtful, as if she's never considered this before. A sympathetic resonance of a sort,
like the patterning you observed, bringing mirror images into agreement. But when I cut into your ankle, she adds, mine remained unharmed. True enough. And Tamsin's eye is gone, but Prime's remains. Prime's hair is still long. If she blinks, the wounds on her body don't ramify onto Prime's. She's not sure whether she's glad for that or not. On the one hand, it means Lachlan might still be alive. On the other, it would have been a direct line to harming Prime should it become necessary. Though, perhaps it doesn't go both ways, she says, before she can filter the thought. Prime's gaze sharpens. What do you mean? The blood drains from her face, and she turns away, fusses with a cabinet door. I don't know. No, you have a theory. Prime's hand closes over her shoulder. Tell me, in which direction would it go? From the original to the double? Tamsin stammers. The source of the pattern to the recipient? It sounds good. It sounds better, really, than her actual leap. That the original can't influence the double, but the double can harm the original. Her only evidence for that is how Tamsin's memories and mind had begun to fail after Prime appeared. But temporal correlation doesn't mean causation. Prime circles around her, looking at her intently.
You called because you thought Lachlan, the original, was dead. Because of those stories. She swallows against a tightening throat. Yes, she says softly. That doesn't match your hypothesis. But there's more to it, isn't there? You're afraid she's not dead at all. You're afraid of what will happen if she returns, if she sees what you've done. Tamsin flinches. And the door. The door is still here. I need to know what it means. Prime's jaw works as she runs her tongue over her teeth. She parts her lips with an audible pop. Well then, she says, and pats Tamsin's shoulder. Then she turns and walks back into the main room. Tamsin follows. They're almost to the hallway when she hears the rumble, the crash. The floor beneath her shudders, then stills again, and the faintest threads of sirens follow in the quiet after. She sways on her feet, unsteady and stunned. She stares at the bank of windows. There used to be a building off to the right of the view, almost as tall as this one, but of a different design, with less glass, more stone. Not close, but not far either. The blocks between them were almost countable. It's gone now, replaced with a plume of smoke. Come on, Prime says, voice flat and resigned behind her. It's time to go. Prime's phone rings constantly as they near the ground floor, but Prime ignores it, too busy urging Tamsin down ahead of her. Tamsin's ankle is bleeding again. She can feel it, hot and slick against her bandages, and there is a trail behind her. She has to clutch hard to the railing, and it's only the consistent rhythm of each step down that keeps her from tripping, the world swimming around her, her depth perception strained. 47 floors is too many. Prime couldn't have come up this way. Maybe she took the elevator to the highest non-secured floor, climbed the rest of the way. But if that's an option, Prime hasn't suggested it now. Too great a risk of being seen together, Tamsin thinks. And Tamsin is anything but forgettable. They emerge, finally, into the same garage Lachlan had brought her in through. Her head is spinning, and she sags on Prime's arm. Just a moment, she whispers. Not much farther now, Prime says. She sounds winded, too. There's activity all around them. Cars pulling out, leaving. Nobody coming in. Nobody sparing them a second glance. Is this building going to go down too? Prime doesn't respond. Instead, she pushes against Tamsin's back, making her stumble forward a few steps. They don't go far at all, just a few parking spaces over. And it's Lachlan's car. Lachlan's car sits in the spot where Lachlan had parked it days ago, when she brought Tamsin home. Lachlan is not inside it or leaning against the door. It's empty. It unlocks when Prime pulls keys from her pocket. Her heart gives an unwelcome pang. Dead. Lachlan is probably dead. This isn't her car anymore. "Wait," Tamsin whispers, but Prime is already pulling open the door. "Get in," Prime says. Her hand closes on Tamsin's shoulder, and Tamsin recoils. Prime doesn't let her get far. Tamsin looks around the garage, frantic, and there are people she could call out to, but she needs to cooperate. She needs Prime to keep trusting her. Tamsin crawls into the back seat. "Now, stay down until I tell you otherwise. No need to draw attention." And she covers Tamsin with a blanket. It's not one Lachlan would have picked, Tamsin thinks. The realization incongruous and useless and achingly painful. While Prime closes the door and circles around to get in the driver's seat, Tamsin pets the fabric. It's brightly colored, extremely soft, but synthetic. Not something Prime would have chosen either. Something from the lab, then? But not Lachlan's. This is Lachlan's car, but there's no trace of her. And if Prime has it, then that suggests... The car pulls into motion. Slow, and they stop and start as Prime navigates them out of the garage, through the scrum of panicked people. Tamsin wishes she could look, could see anything beyond her own hands. She already feared Lachlan might be dead, so why is she responding so strongly to what feels like proof? It should be a relief, the answering of a question, the closing of a boundless anxiety. Confirmation, too, that killing Prime is not an option, but she doesn't care about that. She can't breathe. Tamsin throws the blanket off, gasping for air. The car runs as silently as ever through the din of sirens now around them. She can't see the emergency vehicles from here, but they're close. A few streets over, maybe. There's too much dust to be sure. The sky darkened as if dusk is approaching. Through the haze, the sun is a small pink circle. "Not," Prime snaps, but Tamsin can't bear to cover herself up again. She's too busy staring out the window. "I'll keep my head down," she whispers. The colors are all wrong. Yellow and gray and gritty, and all around them is screaming. People on phones, tearing at their hair. People running toward the disaster. People running away. People not moving at all. The road they're on is nearly gridlocked, but traffic is creeping forward. There's a man at the intersection waving people through. The traffic lights are out. It's not just that one building, is it? Prime fusses with the touchscreen in the center console, ignoring the chaos all around them, the pain, the terror. "No," she says distractedly. "There have been major water main breaks in at least 4 different locations across the city. A few apartment buildings went down up north about an hour ago. We appear to have hit an inflection point. I assume further collapses will happen throughout the day." "It's accelerating," Tamsin says, looking at the back of Prime's head. Your projections said we had weeks left still." "You can sit up now. Put your seatbelt on," Prime says. Tamsin straightens up and fumbles with the buckle. The car passes through another intersection only for Prime to veer off at the last second, making a severe turn that leaves other drivers honking furiously. But the street she takes them onto is a little emptier. The other cars moving faster, and they pick up speed. The sirens don't fade, but the voices do. The air grows clearer with every block. "What have you done?" Tamsin asks. Prime flexes her fingers on the steering wheel. "What Myreka Dynamics has asked of me," she says. "Nothing more and nothing less." She must mean the Node Labs, the communication project, and yet Tamsin isn't certain. Prime is in Lachlan's car. She is confident and easy,
and powerful in the driver's seat, steering them through the city as if she knows it, navigating like Lachlan navigated. Maybe the reciprocal damage of double to original isn't via resonance, wounds appearing as if by magic. Maybe her murder of the double coincided with Prime hurting Lachlan. Two pairs of doubles, intertwined, bleeding into one another. Dangerous. Prime, she says, and her voice trembles. Do you know if Lachlan... Before she can finish the question, Prime's phone rings again. She glances down at it, the car slowing slightly, until she touches something on the dash, and the car takes over its own steering. She hits accept on the call, then thumbs it to speakerphone. What have you done? Lachlan's voice fills the car, and Tamsin chokes. Her eyes close as relief floods her. Lachlan is alive. Lachlan is alive and is going to learn exactly how dangerous Tamsin is. The relief curdles, rises into her throat, and she gags on it. Isn't this what you wanted? Now she'll never treat you like a helpless child again. Your vehicle is company property, Mix Woodfield, Prime says, voice smooth and even. It can be requisitioned by employees of sufficient rank during an emergency, which I am, and this is. Apologies for not being able to tell you I was taking it. I'm standing in my apartment right now, Lachlan snaps. I want to know why it smells like bleach and blood, and where you've taken Dr. Rivers. Prime's eyes are reflected in the rearview mirror. She looks directly at Tamsin as she speaks.
What an interesting choice of nomenclature, she says, voice chilly. And just now, the double called me Prime. What did you fill her head with, I wonder? I don't think I have to point out that you didn't take her to a lab, do I? That I found her dressed up like a doll? Don't, Tamsin pleads. This isn't relevant. How had she slipped, called Prime, instead of Dr. Rivers? She feels the shreds of power she had grasped in the foyer slipping away. Is that her? Is she there with you? Lachlan demands. Tamsin? I'm here, she says. Her voice is still shaking. You called me, Minsky, Woodfield. And so did she, for that matter. She asked me to come retrieve her. She's frightened of you. Tamsin, tell me where she's taking you. Tamsin opens her mouth. Nothing comes out. She's caught, pinned between two truths. That she doesn't trust Prime not to hurt her, and she doesn't trust Lachlan to be able to help. You asked about the blood. Have you checked your front bathroom yet? Prime asks, smiling. Tamsin lurches forward. No, Lachlan, don't! But she can hear Lachlan's footsteps, loud and purposeful enough to transfer over the phone, and then a door slamming open. And what? All the anger has left her, and she sounds deflated, empty. Tamsin closes her eyes, wincing as she pictures it. Lachlan standing in the bathroom doorway, staring at the slack, disheveled image of herself, dead and long cold now. It was an accident, Tamsin whispers. She doesn't know if Lachlan can hear her. I am glad to hear you're still alive, Prime says. Our mutual charge was concerned that murdering your double would harm you. It seems you've dodged a bullet, Minsky Woodfield. What does this mean? Lachlan demands. It means you may not want to stay in the building for very long, Prime says curtly. Wait, Tamsin says, louder this time, but the sound cuts out. The line is closed. Prime slips the phone into a pocket. Tamsin's face couldn't unlock the screen anyway. The gauze square and the wreckage below make sure of that. She hobbled you, Lachlan's voice echoes. Well, we've disproven the stories, Prime says.
The car beeps, screen showing an alert for closed roads ahead, and she takes over steering again, moving them through another shorted traffic light, around a sinkhole the length of a truck. Killing the double didn't kill the original. As for the other direction, you think that you're the original? The interior of the car is warm, warmer than the chill radiating through the windows, but not enough to explain why the air feels like it's starting to boil. If I do, Tamsin says warily, if I am, does it even matter? Nobody but Lachlan can tell. I'm curious as to how you arrived at your conclusion. She pauses, car slowing as she catches sight of a knot of ambulances and fire trucks ahead of her, then makes a tight turn to send their car back the way it came. It never occurred to me when I was in your position. Tamsin claws one hand into the seat to stop herself from scrambling forward or reaching for Prime. She never expected such an easy admission that Prime is the double, let alone honesty about what came before. What do you mean? When I came to with no memories in your basement? When you imprisoned me, treated me like a thing to be studied? I never once thought I might be the original. And yet you not only conceived of the possibility, but seem wedded to it. Is it just because Lachlan told you to think that way? Her lips tighten into a sneer. I didn't think you were that malleable. That's not it, Tamsin says. She noticed first, but there were tests. Of what kind? Procedural memory that you didn't know to implement, she says, because there's no reason to lie at this point. And Lachlan had a copy of my notes. The phone isn't secure. Prime grimaces, then taps out a few commands. The car once more takes over. No more alerts on the screen popping up to warn Prime of road closures. They must be past the worst of it. I cleared it. Not before she saved a copy. Prime leans back against her seat, staring forward. Her fingers drum on the wheel, which moves without her input, twisting back and forth, avoiding small buckles in the asphalt that its sensors pick up. Tamsin watches, pinned in the back seat by the belt across her chest. What happens now? She asks when she can take the silence no more. We're going home, Prime says. The car makes another turn. Don't you need to help with the subsidence recovery efforts? You'll be expected. Prime twists in her seat to smile at Tamsin. You're more important, she says. I'm making the time. The city will still be here in the morning. Mostly. Tamsin squeezes her eyes shut. How much do you know? She asks, only slightly above a whisper. About what you are. About what's happening to us. Prime hums thoughtfully, but doesn't answer. Instead, she says, I'm not going to hurt you, if that's what you're afraid of. Tamsin tries not to flinch. Her ankle throbs. You've done it before. Yes, but I don't need to now, do I? Prime reaches between the seats to touch Tamsin's knee. It is gentle, light. We're the same person, Tamsin. I'm sure we can come to an understanding. Understanding? Prime wants something from her, but it isn't her death. Strange, because if Tamsin is dead and Prime survives her, Prime becomes Dr. Rivers, with no way it can be taken from her. She should want it. Tamsin makes herself look again. Prime's eyes are bright. She does not look angry. More curious, engaged. Just like Tamsin when she's bearing down on an answer. How much do you know? Tamsin asks again. Enough, Prime says. The car makes a soft chiming sound, and Prime pulls away, turning her attention fully back to the road. She takes over steering the car as it glides onto a street Tamsin recognizes. Her house sits 3 blocks ahead of them. 2, 1. Hurting Prime will not necessarily hurt her.
If it does, it will only be because of the car spinning out of control or Prime fighting back. But it also can't help her. Lachlan's double is dead, and the door still sits in Lachlan's hallway. There's some last piece she's still missing, and there's only one place she can find it. Prime parks just in front of the house. She steps out of the car, then circles around to hand Tamsin out onto the sidewalk. The cement is cold against her bare feet. The garden has begun to die back for the winter, into manicured ranks of bare stems, the exact forms of the plants unrecognizable now, stripped to their cores. She walks up the path. Prime doesn't let go of her hand and leans across her to unlock the front door. She does not unlatch it. "After you," Prime says, and Tamsin pushes it open. The house is exactly as she remembers it. Penrose sits on the stairs, watching the both of them, his tail flicking idly. She is acutely aware of Prime just behind her, trapping her in this place where she has been cut apart, rearranged, repurposed. "Is something wrong?" Prime asks, stepping around her. Tamsin recoils, and it's only her swollen feet that keep her rooted to the spot. Yes, she wants to shout, but she can't give Prime that. "Just wondering," she stammers instead, "how much of my familiarity is because of how long I lived here before I forgot everything." "Some, I'm sure," Prime says, depositing her phone on the nearby console table. "A base level of emotional comfort, reflexive navigation. Particularly if you don't pay attention to it, you should be able to get around just fine. My notes said that there were times I didn't understand the layout of the house," Tamsin says, letting the door fall closed and moving a little deeper into the space. Her notes say that there was a knife once. She'd had a knife, but couldn't remember why or what had happened to it. She thinks she has an idea now. Some part of her had figured out there was something very wrong, and she'd almost fixed it. Panic attacks and nightmares. Part of the degradation of your consciousness, I think. You didn't always remember afterward. It was an early sign. Tamsin swallows hard.
An early sign of what? Prime touches her elbow, guiding her into the hall, toward the basement. That you were losing hold of yourself. Tamsin limps forward, against the screaming in her ankle and her head. You say that as if it wasn't inevitable. That you weren't taking myself from me. Is that what I was doing? Prime asks, sounding just briefly unsure. Tamsin thinks back over all her notes, all her justifications for why she wasn't seeking help, why she wasn't telling Lachlan the truth of what was happening to her. She'd been so afraid, more afraid of what Lachlan would do, what Lachlan might take from her. The woman in those notes had been paranoid, misanthropic, and reflexively cruel to herself. Maybe if she hadn't been, or maybe if she'd panicked and killed Prime the way she killed Lachlan's double, maybe she'd still remember herself. Maybe she would never have changed. Does that make Prime blameless? They reach the locked basement door. Prime takes Tamsin's hand again and positions it over the keypad. "I don't know the code," Tamsin says, but her fingers are already twitching into motion, just like with the tablet. The lock disengages. Prime smiles. Tamsin latches on to that smile, that brief flare of approval, because she isn't ready to look down, not even as the door swings open. The basement has a smell to it, familiar, unfamiliar, her own sweat and bodily fluids and privation, layered over with cleaning products and a subtle staleness. Prime hasn't been down here, she thinks, not since she cleaned up after the surgery. "Go ahead," Prime says, tilting her head toward the doorway. "Look." And Tamsin does as she's asked. It's her empty eye socket that's closest. She sees nothing at first, until she turns far enough that she can see the frame, then the space beyond. Her heart twitches in her chest in a rhythm she can't translate. Fear? Yes, there's fear, but there's also longing, and revulsion, and need, and a bone-deep feeling of coming home. Coming home feels the worst of all of them. Behind the door, the stairs have stretched so far that they have gone beyond treacherous to nearly impossible to traverse safely. Each riser must be at least 2 feet from the one below. The high-powered light that Prime had brought down for the surgery and the other floor lamps are all absent, and the ceiling lights are too dim to reach the floor. Tamsin stands rigid at the threshold. "It's only been 6 days," she says. Prime leans against the jamb. "Everything has accelerated," she agrees, sounding vaguely satisfied. Not worried, certainly not worried. Because of the nodes. Tamsin turns away from the stairs, though it makes her feel as if she's about to tip backward, tumble into the shadowed depths. She clutches at the rail behind her. What have we done? We, not you. Tamsin is sure now that they've both been working toward this all along, that they both existed before the door appeared. It slips out of her, but she doesn't mind now. It feels important here at the end of the world. If Prime notices, she gives no conclusive sign. "We thought that the absence of noise meant an absence of everything," she says after a moment. And she could be just referring to taking over Tamsin's work, but Tamsin knows she isn't, knows deep down that Prime worked on the same thing, on the other side of the door. But that's not entirely true. If you speak in an empty room, nothing is there to hear you. But if you speak in a silent room, then you're the only thing left to notice, Tamsin finishes. She looks back at the stairs, the faint shadow of the table below. She can almost make out her cot in the corner. She can see the lintel of the door on the far wall. Slowly, she sits down on the top step and eases her legs over the edge. Her toes find the next step, and she guides herself down. Step by step, in a controlled falling, she slides down into the dimness. Prime closes the door to the hallway and follows behind. She does not push. She does not even urge on now. Tamsin descends because there is nowhere left to go. The deeper she descends, the less the darkness consumes. From down here, the light seems to reach a little farther. Her eye adjusts, pupil dilating, revealing the room that is as she's always known it. The ceiling lights are tiny suns far above, but where shadows gather, they are impenetrable. Beneath her legs are inky smears eating away at the steps. The next one jars her ankle. It hurts, sharp and pure. She is not dreaming. At last she reaches the floor. The polished cement is a different texture from the stairs, the only way she can be certain that she will not step out into an abyss if she walks forward. Rising to her feet leaves her swaying with pain. The bandages feel too tight. She limps toward the door. Tamsin can see it now. It is white, marked with a smear of dried blood and a few lines of ink. It gathers what little light remains and reflects it back, the only landmark in the gloom. It is so small compared to the towering walls around it, but perfectly proportional to Tamsin. "What do you feel when you look at it?" Prime asks from behind her. Her voice is hushed, almost reverent, nowhere near the demanding, imperious Dr. Rivers of the day she cut into Tamsin's ankle. Tamsin takes another step closer. Her hands have begun to shake. Her heart pounds. Her head swims, and the world narrows,
until it is only her and the door. But there is an exhilaration, too, a brighter note on the adrenaline surge, breaking through the scrum of fear, and she is drowning in it. Is this what it was like when the door first appeared? Her notes recorded fascination, obsession, eventually the inability to leave it, even to feed herself. "I don't know," Tamsin whispers. Her hand flattens against it. The painted wood is smooth and cool, almost as cold as the cement beneath her feet. She slides her fingers toward the knob, but doesn't touch it yet. Just being this close makes her tremble. "I'm afraid," she tells herself, because she must be. But it doesn't feel like fear, even if the physiological reality is nearly identical to what she has felt every other time she's come this close. "This is how you lost your eye," Prime murmurs. She is close behind Tamsin, so close Tamsin can feel the warmth radiating from her. Her body is as real as Tamsin's, as human, as fragile. Trying to open the door. You were so desperate. I couldn't stop you. You couldn't stop yourself. I put you back together again after. "Is that when it happened?" Tamsin asks. She rubs at the wood, as if she can learn something from it. "When I forgot?" Close. Surrender is a longer process, but it marked the point of no return. Her hand itches. Her breathing is coming rapidly now, panic and desire intertwined. She takes the knob in hand, and it begins to warm to her touch. "What's beyond the door?" Tamsin asks. Prime does not answer. "You want me to open it, to go through it." She almost glances back, curious as to what Prime's face will show, but the metal of the strike plate catches a fragment of light, even with her shadow covering the wood around it. She can't look away. "Yes, but I didn't come from there. You did. I'm no longer governed by what lies beyond it." The confession cuts through the fixation. Tamsin turns, her hand remaining on the knob. "You know? You remember?" Bits and pieces, fragments of another life. Prime strokes the backs of her knuckles along the curve of Tamsin's cheek. "They come to me in dreams. Childhood memories, failed relationships, flashes of another corporation that wrote my paycheck, another city. But they aren't mine anymore. What is real is moving to San Siroco, being recruited by Merica Dynamics, years of partnership with Lachlan Woodfield. It pains me that she no longer trusts me, just like it once would have pained you. It does, it still does. Not the same way. Yours is the pain of desperation. You have nobody else, no anchor to orient from."
Mine is... She trails off, and Tamsin looks past her to where there is still blood on the desk. The bit of wall that Lachlan had thrown Prime into. Their interactions, Tamsin saw no pain in them, just fury. "Mine is disappointment," Prime finishes. "She should know better than to doubt me." Is that what Tamsin would have felt in Prime's place? It sounds hollow, thin, insubstantial. Disappointed? No, no, there would have been something more. Pain, as Prime said, but not out of desperation, out of longing. She remembers her notes, her narrative. A part of her had wanted Lachlan to see through her lies. A part of her had wanted to be rescued. And she had been, for a time. "Why did you resume the experiments if you knew it would damage the city?" she asks. "The program is untenable. It can't be used the way we'd planned. If it comes out that it's the cause of all this destruction, you'll never work again. You'll lose everything." Prime sighs. "I wanted you to come home," she says. "Can you imagine what it's like to have a piece of yourself walking out in the world, never knowing where it is, never knowing what harm has come to it?
If Lachlan hadn't kept you for herself, they would have cut you open, destroyed you, and learned nothing from it. I couldn't let you go to waste." A shiver racks her, and she leans into Prime then, her ankle no longer willing to bear her weight. Prime catches her, arm around her waist. Her hand loosens on the knob, but not entirely. She cannot bear the separation. "You're not made for this world anymore," Prime murmurs. Her thumb brushes across Tamsin's cheekbone, just below the gauze pad covering her eye socket. "And you never will be again. But it's okay. There are other worlds for you. Other worlds. Worlds she can ruin, or somewhere Prime has already destroyed." She ducks her head against Prime's shoulder. "What happens when the door opens?" Tamsin's lips graze Prime's collarbone. Her pulse is high, though not as high as Tamsin's. "You walk through it. You'll find yourself somewhere else. Maybe my lab. Maybe my home. And you? I'll remain here. The door will shut forever. There will be no more door." She smiles against the crown of Tamsin's head. "I'll shut down the labs again, and you'll shut them down in that other world. Chaos will go back into its box, and the exchange will be complete. But until it's complete, the city will keep sinking. It's an unstable state of affairs. There aren't supposed to be two of us." Tamsin makes herself pull away to see if Prime is still smiling. And she is, steady and calm. No desperation, as if she's already sure of what Tamsin will choose. "And if I don't go, what happens to the other door?" "Doors? How many?" "They'll keep appearing. More exchanges will be made." "What was the exchange?" She cups Prime's face the way Prime is cupping hers. "What does it take to open the door?" "I wanted a different life," Prime says, "to know more of what was out there. I wanted knowledge, unrestricted. And when I walked into the abyss of the node chamber, when I found a door that had never been built, I didn't hesitate." Tamsin thinks of a cave, of 7 students, of the devil lecturing. The last to leave the room owes their soul. The last to leave the room is a shadow, when the door opens onto brilliant light. If you'd found the door first, you'd have done exactly what I did. She can still hear the soft unlocking of the door, the night that Prime had left her in darkness. Slowly, she turns back to face it. Beyond that door is a room, somewhere else, and when she walks through, Prime's shadow shall take her place. "The lights need to be out," she says, "to recreate the effect." Prime pulls something from her pocket, a small remote. She taps it, and every lamp extinguishes. The walls and floor and ceiling all fall away, and it's only the two of them, twined together, the only reminder of where she starts and where she ends. Her heart kicks up, the old panic, the instinctual fear of not being ready to leave, not being ready to leap. The lurching drop of losing track of herself, her edges unspooling into the dark. Prime had been ready when the door had appeared. Tamsin hadn't been, not after she'd lost all hold on herself. Is she ready now? "I'm afraid," she says. Prime's arm around her waist retreats. She feels the loss like an erased definition. "Are you?" she asks. "Or are you excited?" "This is only stage fright, Dr. Rivers. Activation of the sympathetic nervous system in anticipation of a crucial performance. You chose this. You called to me, and I answered. And now we have to finish our work. Are you ready?" Tamsin thumbs the knob and, with a shuddering breath, closes her eyes. She lets herself feel the pull of the doorway, buried underneath the reflexive revulsion. Another world, another life, something to separate her from Prime with irrevocable finality. She wishes she could look at Prime one last time, one last moment of connection, of reflection. Is her eagerness the same as Tamsin's anxiety? It must be. They are the same. They have always been the same. They cannot continue to exist together. Yes, she says. She turns the knob, and the latch gives way. The door opens. Not far, she doesn't think, but it's so hard to tell without any reference point. An inch? 2? Its hinges are well oiled and make no sound. There is an abyss on the other side, the swallowing nothing of a half-remembered dream of falling, and Tamsin almost balks, almost turns to run. She reaches back and seizes Prime's hand. She finds it unerringly. Prime doesn't recoil. Instead, her breath shifts over Tamsin's cheek. She's there, just beside Tamsin. Tamsin, just beside her. Don't hesitate, Prime says. It's not a demand, it's advice, learned and freely offered. It will be harder if you hesitate. And Tamsin nods, pulling the door wide. The void calls to her, and her only anchors to clutch to are the door and Prime. She lets go of the door. She lets go of Prime, but only for a moment. Then Prime's hand is on her shoulder, and hers is on Prime's. Mirror images, moving in synchrony, and their breathing is the same too, their heartbeats, because the reflection and the original can only ever move together. A shadow can distort, but never in action. They both push. And then there is nothing. Nothing but the abyss around them, and their screams, until her hand catches on the doorframe. Her nail tears, a bright pinpoint of pain, and she stops falling. She stumbles back into the room. Ahead of her, she sees a faint red light kindle in the darkness. She sees her own silhouette, the barest of impressions. Hair, arms, legs, unable to reach the frame in time, unable to hold on to anything at all. The door falls shut, as if gently weighted. The latch clicks into place. She half expects frantic knocking from the other side, or for the knob to turn again. But there's nothing. Dr. Rivers reaches out, and there is only a wall under her hand. Trembling, she falls to her knees, hard enough to bruise. She pitches forward, breathing hard, scrabbling for some trace of sensation outside of herself, some proof that she's in her basement still. The floor is cold. The wall is solid. Sound eases back into the world, the white noise of the void replaced by the natural quiet. She can no longer hear her pulse. Her sobs are soft at first, but grow louder as she shakes apart. The door is gone. The door is gone, and she will never step through it. She doesn't know if she shakes with relief or devastation. Both, she thinks. They're inseparable. From Lachlan. We need to talk. Your house, 6 p.m. From Tamsin. Come over. It's been 5 weeks since the door disappeared, since she turned on the lights and found her basement returned to its previous proportions, since she repainted everything for the last time, hauled out the table, scrubbed everything clean. The railing is the only lingering change, so it might have always been there. Now, with her house purged of every scrap of Prime, it's easier.
Maintain a baritone pitch with a warm, confident, and highly engaging tone. The style should prioritize deep emotional connection and psychological tension. Her nails are done, and her hair has been touched up professionally. She's had her ankle and her face looked at. 2 eyes sit in her skull. She's stable, 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 like the city is stable. No more subsidence, but the damage is ongoing. What hasn't collapsed yet may still crumble. Materials and civil engineers are working overtime to evaluate every building and every inch of infrastructure still nominally intact, prioritizing what must be fixed now and what can be left another month, another year. She has kept herself busy these last 5 weeks. She goes out most days, but not to Myrika's campus, and not with anybody who knows her from before. She catches up on research, She sits up late with Penrose, watching movies she's missed. Officially, she's on medical leave. Officially, she was injured in the chaos of the subsidence. Only Lachlan knows the full truth. About a lot of things. Lachlan's double remains the last known occurrence, though known is a misnomer, as only she and Lachlan are aware of the doors and their consequences at all. There's a small grave in the backyard, big enough for one missing cat. Prime is gone without a trace. And Lachlan has experience handling bodies and has promised her that she doesn't need to worry about it. She worries anyway, late at night. Worries that it's not actually over. Worries that Lachlan is lying when she says the door in her hallway is gone. They haven't seen each other since before she killed Lachlan's double, but they text. They speak on the phone. That Lachlan wants to see her she isn't sure what it is, but she cleans up the house. She checks her liquor cabinet. She showers and dresses neatly. It's exactly 6 when Lachlan knocks. Tamsin answers almost immediately, too close to the door from pacing to preserve any type of dignity. Dignity has turned out to be both shockingly easy and stubbornly difficult to properly learn. She is not always ashamed of what she should be, but once experienced, it's almost impossible to get rid of. Lachlan is not in her suit. She wears her gloves along with her coat and her sweater and her slacks, but the overall effect is softer. Still guarded, but informal. "Can I come in?" she asks. Tamsin wasn't expecting the request. "Of course," she says, and moves out of the way. Lachlan keeps space between them as she steps inside and sheds her coat. "You look good," Lachlan says after a moment's awkward silence. Her gaze lingers a moment too long on Tamsin's face. Her eyes. Tamsin smiles. "Like myself again?" Lachlan grimaces briefly, but reins herself back in. "Yes," she settles on, "and healthier. The surgeons did a good job, I guess. I'm glad." "You look tired," Tamsin says, holding out a hand for her coat. Lachlan hesitates, then pulls her gloves off and tucks them into the pockets before passing it over. "My Rika is keeping me busy," Lachlan says. "I keep telling Mr. Thomas that just because I've been in war zones doesn't mean I know how to organize help. But apparently the city's disaster response teams are managed by desk jockeys who have the wrong priorities." "And you're volunteering?" Lachlan shrugs. "Come on through," Tamsin says, and leads Lachlan back to the living room. It's strange, remembering that for a time, Lachlan knew this house better than she did. She goes over to the liquor cabinet to get them both some bourbon, then pauses. There's a little vial of bitters set out, a covered dish of sugar, a small container of dried blood orange slices. She hasn't put them away, unsure of when she might need them. Lachlan catches her looking. "Those are ours," she says, then clears her throat. "Or yours, that you used when I visited. They go into an old-fashioned. You'll need ice, too." Tamsin glances at her and smiles. "Do you want one, then?" It'd Lachlan stuffs her hands into her pockets and sits down in an armchair, knees splayed, shoulders slightly hunched. "Nice," she settles on. Tamsin nods and disappears into the kitchen to fetch ice and look up the recipe quickly on her phone. When she returns and begins to build the drinks, muscle memory takes over. She adjusts proportions based on nothing but impulse, allowing herself to obey the reflex. It's usually easier that way. Lachlan takes the glass from her and holds it to her nose. She takes a small sip, then a larger one. "Well?" "Just like last time," Lachlan says. Her smile's a little easier when she lowers her glass, cradling it in her lap. Tamsin settles onto the couch across from her. The cushion is stiff, but beginning to yield, to sink beneath her weight. The sterility of the house is finally beginning to give way the more that she lives in it, interacts with it. There are fragments of her reassembling life on the coffee table, the side tables. The books have been moved around on their shelves, and the ones she wants to get to soonest have been pulled out of their orderly rows and stacked by the couch.
Penrose sleeps on the windowsill on a cushion she liberated from the upstairs guest room. The blinds are up now, and beyond the window her backyard is beginning to grow wild, just so she can see what it will do. Lachlan takes it all in. "You said we needed to talk?" Tamsin asks when she's idly drunk enough of her cocktail to feel the alcohol buzz spreading, warm and tingling through her limbs. Lachlan grunts in reply, but does at last look back at Tamsin. Her polymer fingers tap lightly against the glass. "The node labs are formally decommissioned," she says. "They're under round-the-clock surveillance until such time as we're able to get them broken down and filled back in. Understandably, it's not so high a priority that we can visibly pull resources away from the stabilization and reconstruction efforts." "Of course not," Tamsin agrees. "The official position is that the communications experiments never happened. Mr. Thomas's position is that you are still an employee of Myrica Dynamics." Lachlan rolls her glass in her hands. "Your team has been put under tight NDAs and reassigned to separate projects across the country, but your lab is yours again, if you want it." Her jaw is tight as she speaks, and when she finishes, she knocks back half the cocktail in one swallow. "You think I shouldn't?" Tamsin says. "I think you're not the person you once were. There's more to it than that." Tamsin can see it. Lachlan has her best interests at heart most of the time, but Lachlan also knows that Tamsin's nature is responsible, directly, for the subsidence. She doesn't know the full extent, though. Tamsin has kept that part to herself. Just like the muscle memory, she's found convenient elisions to be easier. So all Lachlan really knows is that the node labs were involved and that Prime is gone for good. Tamsin texted Lachlan a photo of the basement wall without its door, the only proof she could give. Proof that there's no more risk. That's not enough for Tamsin to be pulled before a court. And if Mr. Thomas wants her back in the lab, that erases all other chance of consequences. Lachlan lives in a gray area and is fond of Tamsin, but that gives even her some pause, clearly. Tamsin draws her legs up onto the couch, tucked up neatly. Lachlan pointedly does not glance at the movement. "Do you think I couldn't continue to do my job?" Tamsin asks. At first, Lachlan says nothing. She looks instead at her glass, rolling the ice from side to side. Is it discomfort or is it guilt? Tamsin had been so afraid before that Lachlan would disappear her in order to fix the problem of the subsidence. Maybe she should be afraid again. Or maybe a photo of a wall wasn't enough. Maybe Lachlan is evaluating her not in terms of safety, but of identity. Evaluating this old-fashioned against past ones. "Yes, you could do your job," Lachlan says finally. She gazes at her glass, then sets it aside. "I think," she trails off. She rubs at her temple. "I can't trust you," Tamsin fills in silently. "I think you're more dangerous when you're encouraged by Myrica."
"I think if you go back, you'll become more like your old self again, no matter who walked through that door. I think I never knew you at all. Going back is certainly a possibility. She's considered it. Exposure to her previous life doesn't spark anything in her exactly. It doesn't bring on fragments of memory or lost behavioral tics. She is not absorbing her nature from its echoes. But Myrica Dynamics is a particular type of environment, one she was well suited for, and if she goes back, it would be simple to make herself into what she once was. Through that door is power and wealth and work. She has all of her notes still, from before the basement began to sink and even after, photos of the scribblings on the basement wall before it was repainted. A decent proportion are useless, but almost half contain the kernels of something. And pursuing that something would be so much easier with Myrica's backing.
Another door leads to a great blankness, indefinite, unknowable. She might never see Lachlan again if their relationship is contingent on her employment, or at least on her lack of employment with a competitor. But Lachlan may hang around, regardless, if she's really so worried about what Tamsin might do, who Tamsin might become. Does she want that? Tamsin has enough savings that, from her growing understanding of finance and the larger world, she thinks she could live quite comfortably for some time, particularly if she moves to a smaller house. But it could only ever be temporary. She does not want to be a kept woman, even if she herself is doing the keeping. She has seen where that leads, the unhappiness, the disgust. Her mind needs the engagement, needs the outlet. Eventually, if she lives a quiet life, that need will consume her. So she'll go out into the world and find some new way to be, some new place to be in. It's overwhelming, that route. She doesn't know enough, not yet. Learning will be painful, but she's willing to exchange pain for knowledge. She's done it before. Both doors sit side by side. Both options stretch out before her, enticing in their own ways. The choice would be impossible if not for one thing. Going through one doesn't necessarily mean never opening the other. From across the table, Lachlan gazes at her steadily. Her glass sweats, not quite finished, not quite ready for a refill. Tamsin smiles. "I'll think about it," she says. "Now, I am ready. Please paste the contents."